Hey family, welcome back to my video. Today we will see, what if Harry Potter was Lord of Goblet? Before we start, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to the original author of this story for granting us permission to use it in our YouTube video. Your generosity is greatly appreciated. The author's creation and the original stories link in the descriptions. Please do check that first. Now enjoy the video. Fire and water. Harry's blood ran cold when the goblet lit up for the fourth time. A piece of paper shot into the air trailed by blue flames that vanished as soon as Dumbledore grasped the paper. Harry wasn't especially close to the cup, since Gryffindor's table is up against a wall, but even from far away Harry could see the headmaster's expression. It went from confusion to surprise to sorrow, all quite quickly. Harry had always been good at picking up on people's emotions. She had to be, or life with the Dursleys would have been much, much worse. She had to know when Uncle Vernon was in a bad mood, or when Aunt Petunia was feeling particularly spiteful. So, she read the emotions on the headmaster's face and her gut filled with dread. Her pulse picked up and her breathing shallowed, all before the headmaster spoke. "Harry Potter," he all but whispered. Heads turned towards Harry, seated between Hermione and Neville, but she kept her eyes fixed on her empty plate. She swallowed anxiously but did not move from her seat. "Harry Potter," Dumbledore said again, louder this time. Hermione nudged her, but Harry shook her head fiercely and clenched her hands to the bench. She looked over to Ron, seated across from them. He looked really angry and hurt at first, but then he saw the tears running down Harry's face and his face fell. Harry put her head back down and started shaking it to herself. "This isn't happening. That didn't just happen." The whispers started when Dumbledore began walking towards the Gryffindor table. Harry pulled her arms close to her body while continuing her death grip on the bench. Neville reached out and patted her on the back awkwardly while Hermione watched Dumbledore's approach. Harry didn't look up until he was behind her. Her tears were still falling as she addressed him. "I didn't do it," she whispered as the headmaster knelt beside her. I promise I didn't enter." Her voice was panicked but still quiet, almost too quiet. "I believe you," he said as he put a hand on her shoulder. "Come now, we'll sort it out." He stood up and took a step back, gesturing for her to follow. The whispers got louder as she stood and walked up to the stage. She glanced back at the Gryffindor table just before the door closed behind her, catching one last glimpse of Hermione's worried expression through blurry eyes. "Harry, what's going on?" Cedric asked as soon as the door closed behind her. He'd just seen her 2 minutes ago and she'd been fine. Their eyes had met when he walked to the stage, and she'd been cheering for him. Now she was crying. Why was she crying? "Oh, you know," she said while wiping away her tears, "just someone trying to kill me again." She gave out a forced and empty laugh as she went to stand beside him. The adults started arguing immediately, mostly the other school's headmasters. The Bobaton's champion was arguing too. Everyone was saying how unfair it was and demanding a redraw and insulting her character. Snape surprised her with an insult on her intelligence that simultaneously belittled her and supported the idea that she clearly did not enter herself. Stepping back into the shadows, Harry found herself sitting by the fire while everyone else argued. She could hear Dumbledore defending her but just barely, as she stared into the bright spirals of fire and took a few deep breaths, feeling a fire of her own spark. She was so excited when they had announced the tournament and imposed an age restriction. Because finally something was happening to someone else. She'd be able to sit back with the rest of the school and watch as someone else pulled dangerous stunts and was whispered and gossiped about. There would be other schools too. Even more of the spotlight would be thrown onto others this year. She'd allowed herself to hope, just for a little bit, that she could fade into the background. That she could disappear into the crowd of people who don't know what's going on. She could focus on her studies for once. "I'm afraid she'll have to compete," Harry heard someone saying. "No," Harry said quietly, though Cedric was the only one to hear her. He'd been a little lost in the chaos but had gotten the gist eventually and had trained his eyes onto the small girl hiding by the fire. The adults were still arguing, though the loudest of all of them was saying the Harry had to compete. And then in an instant Harry was close enough to Cedric for him to see the fire in her eyes. "No," she shouted at the adults, her magic whipping out in all directions. They went quiet and all turned to look at the small girl. "Every year," she shouted angrily, "every year. Someone tries to kill me. And every year I miraculously survive by the skin of my teeth with a few new scars to add to the collection. The anger had faded ever so slightly into self-deprecation. I'm not doing it, she continued, quietly now. I'm not risking my life again for your entertainment. Her presence was smaller now, but every eye in the room was still on her. Cedric was shocked, to say the least. They'd only interacted a few times, and Hari had always been meek. But here she was before him with frantic magic and wild hair, shouting at Albus Dumbledore. He'd never even heard her speak this much. At the start of term, they'd run into each other after Hari had walked out of the first defense lesson. Moody had made a big deal about her surviving the killing curse, and then performed it in front of her and she walked out. Neville had followed shortly after with Hermione at his heels. There had only been 15 minutes left in the period, but it had made a statement. He had later heard that the Slytherins had been impressed by her display. She stood up and stared him down before leaving. Moody had apparently been too stunned to assign her detention and he'd tortured her for it ever since, hitting her with Imperio over and over again until she could throw it off instinctively. She'd almost knocked him over, and when he saw that they were crying he led the trio to Sprout's office. Sprout wasn't there, but it was always open for kids in need. Hermione and Neville had talked a bit about how they were feeling about the whole thing, but Hari had remained largely silent. She'd only said one thing during the hour the four of them were together, and the look in her eyes when she said it haunted him. Hari? Hermione had asked, noticing the far-off look in her friend's eye. He laughed at her, Hari had said. She was begging for my life, and he laughed at her. Her eyes had been so blank, so empty. It had terrified him and fascinated him at the same time. Hermione had pulled Hari into a hug, one the girl couldn't seem to reciprocate. They'd all taken calming drafts and left shortly after. Despite her shyness and her short stature, Hari commanded the room. Her magic was still whipping around and putting everyone on edge. The Durmstrang headmaster looked like he was going to be sick, and even Snape was looking a little pale. Cedric, on the other hand, was mesmerized. My dear, you'll lose your magic if you don't compete, Dumbledore said sadly. Then so be it, she spat back at him. Every year I almost die, and every summer you send me back to those monsters. The last word came off her tongue laced with venom and malice. The tension in the room rose as Dumbledore took a step forward and Hari took a step back. Monsters? Cedric thought, what could she mean by monsters? Hari, Dumbledore said quietly. Not this year, she whispered. Then she turned and ran past Cedric, pushing out of the door so fast that no one ran after for a few seconds. The champions and teachers and ministry. Employees ran out into the hallway, but Hari was gone. The remaining champions were dismissed after a brief and lackluster explanation of how things would go. The first task was a surprise, but there would be a mandatory medical exam and a ceremony beforehand. Cedric walked towards the Hufflepuff common room with mixed emotions. He was proud, of course. Proud to be chosen. Proud to represent his school, his house, and his family. Proud of being declared worthy. But he was nervous too. Something was off with this whole thing. There was no way Hari wanted to be a champion, that much was obvious, and if she didn't enter herself, then someone really was trying to kill her. Part of him wanted to go look for her. A big part of him. But he also knew he was expected to at least make an appearance at the party Hufflepuff was undoubtedly throwing for him. He was walking in that direction but started unconsciously slowing down. Then he turned around and headed up to the 7th floor. It wasn't a decision. His feet went there on their own, and the rest of him just so happened to follow. Dobby gets his wish. Hari's feet led her up to the 7th floor in the direction of the common room before she could think about how terrible of an idea that was. She slowed down in an empty corridor and fell back against a wall that housed a horrible tapestry of dancing trolls. I can't go back to the tower. Everyone will want to ask me questions. She closed her eyes and leaned her head against the cool brick wall. I need somewhere to hide, she thought. I need somewhere to hide. A tingle of magic had Hari opening her eyes. There was a door across from her. A door that had definitely never been there before. Hari would have noticed this door. It was wooden, like many of the castle's doors, but it was also beautifully carved and accented with little flecks of gold. She stood nervously and looked around. No one else had entered the corridor, so she approached the door carefully and entered. Hari found herself in a small sitting room. The walls were painted in different shades of blue that got closer to black as her eyes moved upwards. Stars shined on the ceiling, basking the room in soft light that was only aided by a roaring fire. Her legs carried her to a plush couch, and she collapsed under the pressure of everything. Wasn't it enough that a Dark Lord wanted her dead? Wasn't it enough that she had no family? That she was all alone? Did she really have to compete in a death tournament on top of everything else? I need help, she whispered to herself. Harry's head shot up at a small pop next to the couch. Master Harry Potter is needing help, Dobby exclaimed happily. What can Dobby do? Dobby? Harry asked. Yes, Dobby exclaimed. How can Dobby making it better for Master Harry Potter? Dobby, she laughed, wiping away more tears. I've told you to just call me Harry. She smiled sweetly at the little elf. He'd always looked out for her, in his own way. And she'd visited him in the kitchens a lot, but he still called her master. Dobby is a free elf. Dobby defended himself. Dobby will calls Master Harry Potter what Dobby wants. And Master Harry Potter is needing help, so Dobby will help. Harry sniffled again and patted the couch next to her. Dobby looked at her and at the couch suspiciously for a moment before slowly sitting next to her. Even then he looked a little nervous, as if she'd punish him for doing what she asked. Do you know what's happened, Dobby? Harry asked. Use discovering the come and go room, Dobby said. The elves are happy about this. Harry was confused as to why the elves would be happy about that but pushed the thought aside. Do you know about the tournament that's taking place here this year? She asked, and Dobby nodded. They're saying that I have to compete. They're saying I'm going to lose my magic if I don't. No, Dobby exclaimed, suddenly frantic. Master Harry Potter cannot be losing her magics. Master Harry Potter is too important. How can Dobby fix it? The elf began wringing his hands together in anxiety, and Harry reached out to stop him. I don't know, Dobby, she said sadly, keeping a firm grasp on his hands. I needed a place to hide, and this door appeared. The come and go room, Dobby said, nodding along to himself. What is it? She asked. The come and go room is whatever's you bees needing it to be, he told her. I asked for help, she began. And it bees calling for me, Dobby finished. You stays hiding, Dobby will bees taking care of it. And then Dobby was gone with another soft pop. He appeared a moment later with another elf and a basket of food. This is Sparrow, he said, introducing the elf. Sparrow and I will be assisting you until you are ready to leave. Hello Sparrow. Harry addressed the smaller elf. She reached out her hand and Sparrow took it after glancing at Dobby nervously and receiving a strong nod. It's an honor to meet you, Harry said, grasping the elf's small hand in both of her own. My name is Harry Potter, but you can call me Harry. Sparrow's eyes widened and shot back and forth between Harry and Dobby. Dobby is right about Master Harry Potter, she said quietly. Harry was endeared by the sentiment but grew a little concerned when Sparrow's eyes took on the same frenzied expression that Dobby often wore around her. Sparrow Willsby's bonding with Master Harry Potter now. Before Harry could do anything, Sparrow's magic jumped out and attached itself to Harry's magic, which had leapt forth to accept and encompass Sparrow. The warmth spread from her chest out to her fingers and toes, causing Harry to giggle. Nose fair, Dobby called. Dobby bees wanting to bonding with Master Harry Potter. I thought you wanted to be free? Harry asked, still feeling a little giddy from the bond. Dobby bees wanting to be Master Harry Potter's elf more than Dobby is wanting to be free, he said sadly. Now Dobby will never be having the chance. Big tears began forming in Dobby's eyes and Harry found herself crouched next to him. You can still be my elf, Dobby, she said, and without any conscious effort, Harry's magic shot out again, enveloping both of them in that beautifully warm golden light. Dobby began crying even more though and threw his arms around Harry's waist. Dobby is finally being Master Harry Potter's elf, he cried out joyously. Just Harry, she said. Dobby removed himself from Harry's lap as he felt the command take hold. That bee's feeling wrong, though, he said. Harry scrunched up her face in thought. Well, I guess you can call me Miss Harry. But not Master. Same goes for Sparrow, she said. Okay's Miss Harry. The elves said together. Dobby, how did that bond work? I thought there was, like, paperwork involved. There is usually being's paperswork, Dobby said. But that is when's a Wixen is being claiming an elf, not when's an elf is being claiming a Wixen. What's the difference? Hari asked. This is being stronger, Sparrow told her. You's be being an honorary elf now. Hari sat back and looked at the two little elves. What does that mean? She asked, but the door opened, and a golden head of hair peered inside. Hari, the boy said. Cedric? She called back. What are you doing here? She sniffled and tried to wipe the evidence off of her face. I don't really know, he admitted. You's asked for help, Dobby said. The room bee's calling me, but the castle bee's calling him. What does that mean, Dobby? Hari laughed, obviously used to the small elf's antics. It be being meaning that it is closer than we be thinking, Dobby muttered, and then he was gone. Sparrow will be bringing tea, the other elf said. Don't you avenue a party to attend? Hari asked, deciding to ignore Dobby's mutterings for the time being. I believe it's even being held in your honor. I'm sure there's a party for you too, he replied, taking a seat next to her on the couch. Hari didn't respond, just looked towards the fire and wiped her eyes again. I didn't do it, she finally whispered. Sparrow popped back in with tea before disappearing again. I believe you, he told her, and her head snapped in his direction. You do? She asked. Yeah, he said, warm, gray eyes meeting fierce, green ones. Hari could have kissed his beautiful face right there and then, but instead she turned away. No one else is going to. It'll be just like second year. Well, this time, you've got me in your corner, Cedric said. At the very least, I can get the puffs on your side too. You shouldn't bother, Hari said, still staring into the fire. It'll just make you a target too. I wouldn't mind, Cedric said softly, and reached out to take Hari's hand. She flinched at first but let him grab it. You don't have to do this alone. If someone's trying to kill you, we'll make it difficult for them. Hari studied Cedric's face for a moment. Thank you, she whispered. Any time, he replied. I should probably go make an appearance. Will you be all right? Yeah, she replied softly. He squeezed her hand softly and took off for his party. Hari stayed in the come and go room that night and for the majority of the next day, though she didn't get much sleep. Dobby and Sparrow stayed with her and began explaining what it would mean to be an honorary elf. While sequestered in the room, Dobby and Sparrow taught Hari the history of elves. They'd once been an independent nation, capable of wondrous magical feats. But the Wixen were scared of them and of their magic. Elves are most powerful when they are together, so the Wixen separated and enslaved them. Centuries of breeding led to the house elves that are recognized today. The main difference was that today's elves needed a bond to stabilize their magic. While working at Hogwarts, Dobby could anchor himself to the castle while keeping his freedom, but most elves didn't last long if they were freed. Their magic would get more and more unstable until it eventually killed them. They also taught her about elf magic, what it felt like, how it differed from Wixen magic, and how to access it. Hari thought it was quite like radio frequencies. Wixen magic was the strongest and easiest for her to access, but if she focused really hard, and had a little help, she could tune into the elf frequency. Its pulse was softer and smoother than Wixen magic, which was loud and sharp. It was difficult, but Sparrow said it would be easier with time. Hari and her new elves had also gone over some very important rules. Sparrow was adamant that she not be paid, but bartering with Dobby about his salary would go down in history as one of Hari's favorite memories. He'd started by asking for 5 nuts per month and she'd countered with 5 galleons per month. So, Dobby went up to 7 nuts and Hari countered with 2 galleons. In the end, Dobby would be receiving 3 sickles per month with 2 days off. Sparrow had been standing in the corner looking scandalized the whole time. She had also ordered them to eat when they were hungry, sleep when they were tired, and let her know if they needed a break or if she was asking them to do something they were uncomfortable with. Hari doubted that they'd ever use the latter rule but felt the need to say it anyway. They'd be staying in Hogwarts most of the time, but Dobby was tasked with delivering mail between Hari, Sirius, and Remus, and Sparrow would be tutoring Hari in elf magic when she could spare the time. Between classes, Sirius, and the tournament, Hari already knew she'd be spread thin this year. After eating dinner with the 2 little elves, Hari finally found the courage to leave the room. Dobby and Sparrow returned to the kitchens, and Hari dragged herself to the common room. She found it empty of everyone except Neville. "Harry!" Neville yelled and rushed to hug her. "Where have you been? Everyone's been looking." "I found a secret room," she said quietly. "Why aren't you at dinner?" "Oh, well, Neville looked away with embarrassment. "I was just worried about you," he finished softly. "I'm sorry," she said. "I shouldn't have run away. I was just scared." "We were too," he told her. Ron was a little angry at first. Neville rolled his eyes. "But then you didn't show up in the common room, and all the prefects were called out to look for you. Except for the Hufflepuffs, of course." McGonagall's been in a tizzy. Both kids laughed at the idea of McGonagall in a tizzy, but then Neville explained that the castle's rumor mill was going crazy. Everyone saw her face just before she'd entered the room. They'd seen her tears and her fear, and some of what she'd said after her name was called had gotten out. People were asking questions. Questions they'd always been asking. But they were louder now, mostly about what really went down during all of her adventures. Ron and Hermione had spent hours in McGonagall's office telling her all the gory details of the last 3 years. Fred and George had been called in as well, but Neville didn't know what about. "I should probably let someone know I'm back, shouldn't I?" "Yeah," Neville laughed. "Hermione will probably hex you into next week, so be on the lookout." Harry felt a bit sick at the comment. "Go with me?" she asked hopefully, and Neville nodded. They were making their way to the headmaster's office when they ran into McGonagall. "Harriet Rose Potter!" she yelled as she rushed forward and pulled Harry into a tight hug. "Don't you ever scare me like that again," she scolded. "Sorry, Professor," Harry mumbled. "And just where have you been all this time?" she asked after letting Harry go and putting on her stern teacher mask. "The elves call it the come and go room," Harry explained. "I'm sorry I ran away, Professor. I was just overwhelmed and I could have handled it better." McGonagall pulled her lips into a tight line, trying to look disapproving but failing. She looked sad instead. "I think we all could have handled it better, Miss Potter. Come now, let's go inform the headmaster of your return." Medical scan. "Hello, Harry," the headmaster greeted her. "Hello," she replied with little energy. "The elves have been having quite a word with me," he chuckled. What?" Harry stammered. "Apparently, they're quite unhappy about this tournament being forced on you. They assured me that you were safe but absolutely refused to disclose your whereabouts." He let out a jovial laugh before getting a little more serious. "I've spoken with the ministry officials, but I have to compete," she guessed. "If you want to keep your magic, then yes. I know what I said back in that room, but I do want to keep my magic," she admitted. "And I'm sorry." "I think we should speak about what else you said back in that room," Dumbledore replied sadly. Harry looked between the headmaster and her head of house as tears formed in her eyes. "You've spoken to me before about your dislike for your relatives, but I now believe there is more to the story." Dumbledore transfigured the simple office chairs in front of his desk into a cozy love seat and gestured for Harry and McGonagall to take a seat. "I've paid a visit to your aunt, Harry." Harry felt the blood rush to her cheeks as she looked down at her hands. Suddenly the headmaster was a lot more serious. The energy in the room shifted and Harry looked up to meet his gaze. "I, Albus Dumbledore, swear on my life and magic that I did not know the extent of what was going on in that house, and that I will never let you go back there. I am deeply sorry for ever placing you with them, and I will spend the rest of my days making up for it." Magic swirled around them as the vow was accepted, and Harry found herself breathless. "Really?" she asked, not quite believing him. "Really," he promised. McGonagall placed a tentative hand on her shoulder and spoke only when Harry turned to face her. "I'm sorry too, Harry. I should have noticed." She looked away, obviously ashamed of herself. "The staff of Hogwarts has failed you, but we won't anymore." "Do you know how I was entered?" she asked. "The Goblet was confounded to think there were 4 schools participating, and yours was the only name entered under that school," Dumbledore explained. "What school?" Harry asked. "Ilvermorny, in the Americas," McGonagall supplied. "Has anyone told them?" Harry asked. "Whatever do you mean?" the headmaster asked. "Well, if I'm representing them, they probably have a right to know about it," she reasoned. Dumbledore chuckled and promised to send a letter with Fawkes to explain the situation. Harry nodded and smiled. "Where will I go for the summer?" "I believe the Weasleys would be more than happy to welcome you into their home, and we'll have the place warded for your protection, of course," Dumbledore said. For now, I believe you are expected in the infirmary. Though, I would like to speak with you more about this, Harry. But only when you're ready. Harry gave him a nod and let McGonagall lead her to the hospital wing, feeling a little bit better with every step she took. She wouldn't ever be going back to that house. The infirmary ended up being a nightmare. Harry thought it was because of whatever her aunt had told Dumbledore. She thought they were just going to check her out, but all the other champions were there too. The headmasters of the other school were present, but McGonagall was standing in for Dumbledore. She got some curious looks as she entered the hospital wing, some less friendly than others. "Hey, Potter. Heard you got a little lost this weekend," Cedric joked. Harry's face lit up immediately. "Yeah," she smirked, "I got a bit turned around. You'd think I would know my way around the castle by now." Madame Pomfrey was not looking amused, and quickly went about performing the diagnostic scan on Fleur. "Are you all right?" Cedric asked quietly. "Yeah," she whispered back. "What exactly will the scan show?" "I'm not really sure," he admitted. "The scan will give me a list of past and current injuries, broken bones and the like, ever since your birth," Pomfrey explained, tapping Crumb's head with the tip of her wand now. "It will also give me a general overview of your health." "I'm screwed," Harry whispered with a resigned laugh. She was mostly talking to herself, but Cedric must have heard because he gave her an encouraging smile. By this point all she could feel about the situation was numb. It was out, there was no hiding it anymore. She'd face it head on. "You do seem to have a knack for finding trouble, Miss Potter," Pomfrey scolded, though there was a bit of mischief in her eyes. "Just like your father," she said wistfully as she moved on to Cedric. All Harry could think was that poor Madame Pomfrey didn't have any idea what was about to happen. A piece of parchment and a quill had appeared just after the spell was performed on each champion. Fleur's quill had stopped writing shortly after it began, leaving a parchment that was only a few inches long. Crumb's was longer, almost a foot and a half, and Cedric's was somewhere in the middle when it stopped. Harry's quill kept going though. It hit 2 feet, and everyone was looking at her while Harry was focused on not meeting anyone's eyes. She was chewing on her bottom lip and trying to focus on anything else. Madame Pomfrey's face had paled as it hit 3 feet, and McGonagall dismissed the onlookers before it hit 4 feet. By the time her quill stopped writing, at a whopping 7 feet of parchment, there were only 3 people in the room, and both the adults were crying. "Oh, Harry," McGonagall said. Madame Pomfrey seemed to be ignoring her own tears as she led Harry to her usual bed and instructed her to change into a hospital gown. "We'll fix you up, Potter, don't you worry," she said as she drew the curtains. A 4th person had entered the hospital wing while Harry sat on her usual bed. It was the one closest to the bathroom, and Harry had a sneaking suspicion that Pomfrey added charms to make it extra soft just for her. While the adults were having a whispered argument, Harry thought about the elves. She knew she was an honorary one, and that all the elves really liked her, but the thought of any of them scolding Dumbledore made her smirk. When the curtains were drawn apart, she was met with her least favorite professor, Snape. "Miss Potter, we have put together a strict potion schedule for you. I will be brewing everything you require, and you will take them without complaint. Is that clear?" His voice was stern, but Harry could tell he was trying not to look her in the eyes. His gaze was fixed on her forehead instead. "Yes, sir," she replied. "Tonight, we will be re-breaking some of your bones so they can heal properly." Harry swallowed nervously and looked at Madame Pomfrey. "You won't feel a thing, dear. We'll have you take a dreamless sleep beforehand," she encouraged. "And when you wake up, your eyesight will be fixed as well. We assumed you got James's eyesight, but the true culprit appears to be some scar tissue on your brain." Harry nodded, remembering the day she woke up and everything was blurry. Aunt Petunia had hit her with a frying pan for burning something. She looked back to Snape, who was still avoiding her eyes. "For now, you will take a nutrient potion, as well as an appetite enhancer. You will take the nutrient potion daily with your breakfast, and the enhancer at every meal until I say otherwise. Is that clear?" "Yes, sir," Harry said again. "No skipping meals," he said harshly. "We'll be watching, and you will have monthly medical checks." "Yes, sir." Snape left abruptly, his robes billowing behind him as they always did. Pomfrey handed her the potions, which she downed quickly, and a meal was brought up for her. She ate it all, even though she'd already eaten. Cedric was beyond happy to see Harry walk into the infirmary alive. He'd been worried when word got around that she hadn't returned to her common room after they'd been announced as champions. He'd tried to find that room again but was unsuccessful. He'd even gone as far as asking Professor McGonagall about her, but all he was told was that the situation was being handled. So, when she walked in without any noticeable injuries, he'd had to contain a smile. Then her quill started writing, and it didn't stop. It went on until everyone else was kicked out. Cedric had waited near the entrance for Harry to come out, but instead, Snape had gone in. "Professor," Cedric called out as Snape left the infirmary. "Yes, Mr. Diggory," the potions master drawled. "Harry, is she okay?" "Miss Potter is perfectly well. However, she will be remaining here until tomorrow. I suggest getting back to your common room." "Yes, sir," Cedric replied, shooting one last glance at the door before leaving. The girl who barely survived the castle's rumor mill had never been so active. There were a lot of stories about the other schools, naturally, and everyone was talking about Hogwarts having 2 champions. The Slytherins were against her, of course, but Cedric had convinced the Puffs that she didn't enter herself. The Ravens were refusing to take a side. They wouldn't do anything more than glare at her, but no one was rushing to her aid either. The Gryffindors were split down the middle. There was an undercurrent to the rumors as well. Someone had talked about her little outburst on Samhain, and the rumor of her remedial exam added fuel to the fire. People were talking about how thin Harry was at the start of every year. How she hoarded food, stealing it away at meals and pocketing it away for later. How she flinched when people snuck up on her or touched her. How she always had her wand in her hand. How she was affected by the Dementors more than anyone else. Harry tried her best to ignore it. When Harry was called out of potions for the wand-weighing ceremony, Snape only scowled, which she thought was weird. She was the last to arrive, and Cedric gave her a warm smile as she entered. "Ah, our second Hogwarts champion has arrived," Ludo Bagman said jovially. "Actually," Harry began, summoning all of her Gryffindor courage, "I'll be representing Ilvermorny." She straightened her back, dropped her shoulders, puffed out her chest, and kept her chin up while Bagman's face fell. "Excuse me?" he asked. "I was entered under Ilvermorny, not Hogwarts. So that's the school I'll be representing," she held firm. "Quite right," Dumbledore said, coming through the door with a tall woman. She was possibly the most beautiful woman Harry had ever seen. She carried herself with elegance and grace. She had dark hair and high cheekbones. But the real beauty was her eyes. They were the most dazzling shade of blue and scanned the room before landing on Harry. She got the distinct impression that the woman was staring straight through to her soul. "This is Madame Saltivas," Dumbledore introduced, the deputy headmistress of Ilvermorny. Saltivas stepped forward and shook Harry's hand. Harry was entranced. She couldn't look away from those eyes. "An honor to make your acquaintance, madam," Harry managed to say. "I hope I can make Ilvermorny proud." "I'm sure you'll do just that, Miss Potter," Saltivas said with a wink. "I'll be staying on the grounds for the duration of the tournament, and I've brought a few recent graduates along with me. We are all looking forward to getting to know you. But first, gifts." She dropped Harry's hand and conjured a large box and gestured for Harry to open it. Inside she found a beautiful dark blue robe with red trimmings. On the back was the Ilvermorny crest. It was sort of shaped like a flower. The background was the same red as the trimmings, but the design and words were golden. Harry just stared at it for a moment, taking in the intricately detailed embroidery. A smaller version of the crest was on the front of the robes as well, though Saltivas said it would change into the crest of her house, once it was determined. There was also a brochure and information packet on the school, plus a few notebooks and a planner. She put the robe on before the wand-weighing ceremony began and found her hands fiddling with the Gordian knot brooch as the weighing began. Skeeter was in the corner eating the whole thing up and looking at Harry like she was a piece of meat. Bagman attempted to get Harry to remove the Ilvermorny cloak for the pictures, but she held firm and glared at him until he looked away. After pictures, Skeeter attempted to get Harry alone by grabbing her elbow. Harry, accustomed to being grabbed, tore her arm away and rounded on Skeeter, pulling her wand into her hand though she kept it at her side. "I don't like to be touched," she told the woman harshly. "I'm sure she didn't mean anything by it," Bagman tried to say. "I know exactly what she meant," Harry said coolly. "I'm happy to be interviewed for the Prophet, though I refuse to be interviewed privately." Harry's tone left no room for dissent, and all the champions and headmasters were interviewed together, which eased Harry's fears of them making the whole thing about her. When the article came out, she was happy to find that she was barely mentioned and most of the spotlight was given to Cedric, the true Hogwarts champion. Harry had mostly forgotten about her deep dark secret being exposed in the weeks that followed Samhain. Saltivas had brought 3 graduates with her: Theodore, Odo, Jones, whose specialty was charms; Samantha Wright, who excelled in defense; and Emily Smith, a master dueler in the making. Since Harry wasn't technically a student of Ilvermorny, they could help her train without breaking the rules, and Harry was going to take all the help they offered. The champions were exempt from classes for 3 weeks leading up to the tasks, and the Ilvermorny crowd had an intense schedule for her. Sunday and Monday were spent with Odo, doing what he called battle charms. Tuesday and Wednesday were spent with Sam and Saltivas learning advanced defense spells. Thursdays were dueling days, and Friday mornings were set aside for review. The article came out a week before the first task, and unlike Skeeter's previous articles, this one contained only the truth: her punishment for spurning the woman at the wand-weighing ceremony. The Girl Who Barely Survived by Rita Skeeter. Amidst the confusion following the announcement of the Triwizard Tournament champions, Fleur Delacour for Beauxbatons, Victor Crumb for Durmstrang, Cedric Diggory for Hogwarts, and Harry Potter for Ilvermorny, a routine medical exam was given to each champion to ensure that they were physically prepared for the upcoming challenges. 3 of these exams showed nothing out of the ordinary, but Hogwarts staff began to question the home life of the one and only Harry Potter, our beloved savior, when her exam showed a shocking number of injuries prior to her arrival at Hogwarts. Aurors were dispatched to Privet Drive in Surrey to question Harry's Muggle relatives, who have been raising her since that fateful night on Samhain in 1981. Upon examining the home, Vernon Dursley and Petunia Dursley were arrested and taken into ministry custody, while their son, Dudley Dursley, was placed with a relative. Vernon Dursley testified under veritaserum in court before the weekend, admitting to multiple counts of child abuse and neglect. Our young hero, and youngest champion, was not only beaten frequently, but starved and kept in the cupboard under the stairs. Upon receiving her Hogwarts letter, Harry was allowed to move into one of the bedrooms. Harry tossed the paper aside in anger, forcing herself not to read any more. "How are you feeling, Harry?" Neville asked. "I didn't even know there was a trial," she said dismissively. "At least you didn't have to testify," Hermione said. "And you never have to go back," Neville said, patting her back. She accidentally caught Malfoy's eye across the room and instantly regretted it. "Hey, Potter," he called out over all the noise, "guess we know why you're so sweet on house elves now." Odo was sitting with them at the Gryffindor table looking sick while scanning the article, and he stood to defend Harry, but she beat him to the punch. "At least I can take a punch without pissing myself, Malfoy," she called back. He hadn't actually wet himself when Hermione punched him last year, but everyone knew he'd been punched. Harry had made sure of it, and what was one more rumor, in the grand scheme of things? Predictably, Malfoy went red at the accusation and sat back down. Harry counted that as a victory and left the Great Hall with her head held high. Ron had been weirdly silent about the whole thing and had been avoiding Harry's gaze. He pulled her behind the others on their way to class. "I tried to tell Mum, you know, and the twins did too, but she..." "Ron," Harry interrupted and put up privacy wards, "it's okay." "No, it's not. We should have tried harder to convince her we should never have let you go back there." "Not after seeing the bars on your window." Harry winced and looked away, but Ron kept going. "Not after you said the twins saved your life by sending you food and potions this summer." "If an adult doesn't want to see something, they won't see it," Harry said quietly. "I tried telling Dumbledore after Quirrell. I practically begged him not to send me back, and he didn't see it. Madame Pomfrey never saw it, even though I have a regular bed in the infirmary. Don't beat yourself up about it. And it's like Nev said, I don't ever have to go back." "I just feel like I should have done more," he admitted. "You did more than anyone else," she told him. Ron gave her a small smile as they had an awkward side hug, and Ron rushed off to class while Harry followed Odo to an empty classroom for charms work. Ever since she saw him in the infirmary, Snape had been different. Potions was the only class Harry was still attending during the 3 weeks leading up to the task, and while he still criticized her work, his insults didn't have much feeling behind them. And she was getting higher scores on her essays too. He still refused to look her in the eye, which she didn't really mind that much, but he had also openly scolded Malfoy for tossing things into her cauldron. The Slytherins had been staring daggers at her ever since. Well, most of the Slytherins. Theodore Nott had approached her in the library after the article came out, saying that he understood, and that Malfoy could go fall into a dragon's nest for all he cared. Blaise Zabini had caught her eye a few times as well. He never approached, but they nodded at each other in the halls now. Once the excitement had settled down, Hari started to worry about the tournament, so she went down to see Hagrid. It had been too long since they chatted. He was weird the whole time she was there, and very cryptically told her to come back after curfew with her cloak. She found Cedric the next day, just 4 days before the task. He was always surrounded by a group of friends, so she shot a cutting jinx at his bag. "Thanks," he muttered while she helped him gather up his things. "Sorry about your bag, but I had to talk to you, and you're always surrounded by your posse," Hari said quickly. "They aren't my posse," he defended, though he looked away when she raised her eyebrow at him. "What did you need to talk to me about?" "The first task. It's dragons," she told him. He'd gathered up all his stuff and was looking at her weirdly. "What?" he asked. "The first task is dragons," she repeated. "Hagrid showed me. They're out in the forest. I think we just have to get past them, but they've got one for each of us." "Why are you telling me?" Cedric asked, thinking that he would have taken the advantage if their roles were reversed. "The other headmasters were there, so their champions probably already know. And now you know too, so, well, we're all on even ground now, aren't we?" Cedric stared at her but didn't say anything. "I'm gonna be late for potions. See ya later, Cedric." Dragons large and small Hari didn't see Cedric again until the morning of the first task. She was sitting at the breakfast table staring at a plate full of food, but unable to eat any of it. Hermione was to her left, pestering her about eating, and Ron was to her right, eating like he'd never seen food before. Hari glanced up at the staff table to find Snape staring directly at her. While trying to avoid his gaze, she caught Cedric's over at the Hufflepuff table. He smiled and waved at her, and she did her best to return the sentiment. She managed to eat a piece of toast but threw it up 20 minutes later while alone in the bathroom. Walking into the champion's tent was awkward. Not just because she was the last one to arrive, but also because everyone was looking at her with pity. After they selected their dragons, Ludo Bagman tried to take her out of the tent to give her advice, but he was so obviously making her uncomfortable that Cedric grabbed her hand and pulled her over to where the other champions were. "That guy is such a creep," Hari whispered. "Do you have a plan?" Cedric asked, rubbing his hands together nervously. "Pretty sure I'm just gonna die," Hari deadpanned. Cedric let out some nervous laughter. "Me too. Hey, are you guys going to keep your minis?" Hari asked the champions. "No," Fleur said quickly. Cedric and Victor just shook their heads. "Can I have them?" she asked. Victor scrunched up his nose and ran his eyes over Hari's form, which had Cedric's blood boiling for reasons he refused to admit to anyone, including himself. "Why?" Victor asked. Hari just shrugged and said, "They're cute." Everything about her was so sincere that Cedric couldn't help but laugh as he passed over the short snout mini. "Only you, Potter," he said, shaking his head. Fleur tossed her mini over with little fanfare. As soon as the Welsh green was in the air, it flew into Hari's hands. Victor, on the other hand, stood up and gently handed his over to Hari. "You will take care of them?" he asked, with only a hint of suspicion in his eyes. Hari nodded happily in response as Cedric's name was called. "Good luck," Hari yelled as he left the tent. "Hari, my dear," Saltivas called. "I have made alterations to your cloak, to incorporate your house." She wore a warm smile as she handed the cloak over. The smaller crest on the front had been replaced with a crest containing the Wampus cat. It was embroidered in the same golden thread as the back. With 6 legs and a beautiful, flowing tail, Hari had a hard time looking away. "Why Wampus?" she asked Saltivas. She had a vague idea of what each house represented but couldn't recall the specifics. "However reluctant you may be, you are a warrior," Saltivas whispered so that only Hari could hear her. "Strong, brave, and very hard to kill." She graced Hari with a wink just as Cedric came back inside. He was covered in burns but wore a wild smile. Crumb was second and made it back relatively quickly. Hari didn't even notice that Fleur had left until she came back in, and Bagman was corralling her out of the tent. It took a minute for her eyes to adjust to the bright light, and when they did, she wished they hadn't. The Hungarian horntail was at the far end of the enclosure, but it took up her entire field of vision. She could make out the white tips of eggs near its legs but didn't have time to think as it launched fire at her. She landed poorly on her shoulder as she hid behind a boulder but couldn't feel it. "Accio firebolt!" she yelled. While she waited, she increased the density of the boulder so it would be able to sustain the onslaught of fire and snuck a glance at the dragon which had been slowly advancing. More fire shot at her as she ducked back behind the boulder, and her firebolt came flying from the stands. She ran out and leapt on it as it approached, taking to the sky where the dragon couldn't follow. Now that her feet were off the ground, Hari found her confidence. "Hey!" she yelled at the angry dragon, accidentally slipping into Parseltongue, "come and get me." The dragon launched itself off of the ground and shot more flames at her, but Hari flew out of its way. "Speaker, you will pay for threatening my young," the dragon accused, and Hari almost fell off of her broom in shock. Her voice was deep and low. It came out as a guttural growl, but she could understand it. The dragon lunged again, but Hari was quick. She zoomed up out of reach and circled overhead. "I don't want to hurt you or your young. I just need the fake egg. I don't want to be here either." The dragon backed off a little, crouching on the ground to protect her eggs and narrowing her eyes at Hari. "Explain," she demanded. Hari took that as an invitation and very slowly flew back to the ground, dropping her broom without a second thought and putting her hands up in surrender. The crowd oohed and awed, but Hari paid them no mind. "I didn't want to compete. Someone entered me to try and kill me. I think what they've done to you is horrid. They shouldn't have put your eggs in danger, and I'm sorry." Hari had been taking small steps forward, and the dragon hadn't objected yet. She seemed to be mulling over Hari's words but went right back into attack mode when Hari stepped on a twig. She lunged slightly but Hari remained firm, frozen in place with her hands up and no intent to grab for her wand. "Why should I believe you?" the dragon hissed, swinging her tail around to protect the eggs and showing off her spikes. "Smell your eggs. One of them is fake," Hari said. "I know it's fake." The dragon snapped and pulled her neck in closer to the nest. "Why should I believe that you won't harm the real ones?" Hari faltered, because why should a nesting mother trust her? What could she possibly say that would ease the dragon's fears? The longer it took her to answer, the more suspicious the dragon became, and then she had a grand idea. "I swear on my life and my magic that I will not do anything to intentionally harm you, your eggs, or dragon kind." Magic rushed out between the two of them, meeting in midair as the vow was accepted, and the crowd went wild. While bonding with the elves had filled Hari with warmth, the vow felt cold. More similar to how Dumbledore's had. It had happened faster than she'd expected, and she was suddenly overcome by the magic surrounding them. It was nothing compared to the elves or Dumbledore. The sheer volume and intensity of magic in the air made her nose bleed, but she kept her feet firmly planted on the ground. The dragon brought her face close to Hari's, close enough to turn her into dinner, but instead, she smelled Hari. The sharp intake of breath made Hari's hair fly forward, and the exhale had her stumbling backwards. "You may approach," the dragon said slowly while withdrawing. Hari moved forward cautiously, keeping her hands visible and her eyes on the dragon's. Once she reached the nest, she grabbed the golden egg and began her retreat, never fully turning her back to the fire-breathing beast. Once she was far enough away, she summoned her broom to her hand wandlessly and silently while keeping her eyes firmly planted on the dragon. Once she was getting close to the exit, the horntail spoke again. "You have brought honor to your name, child. You will come see us before we depart." It wasn't a request, but Hari nodded anyway, then ducked into the tent and fell down onto her knees, shaking with adrenaline. "Hari!" Cedric called out, looking worried even though he was the one covered in burns. Madame Pomfrey was on her before Cedric could move, and she was brought to a bed to be examined. "I can't believe they speak Parcel," Hari said, mostly to herself. "What?" Crumb asked. "The dragons, they can speak Parseltongue," Hari said. Her hands were shaking, and her head was fuzzy. She had dropped her egg at some point and Cedric was handing it back to her. Pomfrey shoved a vial into her hands and Hari downed it without question, feeling the effects immediately. "A calming draft," she told Hari. "It's a miracle you've no major injuries this time." "Thanks, Madame Pomfrey," Hari said with a wink. Madame Pomfrey gave her a stern look, but also blushed a little and rushed off to let the judges know they were all okay. So, you just spoke to it? Cedric asked. And it let you take the egg? How'd you even know Parseltongue would work? I didn't, Hari admitted, not looking at anyone. It was an accident. I just slipped into it, like I do with snakes. That's wicked, Cedric said, wide-eyed. You're a Parselmouth? Crumb asked, equally wide-eyed. Yeah, Hari said, still a little out of it. Harriet Rose Potter. Hermione screamed as she entered the tent to the obvious displeasure of multiple adults. Hey, Myone, Hari said as innocently as she could muster while scrambling off of her bed and hiding behind Cedric, eyes wide with fear. Hermione paid no mind to her attempt to flee and enveloped her in a tight hug. Don't ever do that again, she begged. You're okay, right? She pulled back and looked Hari over frantically. I'm always okay, Myone, Hari reassured her. Hermione let herself be pushed back into the stands while everyone in the tent looked at Hari. Stared down a dragon, but you're scared of Hermione Granger, Cedric teased. You'd be scared too, Hari insisted. You have no idea what the three of us get up to, and Hermione does all our research. Cedric did pale a little at that, but they were quickly ushered out to get their scores before anyone could say more. Crumb and Hari both were tied for first place with 45 points each. Fleur came in second with 40 points, as she had lulled her dragon to sleep and didn't get that injured, and Cedric came in last with 35 points. The twins were able to sneak Hari out into the forest 2 days after the first task, though Charlie wasn't very happy about it. You shouldn't be out here, it's dangerous, he said. But Hari ignored him and went over to the Horntails enclosure with her 4 dragon minis flying around her. I came back, she said. The dragon's throat rumbled as she uncurled herself from the eggs and faced Hari. My child, she said. The other dragons were paying attention now too, all craning their heads to get a better look at Hari. My child, they said together. Hari looked at them in confusion, but they spoke before she could question them. She had eyes only for the dragons, so she didn't notice the twins and the keepers watching the entire exchange. First chosen by the elves. Are you worthy of us? The Chinese fireball asked. I don't know, Hari told them honestly. We shall see, the Horntail said. Come closer, child. Share your mind with me. Hari did what she was told and walked right up to the bars and grasped them in her hands. The Horntail's head seemed to slither up to her, and when their eyes met, Hari's consciousness was thrust forward into the dragon's. She was small, so small. And her mother was large. Larger than everything, larger than life itself. So fierce and beautiful. Her mother called her Asha. She was Mother's favorite out of all of her nestmates. They lived in a dense and tall forest, hidden away from the humans. They were happy. She's larger now, almost ready to have her first clutch of eggs. Mother has left the forest. Her nestmates have as well. There isn't enough food for all of them anymore. Only the strong and young remain. She's left the forest to find food. She's lost all but one hatchling and the poor babe needs to eat. Fire. Human screams. Darkness. She wakes up in a different forest. This one has food, but it does not have her hatchling, so she tries to escape. She learns that escape is futile the hard way. The humans keep themselves mostly hidden, working from the outside. It takes a long time for Asha to realize that they saved her. It takes longer for her to stop lashing out at them. Hari's consciousness is thrown out of Asha's mind as the dragon penetrates her own, and suddenly she's reliving things she never wanted to think about. The first memory is what she sees when Dementors are nearby. Her mother begs for her life, and Voldemort laughs before killing her. Then her time at the Dursleys goes by in flashes. Hunger. Pain. Loneliness. Then Quirrell makes a brief appearance, just long enough for her to watch him die again. Asha lingers on memories of the basilisk and Hari can feel an anger that isn't her own. Then she's falling off her broom during Quidditch. Asha leaves her mind forcefully and raises her head into the air, shooting out flames and crying in agony. Hari cries as well while she falls to the ground, though she can't be sure if she's crying for herself or for Asha. It doesn't matter. When Asha has emptied her lungs of fire, she turns to the other dragons. She is the one. The child of prophecy. They charged into action immediately, burning holes in their cages that were just large enough to stick their heads out. Hari heard the keepers screaming, but Charlie kept them away, which was probably safer for everyone. Come child, said the dragon furthest away from her, the Welsh Green. Hai approached cautiously, stopping only when the dragon told her to. She positioned herself so that the Welsh Green could hover its head over her. The Welsh Green mini flew onto her shoulder, and the other 3 minis stayed back. "My gift to you is memory," she said. Then she opened her mouth wide, and someone screamed her name. Hari looked up into the dragon's throat as a rush of hot air enveloped her. It was over in a second, and Hari wasn't sure she felt any different. The Welsh Green chuckled, or tried to at least, and nudged her over to the short snout. "My gift to you is strength," she said, and repeated the motions of the Welsh Green, positioning herself above Hari and exhaling down on her. The short snout's mini had replaced the Welsh Green on her shoulder, and again the other 3 minis stayed well outside the dragon's range. This one lasted longer, and Hari could feel her aches and pains dulling as it continued. Hari went to stand in front of the horntail again, but was nudged further to the Chinese fireball. "My gift to you is the flame," she said, and didn't wait a single second to engulf Hari in her burning breath. This one went on for longer than she would have liked. It was much hotter than the others, and while it was painful, it wasn't unbearable. She didn't notice the Chinese fireball's mini on her shoulder until it was over. Finally, she stood in front of the horntail, ready for whatever Asha would gift her with. "My gift to you is protection. I give you my flesh and my claws. I give you my home. Use them well, Slayer of the False King," Asha said. When Asha's breath passed through Hari, she was accosted with memories that were not her own. Memories of how to get back to that forest. The one that all dragons knew was safe. "You are mine and I am yours. Now and forevermore," Asha said. "Now and forevermore," Hari said back. Then she was carefully picked up and brought into Asha's enclosure, settling her down between Asha's front legs. Asha's mini settled in beside her and the other minis went off to the dragons they were modeled after. "You will stay tonight," Asha said in a tone that would make Molly Weasley proud. The tone that says, "That wasn't a suggestion, young lady." With the excitement over, the dragons brought their heads back into their own enclosures and allowed the keepers patch up the cages. "Hari, are you all right?" Fred called. Hari looked up at him, but she was tired, and he was blurry. "I'm fine, Fred," she called back. "I'm staying the night," she said through the haze. "Take the cloak and don't get caught." Then she laid her head down and fell asleep. Prophecy the keepers were rather distraught in the morning and let out a collective sigh of relief as Hari exited Asha's pen. She'd been up for hours, chatting away with Asha and the others. The Chinese fireball called herself Guang, which means light in Chinese. The short snout was called Frigga, and the Welsh Green was Silva. They'd performed a really complicated bit of magic on their minis when they gave their gifts to Hari. The minis became extensions of their consciousness. Hari didn't understand how it worked, but Asha had explained that while the minis would usually have a mind of their own, they could also link with their originals, so the dragons would be able to communicate with and train Hari, regardless of their distance apart. Hari had cried at the revelation. The connection she and Asha had was similar to that of a mother and child, while the other 3 were like aunts. Asha promised that Hari would never be alone again, that they would always be there for her. Asha had cried too, and then very diplomatically instructed Hari to collect her tears. Hari didn't know what she'd do with them, but there had to be some use for dragon tears. Asha wouldn't have offered them if there wasn't a purpose. She tucked the vials of tears away in her robe and forgot about them as the others explained their gifts. Silva had only said, "memory," while bestowing Hari with her gift, but gave more details in the early hours of the morning. Hari would now be able to recall everything she read, saw, or heard, and she'd have an enhanced ability to process and store information. Silva instructed her to do some research on mind magic, which would help her organize all the information she'd be taking in. Guang had gifted her with dragonfire. She wouldn't be able to breathe fire, but she'd run hot, and she'd be more in tune with elemental magics in general, since they're all intertwined. Guang then went on a long rant about fiendfire, and how Wixen had no business trying to control it. Apparently, it wasn't everlasting fire, like humans thought. It was sentient fire. Fire spirits that are summoned by the spell, and the trick to controlling it was to not try controlling it. You had to have a relationship with the spirit in order to access the true power of fiendfire. Guang had given her strict instructions not to attempt to summon a fire spirit until she had good control over regular fire, though Hari had to admit that she was anxious to try. Frigga had given her the gift of strength. This one required little explanation. She'd simply be much stronger than is usually possible for humans. She'd have to start exercising though, which she wasn't looking forward to. Frigga said she'd need to be careful as she came into her new power. If she wasn't paying attention, she could hurt someone. So, Hari had promised to start endurance training the next day. Ash's gift took the longest to explain. Apart from the knowledge of the dragon's keep, the forest of their birth, Asha had given her dragon skin and claws. It would manifest slowly, but eventually Hari would be able to cover herself in pseudo-scales that would prevent her skin from being easily broken and would give her incredible resistance to foreign magics. She'd also be able to strengthen and elongate her nails. Humans are so fragile, Asha had said. Hari had been a bit offended but was smart enough to see the truth in her statement. You will also not be needing that silly stick anymore, she'd added, referring to Hari's wand. I'll have you know that I'm quite attached to my silly stick, Hari had responded. Humans always are. Asha rolled her eyes. It will happen quickly, now that you are in tune with both elf and dragon magics. Though it is prudent that you do not reveal the extent of your new powers until it is necessary. So, I should keep using my wand in front of humans, Hari reasoned. Yes. But that is not all. I know the question you are dying to ask, Asha said with a pointed look at Hari. You called me, child of prophecy, and slayer of the false king, Hari began. What does that mean? The basilisk is called the king of serpents. And while they have never been large in numbers, they are extremely powerful and can live for thousands of years. The basilisks believed that this gave them the right to rule over all reptilian species. Snakes, of course, but dragons and birds as well. We did not agree. There was a war, and while we remain in control of Dragon's Keep, the forest was badly damaged. It has never been the same. And the prophecy bit? Hari asked, already dreading Ash's response. You know of Wixen prophecy, yes? I know that it exists, Hari replied. All magical beings are capable of prophecy, though some are more adept than others. Centaurs are the most in tune, and humans are the least. We dragons are somewhere in the middle, though our skill is closer to the centaurs than the humans. So, you have a prophecy about me? Yes. As do many others, Asha said gravely. As much as I wish to keep you from harm's way, it is imperative that you have this information. Asha took a deep breath and began reciting the prophecy. The one with the strength to unite all draws near. Born as the 7th month dies, marked for death before her birth. Forgotten by love and cursed with power, death calls her friend. Vanquisher of false lords and kings, she will be marked first as their equal, and then as their better. For she has a power they know not. The false lord of light will test her, and attempt to control her. But he is blinded by her false destiny. The false lord of dark will hunt her, desperate for her death. Blinded by his own ignorance. The outcome she seeks is far easier than she believes, but cannot be accomplished alone. Await the founder's return, or all will be lost. Hari turned away from Asha and the others to stare out into the forest. The sky had taken on a faint blue tint and the first rays of sunlight were drifting into their encampment. Asha remained silent, as did the other dragons, well aware that Hari needed a moment to process. That's rather ominous, Hari, she finally commented. Her voice was strained, and tears were already falling down her face. You will prevail, my child. I will make sure of it, Asha promised. As will we, Guang added, and the other two nodded in agreement. Gosh, Hari. You gave us quite the scare, Charlie said nervously as she exited Asha's cage. Yeah, sorry about that. They kind of adopted me, Hari responded, chuckling to herself. I need a parchment. What? Charlie asked. They have complaints, Hari informed him with a smirk, and they don't like the names you gave them. Charlie wandered off quickly and brought her what she needed, watching as Hari went from cage to cage, speaking with each dragon and writing down whatever they had to say, most of which was food-related, though Asha requested that her main keeper be Charlie, or Fearless Red, as they called him. Then she shared a painful goodbye with Asha, handed the parchment off to Charlie, and headed to Hagrid's cabin to give him an update on Norberta. Cedric had read the article. Everyone had read it, and it was horrible. It mapped out Hari's entire childhood, up until Hogwarts at least. Before getting her letter, Hari had been forced to live in a cupboard. She hadn't known her name until she started Muggle schooling at the age of 5. She alone was responsible for cleaning the house, making the meals, doing the laundry. And if she was lucky, she'd get 1 meal per day. Nothing grand either, just scraps. She was treated like a house elf by the people who were supposed to love her. The way Skeeter portrayed it, her uncle would beat her every chance he got. For burning food, if the neighbors were asking questions, if she accidentally did better than her cousin in school, if she asked any questions about her family or her past. She thought her parents had died in a car accident for Merlin's sake. The injustice of it made Cedric's chest burn, but he didn't dare broach the subject with Hari herself. He wasn't sure he'd be welcome. They weren't especially close after all. In the weeks that followed the first article, Skeeter had put out a few more. They were a lot smaller than the first, and none of them made the front page, but they raised important questions. How did Hari end up with Muggles in the first place? Why didn't anyone check on her? Why didn't she tell someone sooner? Had she really not known anything about our world before setting foot in Hogwarts? Someone was to blame, and Skeeter was determined to find out who. Cedric watched the way the student body reacted to the news. Hari hadn't made any public statement about it, other than calling out Malfoy. Most of the Slytherins seemed to be angry on her behalf. Someone had stolen her heritage from her, and the old families were pissed. The only ones against her were Malfoy and his posse. And while he had once ruled over Slytherin through fear and money, Draco was losing his grip. He couldn't see past his hatred of the girl, and all of Slytherin knew it. Most of the student body had let go of the idea that she'd entered herself, though there are always exceptions. Some of the dissenters actually thought she was faking the abuse, but anyone with eyes could see how ridiculous that was. Most people just pitied her. Cedric also watched how Hari reacted to the article. The day it came out, she'd been angry. He'd seen her shove the article away and try to focus on her food. After a short verbal spar with Malfoy, in which Hari had not denied the article's claims, she had left the Great Hall with her head held high. That was the moment Cedric Diggory fell for the girl who lived. He'd watched her throughout the years, everyone had. But he'd convinced himself that that had been mere curiosity. In the days that followed the article, Cedric had been watching closely. People from all houses stared at her in the halls, but Hari glared right back at them, shaming them until they averted their eyes. She'd asked more than a couple students if they had anything to say to her when she caught them whispering, but none had risen to the challenge. Cedric was impressed with Harry Potter. If even a fraction of the article was true, Cedric didn't want to think about it. It was all so horrible. He couldn't imagine anyone coming out of an environment like that with the ability to function. He didn't know how she was still standing. A week after the first task, Cedric spotted Hari alone by the lake. She was wearing Muggle clothes, a sweater and a pair of jeans that were rolled up at the bottom so she could dangle her feet in the water. Her shoes and socks were nowhere to be found. That was another thing that Cedric had taken notice of. In her first and second years, Hari's had been wearing, well, rags. She almost always wore her school uniform, even on weekends, but when she didn't, her Muggle clothes had left a lot to be desired. But last year she'd come to school with a whole new wardrobe, full of clothes that actually fit her. "Hey Hari," he greeted. "Mind if I take a seat?" "Go for it," she replied without looking at him. He sat in the grass about a foot away from her and took off his own shoes, rolling his pant legs up and joining his feet next to hers in the shallows. "Something on your mind?" he asked. Hari's face scrunched up a bit before she spoke. "It's the article, I guess. I could ignore it before the first task, you know. There were other things to worry about. But now," she trailed off and Cedric scooted closer. "Skeeter isn't exactly known for publishing the truth," he offered. "I think that's what pisses me off the most," she said, and Cedric saw the fire in her eyes for the first time since her name came out of the goblet. "She may have glossed over my very public outburst and the fact that I was missing for a day. Dumbledore's doing no doubt, but everything else she wrote was true. And that stupid picture," she punched the ground between them. Cedric knew the picture she was talking about. It was of the cupboard. She'd carved Hari's room into the back of the door. "I'm not going to pretend like I understand what you've been through," Cedric said. "Or that I know how to help you at all, but I'm here if you want someone to listen. The puffs tell me I'm good at it. Plus, this year is absolute chaos. I mean, what were they thinking? Nesting mother dragons? We could have all died." Cedric reached out cautiously and took Hari's hand in his, surprising both of them. "I'm not going to let you do this alone." Harry looked up and met Cedric's eyes, almost daring him to let go, and said, "What happens when the year is over?" "I'm afraid you're stuck with me, Potter," he said, and squeezed her hand tighter. "You've earned my loyalty, and in Hufflepuff, loyalty is for life." "How exactly did I do that?" she questioned. Cedric looked away for a brief moment and then locked eyes with her again, suddenly looking quite serious. "I've been trying to tell myself that I would have done what you did. Telling me about the dragons, that is. I like to think myself NBLE, but I would have taken the advantage." Harry searched his eyes for a moment, then turned her hand around to interlace their fingers. "I don't think that's true, Cedric. Remember last year? The Dementors at our Quidditch match? I know you tried to contest your win." "That's not the same." "Yes, it is," Harry interrupted. "I almost died that day. And I probably would have died if I hadn't known about the dragons. You would have told me. I'm sure of it." She gave his hand a squeeze and turned back to watch the lake. "You would have done well in Hufflepuff," he said after staring at her for a moment. "The hat didn't even consider it," Harry laughed. "What did it consider?" he asked, scooting a little closer. Her face fell slightly before she spoke. "It told me that I would be great in Slytherin," Harry whispered, obviously ashamed of this fact. "They're not all as bad as Malfoy," Cedric said. "I'm sure you would have made a great snake." "I've never told anyone that," she said, sounding a little confused by her own actions. "Why not?" "I guess, well, everyone expects things of me, you know?" she asked, and Cedric nodded. "Everyone also thinks that Slytherins are evil. I've already been accused of being the next Dark Lord. I don't think it'd go over very well. Your second year would have been a nightmare." "Exactly," Harry laughed. "The chamber is pretty cool, though. I always meant to go back down." "Wait, what?" Cedric sat up straighter and turned to Harry. "Is there actually a chamber?" "Of course there is," Harry responded. "What do people think happened?" "I mean, it's mostly rumors." Cedric trailed off. "Oh, I thought. Well, Dumbledore made it sound like everyone knew." Cedric wanted to ask. He wanted to ask so badly he thought it might come out of his mouth at any second, but he also knew that he didn't have any right to that story. Or any of her stories. Not until she was ready. So, he kept quiet and just enjoyed the feeling of her hand in his. After a moment, Harry scooted closer. Cedric didn't know if it was intentional, but it didn't matter. Now that she was right up against him, Cedric caught a whiff of her on the wind. She smelled like fire and earth. Like smoke and flowers. The dichotomy of it bewitched the older boy. It took all of his self-control not to lean over and sniff her wild hair. "Where are you staying this summer?" he asked cautiously, rubbing his thumb over the back of hers. "The Weasleys," she told him with a smile. "We'll be neighbors." "We will, won't we?" Cedric said with a crooked grin. Snape surprises Harry, and she surprises him back. When Snape held her back after potions on Friday, Harry didn't know what to expect. He'd been so weird. She thought at first that he was just treating her differently because everyone was watching her, and that he would eventually go back to normal. But as the weeks progressed, he got even more weird. He hadn't gone so far as to compliment her in class, but she'd been getting O's on all of her papers and he hadn't sneered at her in weeks. She kind of hated it. "Am I correct in my assumption that you are finished with classes for the day?" he asked stoically once they were alone. "Yes, sir," she replied. "Follow me," he said, and rose from his workbench, leading her into his office. Once they were both seated, they sat in awkward silence. Harry really didn't know what was going on. "Am I in trouble, sir?" she asked. "Quite the opposite, in fact," he mumbled. "It has come to my attention that I owe you an apology." The silence that followed his statement lasted for so long that Harry thought that it may have been the apology, but then he continued. "It is no secret that your father and I had a certain disdain for each other. I allowed my judgments of him to cloud my opinion of you and have been operating under incorrect assumptions regarding your home life. I am well aware that I have not treated you kindly, and for that, I sincerely apologize." Harry was floored. She was conscious of her jaw hanging open but was unable to do anything about it. Snape said no more. They just sat there staring at each other. At first, she thought it must be some cruel joke. He'd apologize, and then he'd go right back to his old treatment of her. But the longer she looked, the more emotion she saw in his face. Mostly in the eyes. He was sad, he was anxious, and he was waiting for her to speak. "Thank you, sir," she said, and he gave her a short nod. He obviously expected her to leave, but Hari remained seated. While we're airing things out, could I ask you a question? If you must, he replied through gritted teeth and just a hint of venom on his tongue. Why did you join him? In the beginning? Whatever Snape was expecting, it hadn't been that. He probably thought she didn't know. But the library had old copies of the Prophet in a hidden corner and Snape's pardon had been big news. He tore his gaze away from her and clenched his jaw, seemingly having some sort of internal debate about the best way to dispose of her body. He once held honorable goals, he finally said, still not meeting Hari's eye, but his methods turned to madness as soon as he was met with resistance. By then, we were stuck. Trapped. By the mark. He spat the last word out and his eye twitched. Could I see it? She asked before she could think better of it. She was pushing her luck. Snape hesitated, having another internal debate about how he could get away with her murder, but he eventually rolled up his left sleeve and held his arm out across the desk. Hari stood to get a closer look. It was faded, but the design was still obvious. A snake coiled around a skull. Her hand reached out on instinct to trace the snake and her magic sparked as soon as she did. It's time for you to go, she commanded the snake. It hissed in protest and Snape flinched back in pain. Then student and teacher watched as the mark faded away to nothing. Snape was staring at his forearm in awe, displaying more emotion than she'd ever seen from him. Possibly more emotion than anyone had ever seen from him. It made her uncomfortable, so she grabbed her bag and headed to the door. It'll be harder to remove them the stronger he gets, she said with her hand on the doorknob. If you know of anyone else who wishes to be free, they should come sooner rather than later. She was gone before he'd processed what she'd done. The castle's rumor mill noticed the changes in Snape right away. The only rumor that got any traction was that the potion's master was getting laid, though no one agreed on who they thought his lover was. He wasn't just nicer to Hari, he was nicer to everyone. He still wasn't especially pleasant, but he wasn't taking points away for nothing anymore, and he wouldn't yell unless he really thought you'd made a stupid mistake. Neville was starting to actually look forward to potions. He's always had a knack for herbology, and potions is a natural extension of it. As soon as he wasn't scared, he started doing really well. His confidence was soaring by the time the Yule Ball was announced. Neville was dreading the dancing lessons McGonagall announced, as was Hari though for different reasons. Hari didn't have any experience dancing, and no one in their right mind would ever describe her as graceful unless the words, on a broom, followed immediately after. Poor Neville was having flashbacks to his grandmother's lessons. The twins both got dates fast, as did Hermione, though she wouldn't tell anyone who it was. Hari supposed she should be a little worried about getting a date, but she was more worried about the dancing itself than who she'd be going with. Luckily, that problem was solved for her. Cedric had been doing a lot of thinking. At first, he hadn't really known what he was feeling, but after an awkward and painful conversation with his best friend, Jax, he'd accepted that he had feelings for Harry Potter. He'd never really had feelings for anyone before. He'd gone on a few dates to Hogsmeade with different girls, but it had never gone further than that. He'd never even kissed anyone, but he felt so drawn to Hari. He always wanted to be near her, to look out for her, to help her. So, after a lot of internal debates, he decided to ask her to the ball. It took 4 days of convincing for him to work his way up to it, and an opportunity presented itself when he spotted Harry, Ron, and Hermione leaving Hagrid's hut. Cedric caught up to the trio and requested a word with Harry. Ron looked confused but Hermione scolded him and dragged him off. So, Cedric started, wringing his hands together and shuffling about nervously. I was wondering if you'd like to go with me to the ball. What? Harry asked stupidly, but Cedric just broke out into a grin and asked again. I'd like to take you to the Yule Ball. As my date, he clarified. Harry just stood there for a moment, finding herself at a loss for words. Then she found herself blushing. I'd love to, but... Someone already asked you, Cedric said as the smile fell from his face. No, I mean, people have asked, but I haven't said yes to anyone. She lost her train of thought while staring into his gray eyes and chewed on her bottom lip while trying to sort out her thoughts. It's not like a pity thing, is it? I wouldn't want you to go with me just because you said we'd stick together. If there's someone you really like. I like you, he blurted out, then averted his gaze after blushing. I like you, and I want to go to the ball with you. Only you. Harry narrowed her eyes and studied him. Why? She asked quietly, and the sincerity on her face broke his heart a little bit. She really didn't seem to understand that someone could like her that way. Because for the past 3 years you've done your absolute best to keep your head down and it's failed, quite spectacularly, every time. And this year, he takes a step forward and takes her hands in his. This year your whole world fell apart and yet, you walk around with your chin up and you dare them say something about it. Because you scare the shit out of me, and I love it. A smile crept onto her face slowly and by the time it reached her eyes, her face was redder than Weasley hair. I'd love to go to the ball with you, Cedric, Harry whispered. Brilliant, he said grinning. There's a Hogsmeade visit scheduled the weekend before break, would you like to go together? 2 dates at once. She teased, you really know how to make a girl feel special. Well, that was the goal, he countered. I'd love to, she smiled. He held his arm out for her, and she took it, allowing him to escort her all the way back up Gryffindor Tower. They got a few stairs, but it wasn't anything they weren't already used to. Once back in the common room, Harry was overwhelmed with questions. Hermione had obviously figured out whatever was going on between her and Cedric, but Ron was as clueless as ever. He asked you to the ball, right? Hermione asked with stars in her wide eyes. Yeah, Harry said quietly, trying to hide her blush. Oh, I just knew it. She clapped happily. He's been staring at you during meals, she teased. What? Ron asked. For how long? Ever since we walked out of defense and spent an hour with him in Professor Sprout's office. Harry scrunched her face up in confusion. Was that him? She asked honestly. Yes, Harry, Hermione said, slightly scolding her for not being observant. Well, I was kind of out of it, at the time, Harry defended, and Hermione just rolled her eyes. Do you think he really meant it? He said that he likes me, and he asked me to the next Hogsmeade weekend. Why wouldn't he mean it? Hermione asked as Ron backed out nervously. Because, Harry exhaled heavily and looked away. Because he's popular and attractive and I'm just Harry. Hermione sighed and placed one hand over Harry's. One day you'll realize how amazing you are. For now, just enjoy it. I'm sure he already knows that I destroy him if he hurts you. Harry laughed, already feeling better about it. Thanks, my own. Hogsmeade Harry regretted saying yes to Cedric in the days that followed. She liked him, that much was obvious to her. He was sweet, tall, and fit. He was attractive, popular, and kind. And Harry was, well, she was just Harry. She was small and skinny. Her hair never did what it was supposed to. She tripped over her own feet at least twice a day. Her body was littered with scars, and someone was always trying to kill her. Hermione had to calm her down on 2 separate occasions and convince her that this wasn't a cruel prank, that he wasn't going to publicly shame her. It helped that Harry was seeing Cedric everywhere. They locked eyes at meals and shared secret smiles in the hall. He dropped notes in her pockets when they passed in the hall, always complimenting her in different ways. He sent her a questioning glance the first time he noticed her daily potions, but she was obviously embarrassed, so he didn't push. Cedric never pushed, and Harry really enjoyed that. Ron and Hermione, while great, always wanted to know exactly what she was doing and thinking every second of the day. Neville, Fred, George, and Cedric were a breath of fresh air in comparison. A breath she had desperately needed. The night before Hogsmeade, Harry was freaking out. She didn't have very many clothes, and she'd worried about being underdressed. What if she dressed up and he didn't? What if this means more to her than it does to him? Hermione wasn't much help, so Parvati stepped up. She and Lavender put together an entirely new outfit from old clothes Padma gave her sister. The cloak a very dark shade of green, to bring out your eyes, Parvati said, and she wore dark gray slacks with a black button-up, despite Lavender's insistence that she wear, at least a skirt. Harry declined. She was never allowed to wear girly clothes, and she'd never found them to be particularly comfortable. Plus, she didn't think Cedric would care. Lavender attempted to tackle the Potter hair on her own, but soon learned that it was a losing battle and gave up. Harry watched Cedric approach on the map. She'd been up for hours, having already taken a long run and a longer shower. She'd tried to do something with her hair but settled for a loose bun. Harry opened the door hastily as soon as he approached and was met with an intrigued face. Morning, Harry, Cedric said, quickly composing himself. Morning, she smiled. She stepped out of the porthole and took his outstretched arm as they made their way down to the entrance hall. You look beautiful, he whispered into her ear. You're filthy, Vernon said in her head. She shook the thought away and turned to face Cedric with a smile. So do you. I'm beautiful, he teased. Don't play dumb, Diggory. You know what you are, she said with a wink. They were given a wide berth by the other students, especially after Hari glared at a group of young ravens that declared quite loudly that he was only taking her because he pitied her. Don't listen to them, he said as they took their first step outside. It's all rubbish. Hari nodded but didn't look convinced. The walk into the village was a little awkward. Hari was determined to have a good time, because Cedric was gorgeous, and he'd asked her to come with him and he'd said all those nice things that made her heart flutter. But Vernon was in her head today. He'd been making a lot of appearances since the article came out. Where to first? Cedric asked. I'll go out on a limb and assume that Madame Puddifoot's isn't for you. Hari scrunched up her face in disgust. Definitely no, let's hit the 3 broomsticks before the crowd, then maybe honeydukes before gladrags? Sounds good to me, Cedric smiled. Have you thought about what colors you want for the ball? You look rather dashing in darker colors, Hari said before she could stop herself, and they both blushed before continuing on. The 3 broomsticks was rather empty at 10 in the morning, but with 2 other schools visiting, the calm atmosphere didn't last long. Hari and Cedric had gotten a small booth that was mostly out of sight, and Hari instinctively put up silent and wandless privacy wards. What was that for? Cedric asked. What? Hari asked, completely oblivious to what he was referring to. The wards. Oh, just habit now, I guess, Hari said nonchalantly before changing the subject. So, what do you usually do on Hogsmeade weekends? Hang out here, mostly, he replied. We usually get one of the big booths and settle in for the day. What about you? Ron always drags us to Zonko's, but the twins' stuff is so much better, I don't know why he bothers. Hermione's partial to the quill shop. Honeydukes is my favorite though. Lupin got me hooked on chocolate last year. I get anxious now if I don't have a steady supply. Hari laughed at the thought of Remus. Dobby had been popping back and forth between the castle and wherever Remus and Sirius were staying almost daily. He was the best defense teacher I've ever had, Cedric said after taking a sip of butterbeer. It's a shame that creature laws are so backwards. He's brilliant, Hari said with bitterness in her voice. He deserved better. You had private lessons with him, right? Yeah, he taught me the Patronus charm. He was also one of my dad's best friends, Hari explained. And he and my mum were prefects together in their 5th year, so he told me stories about them. Did you know him before he started? No, I haven't even seen him since he left, but we exchange letters regularly. He helped a lot over the summer while I was self-studying for runes. Dropped divination, did you? Cedric teased. Hari laughed and rolled her eyes. She kept predicting my death over and over again. It loses its flavor after a while. They laughed and sipped their drinks as more and more students clamored into the pub. What do you want to do after you graduate? Hari asked. I'm not really sure, Cedric admitted. My folks don't really care, though eventually I'll have to take Dad's seats in the Wizengamot. I'd like to do something with charms, it's my best subject. I like charms. Well, the practical bit at least. I'm rubbish at theory. Hari finished off her butterbeer just after Cedric did. Would you want to get a mastery? Definitely. What about you? Hari mused. She hadn't really given it much though. Professional Quidditch would be cool. You could definitely go pro, Cedric said right away, leaning forward on the table with a serious look on his face. I don't think I've ever seen someone as good on a broom as you. And you've never lost a match. Hari's eyes furrowed in confusion. Yes, I have. The game you almost died in doesn't count, he teased. You caught the snitch fair and square, Hari countered. You don't deserve his praise. You don't deserve his attention, Vernon mocked her. Cedric was about to argue when a fight broke out closer to the door and Madame Rosmerta had to kick out a gaggle of Durmstrang boys. Honeydukes? Hari asked, hoping to change the subject, and Cedric nodded in agreement. After picking up an outrageous amount of chocolate, Hari and Cedric went to Gladrag's Wizardwear to get their dress robes altered for the ball. They decided on dark green for Hari's eyes with pale lavender accents. Standing alone in a room covered in mirrors, Hari couldn't help but tear up at the sight of herself. She felt so beautiful. And she looked more grown up than she ever had before. You don't deserve this, Vernon said. You're disgusting. She let the seamstress box up the gown but couldn't take her eyes off of it until it was out of sight. Part of her was afraid it would spontaneously combust, and she'd never see it again. "Happy with your purchase?" Cedric asked. "Yes," she whispered and smiled sadly. With their purchases shrunk and pocketed, Hari and Cedric left the shop and walked around lazily. "Are you all right?" he asked, pulling them to a stop in a secluded area. "Yeah," she said, trying to smile, "I'm fine." Cedric wasn't convinced, so he dragged her closer to the forest and sat them both down on a low boulder. "No, you're not," he whispered. "Talk to me. What's going on?" Hari looked up at him with guilt in her eyes. She wanted so desperately to tell him, but she couldn't find the words. She bent down and unlaced her boots quickly. After removing them and her socks, she thrust her feet into the snow, earning a small protest from Cedric. The snow melted away quickly, thanks to the heat that constantly radiated off of her now. The soil softened under the heat, and she wriggled her feet and toes into the earth while Cedric put up wards. Finally feeling more relaxed, Hari took a deep breath and looked into Cedric's dazzling gray eyes. "Vernon is in my head today," she whispered. Cedric's face betrayed no emotion as he spoke. "What does he say?" "That I'm worthless. That I don't deserve." She gestured to the space between them. "This." Hari could hardly believe the words actually came out of her mouth. She tried to talk to Ron and Hermione about it when the article came out. She knew talking about it would help, but she'd never been able to before. "You know that's not true, though, right?" Cedric asked, looking like he was in physical pain, and he wrapped an arm around her shoulder and pulled her close. It's hard," she sighed. "Logically, I know that nothing they said to me was right, or accurate. They just hated me. But I spent 13 years hearing the same shit over and over. My head knows it's all rubbish, but my heart doesn't. I know we haven't spent a lot of time together yet, but I've watched you since you got here. I know that sounds stalker why?" Hari asked. "Yes," he laughed, "stalker why? Moving on, you aren't like anyone I've ever met. An idea that was reinforced by getting to know you. The real you. I can't imagine what your life is like, but the way you handle it astounds me. I've been semi-famous for a couple of months now, and I have no idea how you put up with it. It's honestly driving me crazy." Cedric could be quite expressive on occasion, and his movements shook Hari from side to side, making her chest flutter with excitement at the contact. "It drives me crazy too," Hari chuckled and nudged his shoulder with her head. "It's horrible," he laughed. "All these people that I've never spoken to come up and try to act like my best friend. The whispering is worse." "Totally," Hari agreed. "Whispers always followed her, they probably always would. It's a miracle you don't go around hexing people in the halls. I would have gone dark a long time ago if I were in your shoes." "I do occasionally hex people in the halls," Hari admitted. "It'd be hard not to," Cedric chuckled. "Seriously though, you're the strongest person I've ever known." Cedric took a breath and lowered his voice. "He won't always be in your head, you know. You're brilliant, and kind, and beautiful. You'll see it one day, I promise. I'll tell you over and over until it sinks into your thick skull." They sat together for a moment while Hari took some more deep breaths, feeling her heart rate slow and her mind settle. "I feel better," she said. "Good," he said softly. "Now get your feet out of the ground before they fall off." Hari laughed, knowing that wouldn't happen. She couldn't even feel the cold, but she complied, nonetheless. Water and blood. The Yule Ball had been much more fun than Hari thought it would be. Ron had been a little annoyed at Hermione going with Crumb, but he'd gotten over himself after George gave him a strict talking to. They'd even danced together before the night was done. Hari hated the opening dance. Everyone's eyes were on them and there were photographers taking pictures. But Cedric had been whispering in her ear the whole time, telling her how good she was doing and how beautiful she looked. He'd been perfectly happy to forego most of the dancing, though, and admitted that it was kind of a relief that she didn't enjoy it either. They found themselves out on a balcony that had been created for the ball. Other balconies were filled with couples snogging, but Hari and Cedric just talked. He told her about his family, how his father wanted him to be the best at whatever he did, and his mother was always so calm and patient. His father worked in the ministry but didn't hold a high position. While purebloods, the Diggorys weren't an old family. They'd come over from Ireland 5 generations back. His mother was a healer by trade but also had a knack for fashion. She consulted with a few boutiques in France, where her roots were. They had also found themselves in an impromptu charms competition. It was Cedric's best subject, and Hari had been training a lot with Odo. They started with sparks. Who could make the biggest and prettiest ones? Cedric won that round with a constant stream of lavender sparks. Then they moved on to the color change charm, messing with each other's hair and robes, then manipulating the flowers on the balcony. Hari proved the winner of color changing, after she made every petal on a rose different shades of blue. Cedric used a modified version of the impervious charm to encase the rose in a protective shield and suspended it in a glass case. Just like Beauty and the Beast, Hari commented. What? Cedric asked. Purebloods, Hari teased and rolled her eyes. It's a movie about a witch that curses a prince so that his outsides match his insides, then she gives him a rose in a glass case and says that he'll stay a beast forever if he can't find someone to love him before all the petals fall off. Does he find someone to love him? At the very last minute, she confirmed. After that, Cedric summoned a small stone from the grounds and used a very delicate and controlled gouging spell to carve it into a tiny version of Hedwig. You're just showing off now, Hari scolded him, though they both fell into a fit of laughter. They were interrupted by Snape soon after, telling them that the ball was over as he rudely ushered them off the balcony. Cedric walked her back to Gryffindor Tower slowly, as neither one of them wanted the night to end. They stared at each other for a long moment once they reached the portrait, and Hari thought he might kiss her, but when he leaned down, he only kissed her cheek. It was warm and filled with emotion, so she couldn't be too disappointed as she entered the common room and collapsed into glorious sleep. Once the second term started, Hari was as busy as ever. She hadn't had to make up any of the work she missed in the lead up to the first task, but she had to self-study to keep up with the rest of her classmates. Silva's gift of memory was finally coming in handy. All she had to do was read the textbooks and she could easily recall all the information she needed for quizzes. She also found that she could master spells after a few tries, which was an exponential improvement compared to her first 3 years at Hogwarts. Hermione thought it was due to her increased magical reserves now that she was healthy. She hadn't told either of them about the dragon's gifts. She hadn't even told the twins, though she was sure they had guessed at least part of the truth after witnessing it. She felt really guilty about it, especially when they noticed little changes in her. Like how she didn't need to reference books to do her homework, or how she could read through Snape's directions once and make a flawless potion. But Asha had told her how dangerous it would be if people found out. The dragons had given out gifts before, to humans that caught their favor, but those instances never ended well. Most were hunted and killed for their new powers, but some were kept chained up so they could be studied. The dragons, as a species, had agreed to stop bestowing gifts onto humans until the prophecy child appeared. So, she kept her mouth shut and swallowed her guilt. Hari had almost completely forgotten about the egg when Cedric approached her at the beginning of February. "Hiya Hari," he greeted while shoving his way onto the bench next to her at breakfast. "Morning, Ced," she greeted. "You figure out your egg yet?" he asked as he grabbed some toast and jam. "No," she admitted, "I've been a little preoccupied." "Take a bath," he said casually, and everyone in hearing range turned to stare. "What?" Hari asked. "Take a bath," he repeated. "What's a bath supposed to do?" she asked after shoving some fruit in her mouth. "You know where the prefect's bathroom is?" he asked after lowering his voice and leaning close to her. She nodded in response, so he continued on. "Passwords, Pine Fresh. Take the egg with you. I promise it's worth it." "Okay, weirdo," she relented. She snuck out of the dormitory the next night and made her way to the prefect's bathroom under the cloak. It felt weird, walking into a place where Cedric bathed. She shook away a blush and turned her thoughts to the task at hand. She watched the egg as the bath filled, turning it over in her hands and wondering what on earth Cedric could have meant for her to do. It hit her as the faucets turned themselves off. "Sound travels slower in water," she whispered to herself. "Why couldn't he have just told me that?" She got into the water slowly and pushed the egg under, opening it and then tentatively putting her head underwater. "Come seek us where our voices sound, we cannot sing above the ground. And while you're searching ponder this, we've taken what you'll sorely miss. An hour long you'll have to look, and to recover what we took. But past an hour, the prospect's black, too late, it's gone, it won't come back." Hari burst out of the water as her oxygen ran out and closed the egg, tossing it to the side where her clothes were. She grumbled. Cannot sing above the ground, so it'll be underwater. They've taken what I'll sorely miss, maybe my firebolt. Or the cloak. The map's a contender too, I guess. And I've only got an hour, or else it's gone for good. Oh, you're just brilliant, Myrtle said as her head popped out of the water and giggled. Myrtle, Harry scolded. It took Cedric ages to figure it out. She laughed again, and the way she said Cedric's name made Harry's heart twinge in jealousy. She looked away from Myrtle to hide her feelings and her eyes fell on the mermaid stained glass window. Myrtle, are there mermaids in the lake? Myrtle giggled and launched herself from the water, doing loops in the air. Yes, she cried happily. The next morning Harry made a beeline for the Hufflepuff table and sat next to Cedric, forcing his friends to scoot over to accommodate her. I have a problem, she said while grabbing a plate of food. Her potions appeared in front of her, and she sent a nod towards Snape before downing them. Good morning to you too, Cedric laughed. Harry stuck her tongue out at him. Did you figure out the egg? He asked while buttering his toast. Yes, and that's the problem. It sounds like we'll have to be underwater for an hour. I can't help you come up with a solution to that part, Cedric said nervously. That isn't the issue, she replied. Then what is? Harry dropped her toast and took a deep breath before turning to look in Cedric's eyes. I am, she mumbled. Cedric moved his head closer to her. I'm sorry, I don't think I caught that, he teased, and Harry punched his shoulder lightly. I can't swim, she admitted quietly. Really? He asked, looking shocked. Well, you know, between the Muggles and all my near-death experiences, it hasn't exactly come up, she said sarcastically. Cedric's eyes searched over her face for any sign that she was lying, but she obviously wasn't, so he leaned in even closer and whispered, Meet me at the lake tomorrow morning, okay? Okay, she whispered back, and the pair went their separate ways. Later that day, Harry was feeling groggy. She'd been working on homework with Hermione and Ron in the common room but retreated to the dorm when Ron left for divination. She laid down on her bed, determined to close her eyes for a few minutes before getting back to work. Since she hadn't planned on falling asleep, she didn't set up her privacy wards, and was awoken later by a frantic Hermione. Wake up, Harry, she yelled. Ah! Harry cried out in pain as she shot up in bed, clutching her scar. Some sort of liquid was running down her face, and when she pulled her hand away, she found it covered in blood. Shit, she whispered. That was awful. Harry, you're bleeding. We have to get to Pomfrey, Hermione said while dragging her out of bed. No, Harry replied lazily, while Hermione dragged her down the stairs. We have to go to Dumbledore. It was Wormtail. We're going to the infirmary, Hermione demanded. They were almost to the porthole now. Hermione. I don't give a shit about your dream, Harry. You're bleeding and we're going to Pomfrey. Hermione slammed the portrait closed and led the way. Harry had the good sense to shut up and let herself be dragged off. She kept her eyes closed and trusted her best friend not to let her walk into anything. She kept her hand over her scar, but it was still bleeding profusely, and her hand didn't seem to be doing anything about it. She knew she looked a mess, not just because half of her face and neck were covered in blood, but also because everyone they passed gasped at the sight of her. Luckily it wasn't an especially long journey. Miss Potter. Madame Pomfrey, what's happened to you now? Just a bad dream, Harry replied after she was guided onto a bed and laid down gently. You gotta get Dumbledore. Albus can wait, she said sharply. Remove your hand, dear, I've got to get a closer look. Harry lowered her hand and winced from the pain. With the release of pressure, she felt a warm wave of blood rush from the wound and travel down her face to pool in her ear. Madame Pomfrey attempted several healing spells, her face growing more and more worried with each failed try. She left quickly and Hermione came forward to rest one hand on her shoulder and interlaced the fingers of her other hand with Harry's. My own, Harry said quietly. What is it? She asked. You're going to think I've gone barmy, but, my own, it felt like something was trying to get out. Hermione gave her a calculated glacé but said nothing as Madame Pomfrey arrived with several different potions and salves. She used the salves first, rubbing one over the wound before vanishing it and trying another. When she was out of those, she moved on to the potions, but those didn't seem to work either. After several minutes, the pain and blood loss overcame her, and her vision faded to black. Cedric learns the truth and Harry learns to swim. I had to use stitches, Albus, Muggle stitches. It's absolutely barbaric. Madame Pomfrey was yelling. Miss Granger said she mentioned Wormtail right after she woke up. Did she say anything else about her dream? How is that what you care about right now? Pomfrey scolded him. Are you not bothered by the fact that the wound wouldn't close? It's closed now, isn't it? He asked, putting on his grandfatherly facade. That is not the point, she said. Hari winced in pain as she tried moving her head to hear better, and the whispers died down immediately. Hari, dear, how are you feeling? Madame Pomfrey asked, rushing to the girl's side. Tired, Hari said without opening her eyes, one of which was covered by the bandage Pomfrey had placed over her reopened scar. Her face felt swollen and inflamed, and all she wanted to do was go back to sleep. I know, dear, I know. She was patting Hari's hand and speaking quietly. Can you tell me what your dream was about, Hari? Dumbledore asked, coming to her other side. Albus. The Meadowitch scolded. Soke, Hari said, opening her uncovered eye and sitting up in bed. It was dark out, so she assumed it was the middle of the night. It was Wormtail and a snake. A really big snake. In this old, dusty manor house. Wormtail messed something up and he was being tortured for it. Tortured by whom, Hari? I didn't see him, but it sounded like Tom. His voice was raspy. He said that Wormtail's mistake didn't ruin everything after all. Anything else? The headmaster questioned. No, sir, Hari said, shaking her head. All right, dear. I'll let you get back to sleep now. Please inform me if you can think of anything else. Yes, sir, she replied as the hospital wing's door opened. Good evening, Mr. Diggory, Dumbledore said merrily. He then turned and winked at Hari before waltzing out the door. Evening, headmaster, Cedric said while fighting a blush. It's past curfew, Mr. Diggory, Madame Pomfrey scolded, but made no move to tell him to leave. He walked up to Hari's bed and conjured a chair for himself, taking her hand as he sat down. Hi, she said meekly. Hi, Cedric whispered. I need to redress the wound, and then I'd like for you to eat something. Mr. Diggory can stay until then, she said softly as she unwound the bandages. Did I hear you say that you used stitches? She asked, and Cedric gasped as the final bandages came off. Is it that bad? She asked him, though she couldn't open that eye, so she supposed it must be a little bad. I'm afraid the wound has grown, Pomfrey answered for him. Traditional magical methods didn't do anything for it. Even Professor Snape couldn't figure it out. Stitches seem to have done the trick, though. You aren't bleeding anymore. How much did it grow? Hari asked. It's not bad, Cedric reassured her. You've got some jagged lines that go down your temple, one that goes up past your hairline, and one that cuts across your eyebrow. That sounds bad, she deadpanned. They aren't that thick, he said. The only place that needed stitches was the existing scar. And you're still beautiful. He whispered the last bit, but Hari could see Madame Pomfrey smiling out of the corner of her good eye. Does the cut go over my eye? She asked. No, dear, Pomfrey said. You've just got some swelling. That's why you can't open that eye. She wrapped Hari's head up again in bandages and went off to leave the pair alone, telling Cedric that she trusted him to leave at an appropriate time. What happened? Cedric asked quietly. I had a nightmare, she said. It was about Tom. Tom? Cedric asked. Voldemort, she clarified, and Cedric flinched. His given name is Tom Marvolo Riddle. He was torturing Peter Pettigrew. Said he messed something up. Dobby popped in with a meal tray, and Hari ate slowly as Cedric processed what she'd told him. You talk about him in present tense, Cedric said quietly when Hari had finished her meal. He isn't gone, is he? No, she confirmed. He's getting stronger, and when he's back he's going to come after me. Cedric let out an empty laugh and looked away, not really staring at anything in particular. Hari watched him and chewed on her bottom lip. Seed? She asked carefully. He replied, finally looking her in the eye again. Can you tell me what you're thinking? It's just, he ran and through his hair and let out a sigh. It's a lot, I know. How long, though? He asked, standing up to start pacing next to her bed. How long have you been carrying around the knowledge that monster is still out there and is going to come after you? He shook his head and looked away. Since the end of first year, she supplied. Cedric stopped in his tracks, then motioned for her to scooch over as he sat on the bed next to her and pulled her into his arms. Hari hadn't been prepared for that, and it took her a second for her to relax into him as her brain caught up. She'd been expecting him to leave, to never speak to her again. Because he knew now. He knew exactly how dangerous it was to be around her. They sat there together for a while in silence. Hari rested her head in Cedric's chest and listened to his heartbeat. It had been rather fast for a good long while, and Cedric didn't speak until it slowed to a normal pace. "I won't let you do this alone," he whispered. Hari, shocked by his words, leaned back a bit to look into his eyes. "You're not afraid?" "I'm bloody terrified," he laughed. "But I know you are too, so I'm in good company." He kissed her forehead and drew her into him again before speaking. "You should take the potion Pomfrey left for you. I'll stay until you fall asleep." Hari nodded and took the potion, cuddling into Cedric's arms while sleep washed over her. With the second task fast approaching and a slowly healing head wound, it was a full week before Pomfrey okayed her to get in the water so Cedric could finally teach her how to swim. They arrived at the lake shore in the early morning hours on Saturday, and Cedric immediately stripped his cloak off, revealing his toned body covered only by swim trunks. Hari blushed furiously and looked away to take off her own cloak. She'd ordered a full-body swimsuit that covered her arms and legs. The whole world knew about the abuse, but there was no need for them to see her scars. Cedric took her hands in his and led her into the water slowly. He'd placed a few warming charms on himself and had done the same to Hari, even though she didn't need it. She'd gotten pretty good at elemental fire magic and could regulate her body temperature so well that she could forego an outer cloak in the middle of Scotland's winter with no discomfort. But Cedric didn't know that, so she let him cover her in protective charms until he was satisfied. It turned out to not be as hard as she thought it would be, but it still took a lot of coaxing for Cedric to get her into deeper water. After about an hour, they were joined by Crumb. "Figured the egg out, have you?" Cedric called while wearing a large smile and holding Hari's hands. "Yes," he replied shortly and walked towards them. "Potter here didn't know how to swim." Cedric laughed again. "Hey." She punched him lightly. "Don't go spilling my secrets." Cedric just laughed it off, and even Crumb let out a chuckle. After Hari was comfortable with her ability to not drown, the trio of champions explored the lake together. Cedric was able to hold the bubblehead charm for about 40 minutes, and Hari got hers to last up to 20 by the time they left the lake. Crumb hadn't attempted the bubblehead charm at all, seemingly able to hold his breath for up to 10 minutes at a time. They spotted the Mer village from afar but were not allowed to approach. "That'll be it, then," Hari said when they surfaced. "Yeah, I'd imagine so. You think Fleur knows?" Cedric asked. "Not our problem," Crumb said. Cedric looked a little shocked, but Hari agreed with a shrug. "She'd bound to figure it out when word gets out about the three of us gallivanting in the shallows," she reassured the Hufflepuff. With only 3 weeks until the second task, Hari fell back into her old routine with the Ilvermorny crowd. Charms with Odo on Sunday and Monday, defense with Sam and Saltivas on Tuesdays and Wednesdays, dueling on Thursdays with Emily. Since receiving the dragon's gifts, Hari had also been running each morning. All of that, coupled with the nutrient potions and appetite enhancers, led to a minor growth spurt. Hari grew 2 whole inches and was putting on weight and muscle at an almost alarming rate. She had defined muscles and could spend hours running in the mornings without breaking a sweat. The transformation was amazing. She'd never felt so alive, but it was getting harder and harder to hide. It was also getting harder to not think about the dragon's prophecy, but she'd promised herself that she'd analyze it after the second task. Odo was loud. It was one American stereotype that Hari was starting to believe. Out of the 4 visiting Americans, 3 of them were naturally loud, but Odo was the loudest. His voice carried on the wind, and Hari was sure that the crowd they'd gathered were hanging on to his every word. Odo seemed to like that, though. He always played things up for the crowd, which made Hari roll her eyes. Throwing things at her seemed to be Odo's favorite pastime. He had a large pile of stones that he'd throw at her, either with physical or magical force, and her task was to eliminate the projectile. The kicker was that she could only use a spell once. He throws a stone, and she shoots it above and over her using the same spell that Lockhart had demonstrated 2 years prior. He throws another and she slows it to a stop. He throws again and she banishes it, then vanishes the next. He throws a larger stone, and she explodes it in midair. That one earned her a reprimand since debris can be used against you later. They did this over and over again until Hari was out of spells, then he taught her a few more. Sam was a lot nicer than Odo. It wasn't that Odo was mean, but he was brutal. Sam gave her lots of breaks. She told stories of how she'd heard of spells being used. Her favorite way to use a spell was whatever way it wasn't supposed to be used. She once defeated another student in a duel by making her opponent's fingernails grow so long that he dropped his wand and couldn't pick it back up. Hari and Sam talked a lot about dark magic too, which Hari found fascinating. America was a very light country, but Sam had family in Russia, so she knew more about the subject than most. And Sam didn't shame Hari for her interest. She explained the difference between things that are deemed evil and things that are actually evil. Hari couldn't wait to get her hands on the Black Library. They'd worked through most of her fourth-year defense curriculum during the preparation for the first task, on top of advanced defense spells not taught during school years, and completed the rest of fourth year in her first few days training for the second. By the time the second task came around, she'd worked through the fifth-year defense curriculum and had started sixth-year spells. Sam had even brought all the books that Ilvermorny used for defense, plus a few others that were popular in the States. Dueling was a lot more fun this time around. Lockhart's club had been a joke, but Emily meant business. And there was a prize if Hari could defeat her, a thin journal full of spells Emily had created over the years. She'd given Hari a sneak peek, and made the younger girl determined to beat her before they went back to the States. Second task. Cedric gave her one of his winning smiles when Hari entered the champion's tent the morning of the second task. She smiled back but didn't have time to chat as Fred and George had snuck in behind her. "You're gonna be okay, right Hari? You have a plan?" George asked. "I'm gonna be fine, guys. Have you seen Ron and Myone, though?" Both boys shook their heads in response. "All right, then. Go get good seats," Hari said with a wink. "Champions," Bagman called. "Gather round. I'll see you guys after, okay?" she said to the twins, and they nodded gravely before heading for the stands. "I'm sure you all know by now that we've taken something from you and hidden it at the bottom of the lake. You'll have an hour to retrieve your item." The four champions walked out of the tent, still wearing their robes for warmth, and made their way to the dock. Once they were there, they shed their robes. Hari was still wearing her owl-ordered swimsuit, though she transfigured it to resemble the champion's style. Bagman counted down, and when he got to 1, Hari shoved the gillyweed she'd obtained from Snape in her mouth and jumped in the water as gracefully as she could manage, which was not very graceful. The transformation was a little more painful than she was expecting, but it was over quickly. She took half a second to marvel at the feeling of breathing water. Before taking off towards the Mer village, she didn't encounter many obstacles and ended up being the first one there. Seeing Ron was a bit of a shock. She hadn't thought they'd take people, but then again, the intelligence of adults often leaves much to be desired. Sharpening her nails, she cut Ron free and headed up to the surface with him. After he woke up, she told him to swim to shore, and headed back down to make sure the others got out safely. Cedric arrived first and took his friend Jax. He motioned for Hari to follow, but she shook her head. Logically, she knew that they wouldn't let any harm come to the hostages, but she'd also almost died every single year she'd been in the safest place on Earth, so she stayed behind. Crumb arrived shortly after Cedric and took Hermione up without sparing Hari a glance. She waited until she felt the gillyweed start to fail, then cut the ropes of the small girl and headed up to the surface. She was getting close to the surface when she felt Grindylows take hold of her ankle. She pushed the girl up towards the surface as the creatures began dragging her under. A few well-placed stunners and she was free again. Making it to the surface once more, she helped Fleur's hostage get to shore. The girl wasn't a strong swimmer, and Hari was tired. She could hear Fleur yelling in the distance, then a splash. Cedric made his way to them quickly and took the child, while Hari trailed behind. "What were you thinking?" Cedric asked frantically as she got out of the water. "I couldn't just let her die," Hari snapped back. "You saved my Gabrielle," Fleur cried and embraced Hari, kissing both of her cheeks, and then moved on to do the same to Cedric before giving all of her attention to her little sister. "You took the song seriously?" Cedric asked. "They wouldn't have let anyone die, Hari. Just like they wouldn't let students get petrified? Or like they wouldn't let a troll get into the castle?" "All right." Cedric relented, deflating a bit and raising his hands in surrender. "You've got a point." Fleur was given 25 points for her attempt, Cedric was given 45 for coming in just after the time limit, Crumb was given 40, and Hari, to everyone's surprise, was given the full 50 points since her hostage arrived well within the time limit, and she showered honor and courage by staying behind to ensure all the hostages made it out. Hari was in the lead with 95 points, Crumb was in second place with 85 points, followed closely by Cedric with 80 points, and Fleur was in fourth place with 65 points. With the second task behind her, Hari decided it was time to talk to Hermione about her fears. She wasn't sure how Ron would handle her accusations, so she waited until he was in divination to drag the girl into a hidden alcove and set up their usual privacy wards. "What's going on?" Hermione asked, looking a little worried. "My own," Hari began. "I don't think Dumbledore is our friend." She'd originally planned to ease her best friend into the idea, but Hermione had always appreciated it when she was straightforward. Hermione's face fell slightly, but she didn't look confused. She looked guilty. "I've been thinking about that too." "For how long?" Hari asked. "Summer after first year," she admitted. "My own," Hari sighed, slightly scolding her friend for not saying anything sooner. "I don't have any proof," Hermione said in defense of herself. "You still should have said something." Hari snapped back. "It's the basilisk all over again." "I'm sorry," Hermione said softly. "What do you have?" Hari asked, ignoring the apology. "Well," Hermione said, straightening up a little and going into teacher mode, "the trials leading up to the Philosopher's Stone were too easy. Except maybe the troll, which we didn't even have to deal with. Everything else was way too easy. I think the mirror was keyed to you specifically. Dumbledore told you that he charmed it so that only someone who wanted the stone but didn't want to use it could get it, but," Hermione paused and then shook her head, "I've been looking into intent-based magic, and it's really fickle. It's possible, of course, that Dumbledore was able to accomplish it, but I think it's much more likely that you were the only person who would have been able to get the stone out. Especially since you said it appeared in your pocket as soon as you saw your reflection. Moving on to our second year, why wouldn't he have just ordered mandrake leaves to revive the petrified students? Colin Creevey was petrified for a majority of his first year. It doesn't make any sense that he waited until the school's mandrakes were mature. The potion isn't even that expensive. Also, an object like the diary should never have been able to get into the school, which makes me think that the wards are being tampered with. Dementors, too, should never have been able to get so close to the school." Hermione looked away and chewed on her bottom lip. "I think he's testing you, Hari. I think he's turning us into child soldiers." "I know he is," Hari agreed. "I think he'd been doing it for decades." They sat there together for a moment, letting the burden of knowledge settle onto their shoulders before speaking again. "Let me tell you I've got," Hari sighed. "After making a magically binding vow with Asha, the Horntail, I looked into vows. The wording is really important. When Dumbledore made his vow to me, he said, I did not know the extent of what was happening in that house." Hari paused, waiting for Hermione to connect the dots. "The extent," she whispered, horrified. "He knew at least some of what was going on." Hari nodded sadly. "There's also, and my own, I know what you're going to say, so don't say it," Hari warned, and Hermione nodded. "There's a prophecy." Hermione's face did exactly what Hari had expected it to, but the girl didn't speak. "The dragons have a prophecy about me," Hari said. "I went to see them after the first task, and well, it's complicated but they gave me gifts and told me of their prophecy about me." "What did they give you?" Hermione asked, the greed for knowledge evident in her eyes. Hari laughed before she could stop herself. "Never change, my own. The gifts will take a while to explain, so I'll start with the prophecy. The one with the strength to unite all draws near. Born as the 7th month dies, marked for death before her birth. Forgotten by love and cursed with power, death calls her friend. Vanquisher of false lords and kings, she will be marked first as their equal, and then as their better. For she has a power they know not. The false lord of light will test her, and attempt to control her. Blinded by her false destiny, the false lord of dark will hunt her, desperate for her death. Blinded by his own ignorance, the outcome she seeks is far easier than she believes, but cannot be accomplished alone. Await the founder's return, or all will be lost. The false lord of the light, Hermione whispered. Yeah, Harry said. What's your false destiny? I'm not sure, Harry admitted. My guess would be killing Tom. What else would he be testing me for? That's a reasonable assumption, Hermione muttered, already deep in thought. The false Lord of Dark should be Tom, right? Though I'm not sure what makes him false. Harry looked away, knowing the guilt showed on her face. She didn't know, but she had an idea. What? Hermione asked without a sliver of judgment in her voice. I need time to flesh the idea out, Harry said, biting her bottom lip. What about the Founder's return, though? It can't be the actual Founders, can it? Hermione said, gracefully changing the topic. I don't know, my own. I've honestly been trying not to think too hard about it, Harry admitted. It is a lot, she replied in that, I know, dear, it's all right, voice she uses, while patting Harry's hand gently. What about the gifts? I haven't mastered them, but my memory is phenomenal now, hence my improved grades and test scores. I'm physically stronger than should be possible for a human. I'm more in tune with elemental magic now too. The Chinese fireball gifted me with the flame, which is basically just fire magic. But being in tune with one form of elemental magic makes the others easier as well. I don't need my wand anymore. At all? Hermione gasped, and Harry nodded. I can do everything I've tried without it, and I don't lose any strength. It's actually easier to gauge the power I'm putting into my spells without it, but it's been difficult to practice. Wandless magic is supposed to be really difficult, Harry. That's amazing. Harry just looked down, still unaccustomed to praise. Why didn't you tell us sooner? Hermione asked, though her voice carried no accusation. It's dangerous. Harry let out a self-deprecating laugh and rolled her eyes. Everything about me is dangerous. The dragon said I should keep it quiet for as long as I can. You aren't dangerous, Harry. You're just complicated. It isn't like you seek out dangerous situations, they just happen to you, and that isn't your fault. Harry leaned in for a hug and Hermione met her eagerly, holding on for dear life. They stayed like that for a long time, only parting when their arms were sore and achy. There's something else I should tell you, Hermione said cautiously, then pulled a jar out of her bag. What is that? Harry asked, eyeing the jar suspiciously. It appeared to contain a simple beetle. Read a skeeter, Hermione said, grinning. The realization hit Harry fast, and she grinned back at the other girl. You're brilliant. Thank you, Hermione said softly, trying to hide a blush. I know she sucks, but what exactly did she do to earn your wrath? She listened in on a very private conversation. Harry raised her eyebrows at Hermione twice, and both girls fell into a fit of giggles. Having Hermione on board was a relief for Harry. She finally felt like she could breathe again. They'd ordered a couple of matching journals, then charmed them to work as one so each girl could scribble down notes at any time of the day or night without having to find a quiet area and put up privacy wards. The shared secret brought them even closer than before. Ron would have noticed if he ever set foot in the library. He'd gotten closer with Dean and Seamus this year and had been spending more and more time with them. Thinning the herd after a particularly easy potions class, Harry and Malfoy were held back by Snape. Miss Potter, Snape began. I was wondering if your offer was still on the table. Harry looked between her professor and Malfoy for a moment before Snape finally gestured to his left arm and it hit her. Oh. Yes, sir. As long they really mean it. What is going on? Malfoy asked. Quiet, Draco, Snape snapped. Follow me. The pair were led into Snape's quarters and were greeted by Draco's parents. Mother? Father? What are you doing here? What do you want in return? Lord Malfoy asked Harry, ignoring his son's questions. Treat your house elves with the respect they deserve, she replied coolly, and he scoffed. Is that all? He mocked. Yes, Harry said. I'm not going to ask you to fight against him, and I don't really care what you do when you leave here today. Just treat the elves right, and there won't be any reason for us to interact again. Silence followed her little speech, and Draco was obviously fuming over not knowing what was going on, but he kept his mouth shut. Who wants to go first? Harry asked with a smile. There was a moment of awkward silence before the Malfoy matriarch stepped forward and exposed her dark mark to Harry. It's time for you to go, Harry told it, and just like Snape's, the snake didn't put up much of a fight before leaving her arm. Lord Malfoy's was different, it put up quite a fight. Harry had to put a lot more energy into her words to get it to leave, and she almost collapsed afterwards. Yours was stubborn, she said as Snape handed her a potion. Draco had gone silent and was almost hiding behind his mother. Well, if there's nothing else, I've got training, Harry said, and left the room with little fanfare. In the months following, Snape began holding her after class almost weekly. The Crabs and Goyles were the first to defect after the Malfoys. The Parkinsons followed, then the Browns and Rosier. Harry began to feel quite smug about the whole affair, especially when the elves reported that the Malfoys had ceased physical punishments and had given them proper uniforms. Potter! Malfoy called out, and the entirety of the hall turned to watch them. Draco walked up to where Harry and Ginny were standing looking a little anxious. Since removing his parents' dark marks, Harry had been completely ignored by the boy. "What's up, Malfoy?" she asked, ignoring their audience. Cedric watched the display behind a group of fellow Hufflepuffs. He hadn't been able to see Harry recently, at least not alone, and he really didn't like whatever was happening over there. "Can we talk? Somewhere private?" He'd lowered his voice and his eyes kept darting to the onlookers. "Come on," Harry said. She led the two of them down the next hall and into an empty classroom. Cedric watched them go and followed soon after on silent feet. He knew he wouldn't be able to eavesdrop. Harry was too good at wards. But he wanted to be close. "What's on your mind?" Harry asked, once she was sure they wouldn't be overheard. Did you not have a speech prepared?" Harry teased him. "I didn't think I'd get this far," he snapped and instantly regretted it. "Sorry. Look, Potter, Harry," she corrected. Draco's head shot up in surprise and he took a deep breath before finding his voice. "Harry," he smiled softly, "I don't know why you did it. Merlin knows we didn't deserve it. I know that, and my parents know it too. So, thank you." He looked around nervously again and pulled out an envelope from his robe's inside pockets. "I've also been instructed to give you this. It's a letter of intent, from Father." "He's furious." Draco took a step back and let out the first genuine laugh she'd ever heard from him. "He knows you won't collect, but Malfoys pay their debts. Show it to Sirius, he'll understand." Harry took the letter and secured it in her robes, then turned back to Draco. "Did you ever really hate me?" she asked. "No," he admitted. "I think I was jealous." "Let's start over then," she said and held out her hand. "Hi. I'm Harry Potter." Draco narrowed his eyes at her before clasping her hand with a laugh. "I'm Draco Malfoy." "I think we can learn a lot from each other," Harry smirked as she dropped his hand. "You soda been a puff," Draco said, rolling his eyes. "I'll have you know that I consider that to be a great compliment," Harry defended. As soon as they were out of the classroom, Harry ran into Cedric and Draco scampered off. "You all right?" he asked, not bothering to hide the worry on his face. "Oh, yeah," she replied with a grin. "I made a new friend." Cedric raised his eyebrows and looked between Harry and the direction that Draco had run off in. "Did you really?" "Yeah," Harry nodded, looking a bit surprised at the whole thing herself. "Where were you headed?" "Oh, I thought I'd make sure you were all right." Cedric went from total confidence to a pile of nerves so quickly, it made Harry smile. "It's been so long since we've gotten to chat," he said. "Yeah," Harry said looking away, "I'm sorry about that. I just haven't been sleeping, you know? So, I go to the kitchens to hang out with the elves, and they've been teaching me all this wicked cool stuff. So once I'm there I just get excited about the magic and forget to go back to sleep. Plus, Remus sent me a bunch of pureblood etiquette books since they figured out I don't know any of that. It's all a bit overwhelming. And Ash has been calling on me more frequently to check on my progress, and my magic lately just feels so suffocating. Pomfrey says it's building up because it isn't having to constantly heal me anymore, and Harry found that once she started, she couldn't stop." The words came out muffled and hazy, and before she knew it, Cedric was taking her back into the abandoned classroom. He put up his own privacy wards and transfigured some of the desks into a couch. "Take a breath, Harry," he said softly, leading her to the couch. He put one hand on her back and his other over her hands. They sat together for a moment and took some deep breaths. When Harry calmed down, she interlaced their fingers and leaned into his shoulder. "I'm sorry. I've just been stretched so thin." "You have nothing to apologize for, I've been busy too." He rested his head on hers and subtly smelled her hair. "Earth and smoke and flowers, just like usual." I know you can't tell me all your dark secrets, but who's Asha? Oh, the Hungarian horntail, Hari said sleepily, already feeling drained from the threat of an anxiety attack. The dragon? The one you spoke to during the first task? Yeah, well, it's a little complicated, but yes, you know the minis we drew? I went to see the dragons after the task, and they linked their consciousnesses to the minis, so we could still talk. I don't know how it works, so don't ask, she added with a laugh. The one you fought, the short snouts, she's called Frigga. I set up an enclosure for them in one of the compartments of my trunk. Wow, okay, Cedric said. Well, what do you talk about? He was still rubbing her back and kept tightening and loosening his grip, like he was scared she'd disappear on him. That's also sort of complicated. You don't have to tell me, he said, and she could hear the slight sadness in his voice. I want to, she insisted. It's just that they said I should tell as few people as possible, so I won't tell you everything. Is that okay? Of course, he replied. Okay, she sighed with relief. So during the first task, I swore on my life and magic that I wouldn't harm the eggs, Asha, or dragonkind. I don't know why I added the last part, it just came out. But then Asha asked, demanded, that I come see them before they left. When I did, Asha and I shared this mind connection thing. Kind of like legilimency but more aggressive. And after that she said that I was worthy and granted me a gift. Hari paused, remembering the feel of Asha's magic washing over her. It's really cool, but it requires a lot of meditating and long talks with the dragons. They're telling me about their history, too. I wish I could talk to dragons, Cedric said. You can through me, she offered, though I'm not sure they'd like you. That's understandable, Cedric laughed. I did fight one of them. What about the elves? What have they been teaching you? Oh, all sorts of stuff, Hari gushed. We really don't give them enough credit. Their control over magic is so much smoother than ours. You know they're kind of a swarm species? They all have individual personalities of course, but they can all talk to each other, and they can sense each other, too. I haven't been able to tune into the network yet, but the twins have been on it for years. Hari couldn't see it, but Cedric was beaming. He loved to hear her be so passionate about something, especially since she'd been looking so down lately. What about you? Hari asked. What have you been up to? Other than schoolwork, I've been studying more advanced defense spells. I've been trying to learn more offensive spells too, but defense has never been my best subject. You're great at charms though, you could incorporate that into defense. We should practice together. I don't mean to brag, but I excel at defense. Don't worry, I know, he laughed. I'm sure you'd flatten me in a duel. The dust swirled around and glimmered in the sunlight coming through the windows as the pair sat together. Neither felt like saying anything else, but neither wanted to leave, so they didn't. After a long while, Hari spoke up. I don't know how you make me feel so calm, she whispered. I don't understand why I feel like I can tell you things I've never told anyone before. You do the same to me, he whispered back. It feels so natural. I can always pick you out of a crowd. I can too. So, you knew I was watching back there? Course, she laughed. Didn't think you'd stalk me, though. Cedric laughed and Hari could feel the vibration of it in her chest. Well, how else was I supposed to get you alone? That's what they all say, she joked. The atmosphere of the room took a drastic turn as Hari sat upright with worry on her face and looked deeply into Cedric's eyes. Are you sure you want this? What? He asked. Of course I am. Why would you think otherwise? It's dangerous, she whispered. Tom's getting stronger. Don't worry about me, he whispered as he cupped her cheek. I'll just stand next to you, and I'll be fine. He pressed a gentle kiss to her forehead and Hari relished in it. Standing next to me might get you killed, she countered sadly. It's still the best place to be, he replied. Hari's heart leapt in her chest. She looked into his brilliant gray eyes and could read all of the emotions flickering on his face. He really meant it. No one had ever cared about Hari this way. Hermione's love was constant and fierce. Ron's was shaky but could always be counted on it a bind. But Cedric's was so gentle, so kind. So, she gave in. She could feel the shift as it happened, like turning on a light or pressing a button. She'd let him care for her. She'd let him in. Before she could think too long about it, she was leaning forward. Cedric was leaning forward too, and their lips met in the middle. It wasn't like she'd expected. It wasn't awkward or fumbled, it was perfect. As soon as they touched her, magic burst out of her to meet his. They clashed and melded and swirled together as Cedric's hand moved up her back to rest on her neck, pulling her closer than she thought was possible. One of Harry's hands was exploring his hair while the other wrapped around his waist. Cedric's other hand had found its way to her waist under her outer robe, and his fingertips brushed the skin between her jumper and her jeans, sending shivers up her spine. When they finally separated, they were flushed and out of breath and completely surprised to find themselves surrounded by a golden glow. They pulled apart to inspect their hands and Cedric started laughing. "What is this?" Harry asked, finding herself unable to tear her eyes away from the glow. "Harry," Cedric said, cupping her face in both of his hands and forcing her to look at him. He wore the giddiest grin she'd ever seen and looked to be on the verge of tears as he whispered, "We're soulmates." Chapter 13. Harry had been walking around in a daze. Soulmates. She'd never heard anyone talk about them, so she hadn't thought they were real. Cedric had laughed at her sputtering and spent an hour talking about soulmate lore. Once he explained, it all made sense. The way they'd been drawn to each other so quickly. The way their magic sang when the other person was nearby. The whole idea was overwhelming. Cedric was the first person she'd ever really had feelings for. He was her first date and her first kiss. She had been the same for him. His first real date. He had insisted. It felt too fast and not fast enough at the same time. They'd been able to spend a few hours together, and even with her advanced processing power, it was a lot to take in. It was a fascinating piece of magic, something that affected Wixen and Muggles alike. They were more common with Wixen, but still exceedingly rare. There would be 2 stages of the bonding. The first is initiated at first kiss, and they'd receive a magical boost in their sleep, since their souls were now in the process of joining together. The bond would be complete the first time they slept together, which Cedric had informed her through stutters while hiding his blush. At that point, they would receive another magical boost, and their souls would be forever bound to one another. They would be able to draw magic from each other, making both of them stronger in turn. The downside was that once the bond was complete, they wouldn't be able to live without each other. If one died, the other would follow. They'd agreed to keep it a secret for as long as they could. Everyone knew they were together, but soulmates were so rare that if it was made public, they'd have a target on their backs. The days she'd been walking around in had been bliss at first, because she was worthy. She finally had someone that was hers. Their souls had been made for each other. They completed each other. The effects of the bond could be felt immediately, though mostly by Cedric. He had described the power boost he got as swimming through lava, while Harry's had felt a bath that was just a little too hot. And then it turned. Because Cedric was stuck with her, regardless of whether or not he really wanted it, because if they completed their bond, even the thought made her blush, then he would die if she did. They'd both been busy in the days after their discovery and hadn't been able to do anything more than plan to meet up after the scheduled champions meeting. She'd been grateful for the time apart, trying to sort out her feelings about it. Harry was making her way down to the Quidditch pitch when she stopped and turned in the direction she felt Cedric coming from to wait for him. He grinned when he turned the corner and jogged over to lightly bump his shoulder into hers. "Hey there, stranger," he said, grabbing her hand and knitting their fingers together. "Hey," she said and blushed furiously. "So, what do you think this is all about? Hopefully they'll just tell us what it is this time." "I hate riddles," she said, trying to remain calm. "Yeah, but why the pitch? Do you think we're going to have to fight each other?" "I hope not." Harry scrunched up her nose. "Fleur's a force to be reckoned with. And Victor's obviously powerful, even if he is a bit of a mystery." As they approached, the couple widened their eyes and furrowed their brows in anger. "What have you done to our pitch?" Harry called out, dropping Cedric's hand to run up to Bagman and the other champions. "Don't worry, now," Bagman laughed. "You'll have your Quidditch pitch back after the tournament, now," he said, clapping his hands together. "They're just shrubs now, but they'll grow over the next month. Can you guess what your final challenge will be?" "A maze," Crumb supplied. "Right you are," Bagman replied jovially. "Now, it's not just a maze, of course. Hagrid will be supplying some creatures and there will be other challenges as well. Good luck to you all." Bagman walked back towards the castle as the 4 champions looked out over the maze. Harry, Victor walked over. "Could we speak for a moment?" "Yeah, sure," she replied. "I'll see you in the kitchen tonight, right?" she asked Cedric. Yeah, he replied. Victor set off towards the forest and Harry matched his step. I always feel better when walking, he supplied. What did you want to talk about? She asked. Well, it is Hermione, he said slowly. I've asked her to visit my home during the summer, and she seemed excited about it. I'm just not sure if she realizes what I mean by it, and I don't know how to ask. Well, what do you mean by it? Harry asked. I wish to court her, he said seriously, stopping to look at Harry. She must meet my family first, but they will be here for the final task. Oh, Harry said, raising her eyebrows in surprise. I can assure you that she definitely doesn't know that. She doesn't? He asked, looking crestfallen. Hermione is a Muggleborn, Harry explained. And Hogwarts doesn't have any classes that teach Muggleborns about Wixen culture and customs. They're given a list of recommended reading, but even that's pretty sparse. I have a couple books about old customs, but I haven't finished reading them yet, so Myone hasn't gotten her hands on them. The article was correct, then? You are just now learning our ways? Unfortunately, yes, I. A noise in the forest had both students turning their heads. Oh, Weatherby, thank you, a voice called out. Hello? Victor asked. Have to get to Dumbledore, yes, Weatherby. The files, got to go. Got to warn them. Mr. Crouch? Harry asked as he came into view. Weatherby, he called out, taking note of her. Have to get to Dumbledore, have to warn them. Go get someone, I'll stay with him, Victor said. He's gone mad. No need, she replied. Expecto Patronum. Harry was surprised when the form that burst from the tip of her wand was not a stag, but a badger. A very large badger. Almost bear size. Harry stared at the creature in shock until Crumb cleared his throat. Right, go to Dumbledore. Tell him the Barty Crouch is in at the edge of the forest and sounds a bit mad. I'm here with Victor. The badger nodded, then raced off towards the castle. Something wrong with your Patronus? Victor asked. It changed, Harry said dismissively and walked closer to Crouch. Mr. Crouch? Dumbledore is on his way. He's coming? Crouch asked frantically as he grabbed onto Victor's robes, nearly knocking them both over. Thank you, Weatherby. Yes, Victor replied, barely containing his discomfort. They tried leading Crouch closer to the castle, but the man kept turning back and knocking them away, so they couldn't cover much ground. Moody came around soon after she'd sent off the Patronus and told them to go back up to the castle. Harry was reluctant, seeing as she'd only had one trustworthy defense teacher in 4 years. And even he had tried to kill her, but Victor was determined to get out of there. They passed by Dumbledore in the entrance hall and pointed him in Moody's direction before parting ways. Harry headed straight for the kitchens. If Cedric wasn't there yet, she'd just hang out with the elves. Cedric was late and apologized profusely as they settled in. The elves set up a table and chairs by the fire, and they shared tea and cookies. Can you do the Patronus charm? She asked cautiously. I've only managed mist, nothing corporeal like yours, he said. Why? Oh, it's mine changed, she admitted, looking away from him and blushing furiously. I wonder how that could have happened. Cedric teased. What is it? It's a badger, she said quietly. When she found enough courage to chance a glacé in his direction, she found Cedric grinning like a fool. Is it now? He said with reverence. The gentle teasing of his voice was gone, replaced with pure pride. Do you think mine will be a lion? I'd prefer a cat, she replied. It would suit you, he teased. I know you've fallen asleep in front of a fire before. Everyone has, Harry said defensively. On a rug? With a pillow and blanket? He asked, eyebrows raised while he took a sip of tea without breaking eye contact. Tosh, she yielded. So, what do we think about the maze? Defense and herbology, he said confidently. Shields first, my shields are great, Harry interjected. Then curses and counter curses, Cedric continued without acknowledging her comment. How are you with plants? Neville can help with that, she said nodding and taking another cookie from the plate. She was sure it was enchanted to refill itself, as they never seemed to run out of cookies. We should both research more creatures, he added. Owl ordered 13 creature books in preparation. Every tournament has at least one creature task. 13? He asked. Hagrid and Hermione, she explained. Hagrid actually gave me a list of over 40, but most of them were really obscure versions. Stuff that hasn't been in print for a couple hundred years. You know he's got a little library hidden away in the hut? Hermione's the one that narrowed it down to the books that were feasible. How much did you get through? I'm somewhat familiar with all of them, but I only read the passages I needed once I figured out each task. 5 of them mention dragons, and only 2 mention mermaids. We can set up days for dual study in the library. What about your private lessons with the Americans? Cedric asked with only a hint of jealousy. The Americans were fine, really. But Odo was really touchy with Hari, and it rubbed Cedric the wrong way. He tried to focus on the fact that she was comfortable enough with Odo to allow him to be touchy. That was progress. Odo is confident with my charms work. We'll decrease that to only Mondays. I'd like to keep both days of defense though, and if I could increase the dueling I would. But Emily is only around on Thursdays. Weekends then? Yeah. I already spend them in the library, so not much is going to change. Cedric nodded and sipped at his tea, then walked Hari back up to Gryffindor Tower before curfew. Tonight was fun, he whispered. I've missed you. I've missed you too, Hari said. I know you're working through some feelings, Cedric said so she wouldn't have to. And if I had to guess, I would say that you're worried about the danger you're putting me in. Hari nodded her head but kept it down and chewed on her bottom lip nervously. Cedric leaned in and pulled her closer, so their foreheads met in the middle. I won't tell you not to worry about me, but have a little faith in me, okay? I can do that, Hari whispered. She leaned up and found his lips with hers. Hari's hands wrapped around his neck while Cedric's gripped her waist, and he walked them forward until Hari's back met the castle wall. Hari moved one hand down to explore Cedric's back, the lean muscle feeling so natural and powerful under her touch. They were interrupted several minutes later by Hermione, who was coming back from the library. Good night, Hari stammered as she followed Hermione inside. Good night, Cedric replied. He wore a silly grin all the way to the Hufflepuff common room. Crouch had been taken to the hospital wing first but was later transferred to St. Mungo's. Apparently, he hadn't said anything after coming out of the forest with Moody. The healers insisted that everything looked normal, but Crouch remained unresponsive until the day he died, 2 years later. Chapter 14. On the morning of the third task, Cedric joined Hari at the Gryffindor table for breakfast. He looked calm, but his magic felt jittery. Hari's magic was jittery as well, and they shared a sympathetic look before trying to eat. Mr. Diggory, Miss Potter, McGonagall said as she approached, the champions are meeting with their families now. Do I have to go? Hari asked. Her nerves were on edge as she lowered her voice. It's not like anyone's going to be there for me. Cedric squeezed her hand under the table, and McGonagall's eyes fell for a brief second. On the contrary, dear. You've got an entire flock. She gestured for the 2 of them to head out and tried to give Hari a reassuring smile. Once in the tent, Hari was immediately pulled into a tight hug by Mrs. Weasley. Oh, Hari, it's so good to see you, she said before letting go. Arthur came up next to give her an awkward dad hug. Bill shook her hand, and Charlie pulled her into his side and asked her about the dragon minis. He was scolded by his older brother, and then Remus stepped out of the shadows with Padfoot. Moony, she whispered as she hugged him. Hey cub, he said into her hair. Hari thought her heart might burst when she heard his term of endearment. That alone was going to make her cry. But she brushed the feeling away so she could properly greet her godfather. She bent down on her knees and pulled him into a hug. She didn't care that she was hugging a dog. It was serious and she missed him. Their letters throughout the year had kept her sane. Since Dobby was able to provide instant, discreet delivery, they exchanged at least 3 letters per week. Remus' letters were always pretty short, mostly updates on the outside world and questions about her studies. Sirius was a rambler. He'd found that writing out his happy memories helped him hold onto them better, so he'd been filling out 5 to 6 pages a week of tiny script with stories of their school years. Stories of her parents falling in love. Stories about the first year of Hari's life, when they were all together. I missed you, Padfoot, she whispered. He whined softly and jumped up to lick her face in response. That's gross, she scolded him lightly and stood to join the others. How have you been, hun? Mrs. Weasley asked, grabbing her hands. I've been all right, Hari said. I think I'm about as prepared for today as I'll ever be. George mentioned in a letter that some old Ilvermorny students have been training you? Bill asked. Yeah, Hari told him, "They've been great. I could probably pass the defense OWL without any problem." "I'm sure you could pass the NEWTS," Remus praised her, and Hari looked away with an awkward smile on her face. "Hari," Cedric called lightly. She turned and he beckoned her over to meet his parents. She pulled Remus and Padfoot along with her. "Hi," she greeted them, "I'm Harry Potter, and this is Remus and Padfoot." "A pleasure to finally meet you, dear." Cedric's mother held out her hand and Hari took it, moving on to shake his father's hand while his mother greeted Remus. "A pleasure to see you again, sir," she told him. He didn't seem thrilled to be interacting with her but remained polite. "Professor Lupin," Cedric greeted enthusiastically, "great to see you again." "Remus is just fine, Mr. Diggory. I'm not your professor anymore, after all." Remus smiled at the boy and then leaned in ever so slightly. "I'm going to assume that you've already been given a speech in regard to Hari?" "Yes, sir," Cedric laughed. "From Hermione Granger, Fred and George Weasley, and even Neville Longbottom." "Well, then, I'll spare you from the one I had planned." Remus released his hand with a wink. "What?" Hari asked, clearly out of the loop. "Hermione caught on quite early," he said. "Cornered me in an empty classroom a few weeks before I asked you to the ball." "She did?" Hari asked. "The twins were the day after the ball, and Neville was only a few weeks ago, though I don't think he planned it." Cedric laughed again and looked away. "Should we take a walk, son?" Amos asked, clearly uncomfortable with the conversation. "I'll see you before?" Cedric asked, and Hari nodded. The champions met in a tent outside the pitch when it was time. Crumb looked a little pale, and Fleur was whispering to herself in faster-than-light French. As soon as Cedric walked in, they embraced. "Sorry about my dad," he said. "It's fine," she said. "At least he didn't insult me this time," she laughed. They walked over to the other two to wait for their signal. "Good luck," Crumb said. "You too," Hari replied. Fleur and Cedric gave weak nods. As they walked out onto the pitch, Hari could see the crowd going wild. She couldn't make out anything in particular, it was just chaotic white noise. Her heart was pounding in her ears and the light was harsh. Cedric grabbed her hand and interlaced their fingers as they went to stand in front of the entryways. Once everyone was stopped, Bagman began some mundane explanation that Hari couldn't hear. Instead, she looked over to Crumb, who was on her left, and held her hand out to him. He took it after a brief hesitation. Cedric followed suit by offering his hand to Fleur. And after entering the maze, Hari watched Crumb move to take Cedric's hand as the hedge closed around her. The maze itself hadn't been that difficult for Hari. After encountering Hagrid's blast-ended Scroots, she heard Cedric scream. A blood-curdling scream that had her running in his direction. She helped him up after stunning Crumb. "Bloody hell," he said. "He was Imperio used," Hari said. "Better send up Sparks." They stuck together after that. After a boggart, an obscenely smug Sphinx, and sending up Sparks for an incapacitated Fleur, they were the only two left. Upon reaching the cup, Hari and Cedric fought off an acromantula, which Hari did gleefully in revenge of her 12-year-old self. Then they had bickered about who should take it before agreeing to take it together. A tie for Hogwarts and Ilvermorny, Cedric had joked, even though her leg was bleeding profusely, and his hands were still shaking. When they arrived at a graveyard, Hari knew something was wrong. "Wands out," she whispered. "Someone's coming." "Kill the spare," a voice called. "Avada Kedavra," called another voice. "No." Hari screamed and jumped in front of Cedric without thinking about the consequences, pulling her left arm over her chest to block the spell. Her arm covered itself in the silvery scales gifted to her by Asha, and the green spell bounced off of her arm and went into the ground. The arm fell to her side, devoid of all feeling. "Hari!" Cedric yelled. She turned around and pushed him away from her, summoning the cup to him as her scar began to burn. She saw him disappear and fell to the ground in pain. Her scar had never hurt this badly, and Hari knew she was screaming but she couldn't actually hear herself through the pain. It was so much worse than the last time, but it was also the same. It felt like something was trying to claw its way out of her. So, she focused as much as she could, and she pushed. Blinding pain filled her entire body as her scar burst open and a disgusting black vapor was thrust out in the direction of the other people. Hari didn't have any time to process what had happened as she faded into unconsciousness. When Hari woke up, she was tied to a headstone. That, in and of itself, isn't exactly a good sign. But she was also graced with the view of Peter Pettigrew preparing a potion in an obscenely large cauldron. Her left arm was still numb and was hanging limply at her side. The eye under her scar was swollen shut once again, and that side of her face felt stiff under dried blood. Pettigrew was chanting. She knew he was, but she couldn't focus her mind long enough to make out what he was saying. He approached her at some point, and she saw a quick flash from a knife just before closing her eye, and when it opened it again, a figure was emerging from the cauldron. He looked horrible. His skin was almost white, and his face lacked definition. His eyes shined blood red and only slits remained where there should be a nose. He knelt beside a wailing wormtail and summoned his followers through the dark mark. Flashes of black signaled their arrival. She realized that he was speaking to her after a short crucio cleared her ears out. "Sorry Tom, I wasn't listening," she said slowly, still feeling a little woozy. "You look awful, by the way." "How dare you address me that way?" Crucio. The second cruciatus lasted longer than the first but was still only about a second. Horrible, yes, but manageable. Her limp arm kept twitching, but at least she couldn't feel it. Tom let her down off the headstone and she fell to the earth. "What's wrong, Tom?" Hari asked after coughing up half a lung. "Were you expecting more people to show up?" She looked off to the side to find a meager crowd of Death Eaters. Less than 20, though she couldn't be exact. Tom crucioed her again just for fun. Hari pushed herself into a sitting position up against the headstone and ripped a part of her shirt off, transfigured it into a sling and then shoved her numb arm into it. Tom was monologuing to his followers, not paying her much attention, which she'd used to her advantage. She dug her good hand into the soil, and wriggled her feet down into the mud, burning off her shoes slowly, so as not arouse suspicion. She needed to be as connected to the earth as possible if she was going to tap into its magic. She could just barely feel the pulse. And gently began drawing it into her, replenishing her magical core in a matter of minutes while Tom was distracted. The grass around her withered as she drew in more power, but Tom and his little friends were still preoccupied. With her head and ears finally cleared, she could listen to Tom ranting. "After tonight, the only thing people will say about Harry Potter is that she begged for death, and I, mercifully, obliged." Tom laughed, a real I'm a villain cackle, and the present Death Eaters chuckled forcefully. Her head was still fuzzy when Tom threw her wand at her. She almost laughed. She didn't need a wand to destroy him, but she'd use it. "You've been taught to duel, yes? On your feet, Potter," Tom commanded. Hari got up slowly, trying her hardest not to fall back down. "First, we bow to each other." Hari didn't move. She was clutching her wand in her good hand and staring into those disgusting eyes but made no move to bow. "Come now, Hari," he said, his tone darkening with each passing second. "Dumbledore would be ashamed by your lack of manners. Bow to death, Hari," he laughed darkly. When she refused again, he hit her with the imperious curse, but Hari threw it off with practiced ease. "I only bow to people who've earned it," she spat. Tom snarled and sent his first curse at her. Something purple that sent shivers down her spine even though it didn't touch her. Not many of Tom's spells hit her. In fact, the only spell that ever landed was the Cruciatus. He wasn't taking this seriously. Part of her was relieved. The other part was pissed. Hari pulled roots up that wove around his bare feet, but he kicked them off quickly. He was casting in parcel, which surprised Hari a little bit, but she could see the benefit. His spells were smooth, and his followers were cowering. So, Hari started casting in parcel too. One Death Eater actually fainted. She would have smiled if Tom hadn't crucioed her for it. After the fourth torture spell, she conjured a dozen throwing stars and threw them at Tom. 2 hit their mark, drawing the madman's blood. The rest embedded themselves in the Death Eaters. This seemed to be the final straw for Tom, so he upped his game. "Avada Kedavra!" Tom yelled. "Avada Kedavra!" Hari replied. 2 green spells met in the middle of the graveyard, and a golden dome surrounded the 2 of them. An old man emerged from Tom's wand, looking confused. Then Lily Potter emerged, instructing Hari to hold the connection and wait for her father. After James arrived, they told her that they were proud of her and that they loved her. Then they rushed towards Tom, and Hari called for Dobby. Dobby and Hari appeared in the middle of the infirmary with a soft pop. "Hari!" Cedric yelled as he ran over to her and pulled her off of the ground and into his arms. What happened? I'm sorry, she cried, I'm so sorry, Harry was interrupted by tremors that shook her whole body. Cedric held onto her the entire time, whispering in her ear until the tremors subsided. It's okay. I've got you. I've got you. You're safe now. You're safe. Had to get you out of there, she whispered, lifting her hand up to brush his face with her fingertips, just to be sure he was real. I'm going to move you into a bed now, Harry, Madame Pomfrey said softly. Harry nodded and let herself be levitated into a bed. Cedric joined her as Pomfrey sent diagnostics at her. How long were you under, dear? She asked softly. Harry had to think for a minute. It was 7 times. The first 2 were short, only about a second each, but they got longer the angrier he got. The last one was at least 20 seconds. Madame Pomfrey nodded stiffly and went off to fetch potions and salves for her wounds as the doors opened, and a gaggle of adults swept into the hospital wing. Cub, called out a familiar voice. Harry sat up and let the tears flow freely down her face. Moony, she called weakly, holding her arm out to find him. He pulled her into a tight hug as Padfoot whimpered nearby. When they separated, Padfoot jumped on the bed and Harry wrapped her arm around him, letting her head droop and fall into his fur. She felt Cedric begin to rub her back and Padfoot growled at him. Be nice, Padfoot, Harry scolded him lightly, I'm keeping him. Padfoot's growls softened as Madame Pomfrey returned. I need to take a look at your forehead, Harry. The wound's grown again. Harry nodded in agreement and lifted her head up. Something awful came out of it, she said nonchalantly. What was that, Harry? Dumbledore asked. Harry looked towards him in surprise, unaware that he had come in with Remus and Padfoot. Something came out of my scar. As soon as I portkeyed Cedric away. It hurt a lot, and the thing was black. Then I passed out. What else happened? He questioned aggressively. Albus, Madame Pomfrey scolded. Now is not the time. I'm afraid this is of the utmost importance, Dumbledore responded gravely. Just take my memory, Harry said, already annoyed at the whole thing. When no one responded, Harry continued, if you seriously can't wait until the bleeding stops to question me about Tom, just take the damn memory. A wordless conversation played out amongst the adults and then Dumbledore stepped forward to extract the memory. When it was done, he, Remus, and Padfoot went to leave. Not Padfoot, Harry called out, and Padfoot came to her bedside, whining softly, please. She whispered and caressed his face, I don't want you to see. Padfoot relented and jumped up onto the bed, sniffing her numb arm and wriggling his way close to her. Madame Pomfrey was bustling about, healing her wounds and shoving vials into her hands. No stitches this time, she commented. Really? Harry asked. It's closed up nicely, she confirmed. It will scar, but it's already thinner than it was before. Don't worry, Cedric whispered, it looks wicked. Harry chuckled and leaned into him. At some point he joined her on the bed, but she wasn't sure when that had happened. He sat behind her with a leg on either side and was rubbing her back again. What happened to your arm, dear? Pomfrey asked. Killing curse, Cedric supplied, and everyone in the room gasped. It was headed for me. She stepped in front of it and it bounced off. Sabine numb ever since, Harry confirmed. You stepped in front of the killing curse? Amos Diggory said slowly. To save my son? Harry, who hadn't realized he was there, looked up with confusion. Couldn't let him die, could I? She said. Stu pretty. Cedric chuckled, and the vibration reverberated through Harry's chest. She started to chuckle herself when another wave of tremor racked her body. Ah, she groaned, and Cedric held her tighter. It's all right, he whispered. I'm right here, I've got you. When the tremor ceased, Snape was at her side and forced a potion past her lips. You foolish girl, he said softly, voice devoid of malice. Seed needs it too, she said. Victor was Imperio used. I've already had some, Cedric said into her ear. Promise? She asked. Promise, he nodded. Snape put his hands on Harry's shoulders and forced her to look at him. I have never been prouder of a student than I am right now, he said softly, and Harry's eyes widened. The Dark Lord was foolish tonight. He was arrogant, and he underestimated you. He will not make that mistake again. I know, Harry nodded. We'll begin your training when you've healed, he said, leaving no room for comments or questions. MK, Harry nodded again then leaned back into Cedric. Cub, Remus said, Coming up to her bedside, he was crying, which made Padfoot whine. "You did so good, I'm so proud of you." "Did you see Mom and Dad?" Harry asked with her head nestled in the crook of Remus' neck. "They're proud of you too," he replied. "Remus," Dumbledore called. "Preparations must be made." "I'm not leaving her," he replied without letting go of Harry. "The others must." "No," Remus yelled, releasing Harry and rounding on the headmaster. "You failed her for the last time, Albus. Make your own preparations, we're staying with Harry." Remus turned his back to Dumbledore, who pulled his lips into a tight, disapproving line, but said nothing more. Harry woke up in the early hours of the morning and raised her head to find Sirius, still in the form of Padfoot, resting beside her on the bed, while Remus slept in an armchair nearby. Cedric's bed had been moved closer to Harry's. She wasn't surprised to find him awake. "Hi," she said weakly. "Hi," he smiled. "You still want this?" she asked, feeling confident that he would respond positively even though her heart twinged in anticipation of the opposite. "More than ever," he replied, scooching closer. The beds were only a few inches apart, but it felt like miles. Harry scooted closer in return, and their hands met in the middle. They were found a few hours later in the same position, each with a smile on their sleeping faces. Chapter 15. The last days of term were awkward, to say the least. Moody had vanished into thin air, then turned up again a few days later, spouting something about being trapped in a chest. It was pretty low on the scale of batshit crazy things that happen at Hogwarts, so it wasn't given much attention. The Ilvermorny crowd had visited her in the infirmary to say their goodbyes. They'd each given Harry a letter and Emily passed over the booklet of spells, even though Harry hadn't beaten her in a duel yet. The letters were filled with praise, advice, and promises to stay in touch. Even though Harry and Cedric had grabbed the cup at the same time, he was the only one who came back with it, so he was pronounced the winner, and he was very upset about it. It was way worse than their Quidditch match the year before. The school was informed of Voldemort's return, and Harry and Cedric were ostly left alone. Which worked out well for them. It gave them ample time to talk. There was so much to discuss. In the last days before the official end of his 6th year and her 4th year, Harry told Cedric every gruesome detail of her first 3 years at Hogwarts. It had taken a long time, and Cedric hadn't taken all of it very well, but he was still by her side. He'd asked her for everything, and he'd never asked before, so she thought it was finally time to share. Sirius, Remus, and Hermione were brought in on the secret of them being soulmates on their first day at Grimmauld Place. There were tears and hugs and a surprising amount of alcohol. The Weasleys were finishing up things at the Burrow, planning to arrive in 3 weeks' time, after the eldest Weasley combed the place over for curses. Currently, the only permanent residents of number 12 Grimmauld Place were Sirius, Remus, Harry, Hermione, and Cedric. His parents had put up quite the fight against the idea, and only relented when they were told that Dumbledore himself was the secret keeper. Hermione's parents hadn't really understood, but she had always been convincing. The first few weeks were spent healing. Harry was forced to be bedbound for the first full week and Sirius had become some sort of mother hen, checking in on the hour, every hour. She spent most of her time reading. A few different healers had been brought in to look at her arm, but none of them could say if she would ever regain function. 3 days before the Weasleys were set to move in, Hermione cornered Harry in the library. "I've found it, Harry," she said gravely, gesturing to a stack of books beside her. The girl had barely slept since the library had been declared fit for browsing. "The thing that came out of my head?" she asked. "Yeah, it's the darkest magic I've ever come across, Harry. Truly awful." Hermione looked away guiltily. "Spit it out," Harry laughed, finding herself annoyed at the anticipation. "It's called a Horcrux," Hermione said quietly. "It's a bit of someone's soul that they've removed. It makes you functionally immortal." The dust settled around the room as Hermione waited for the inevitable explosion. She'd even closed her eyes to prepare for it but opened them again after several seconds of silence. She found that Harry had conjured a chair and was now sitting down. "How do you make one?" she asked calmly. "Well, the books don't give specifics, but it starts with a sacrifice. A person's death. Then there's a ritual and a potion to sever the soul, and finally a spell to contain it in your chosen object," Hermione finished. Harry had been nodding along absent-mindedly, staring out of the library's arched windows. They aren't meant to be contained in living things, Harry guessed. All the books reference an object to contain the soul fragment in. None of them mention a living host, Hermione confirmed. I need to think, Harry said. Her eyes had lost their spark, and Hermione moved to leave when Harry grabbed her arm gently. Will you stay? Of course, Hermione said. She conjured her own chair and settled in. I don't mind if you read, Harry whispered about 5 minutes into their silence. She smiled at the sound of Hermione's relief. The two sat there in silence, other than the occasional turning of a page and the occasional pulse of Harry's angry magic, for 3 hours before Harry spoke again. Dumbledore knows, she said. That's why he stayed away all these years. Why he never checked on me. Why he kept me as uneducated as possible. Gave me just enough information to sat my curiosity without giving up anything vital. Harry trailed off, getting that far-off look in her eye for a brief second before coming back down to reality. How do you destroy a Horcrux, Hermione? The object must be completely destroyed. Completely destroyed. Beyond all means of repair, Hermione answered quietly. He raised me to die, Harry replied evenly. I think he wanted you to do it willingly. I think that everything, all of our adventures, she said, laughing with self-pity, were ways for you to die heroically. So, he wouldn't have to do it himself. By the time she was finished, her voice was almost too quiet to hear at all. I'm sure Tom would have done it eventually. But why? Hermione asked, falling hard into study mode. Why would he want to kill you when you carried a piece of his soul? I remember that night, Hermione. After the horde of Dementors at the end of 3rd year, I remember it all. It actually starts with laughter. Dad did something ridiculous and made me laugh, which made Mum come in to check on us. Then she's laughing, and they settle onto the couch. Dad perks up after a minute, probably feeling the wards, and tells Mum to take me and go. Tom blasts in the door while Mum is with me on the stairs. He and Dad share some words, but Tom is only toying with him, and kills him in nothing more than annoyance. Me and Mum are in the nursery by this time, and Mum is chanting. There's a flash of gold, and Mum stops chanting. Then Tom comes in and tells Mum to stand aside. 3 times, he told her. 3 chances. And she refused each time. So, Tom laughs, then kills her too, because she's blocking his view of me. Harry looked away then and continued on quietly. And then he told me that he was sorry. Sorry because I had to die. Because nothing could stand in the way of the good he planned to do for wizard kind. He stood back, promised I wouldn't feel anything, then fired the killing curse at me. There was a flash of green, then of gold, and the spell rebounded, hitting him in the chest, and his body fell to the ground. Tears were streaming down both of their faces, and Hermione sent a few tissues Harry's way. There wasn't any time for Tom to perform a ritual, Harry finally said. The books advise against creating more than one Horcrux. One book in particular, the one that spits out chloroform when you open it, she rolled her eyes, says that splitting the soul even once destabilizes it. What are the risks of an unstable soul? Harry asked, turning back to face her friend. I hadn't gone that far, she admitted, though I doubt there's much literature on the topic. I think it's safe to assume that it could have been an accident, Harry reasoned. He probably wouldn't be trying to kill me if he knew. That makes the most sense, Hermione agreed. Hey, how has no one found us by now? I control the wards, Harry replied casually. I can keep them out. We should probably get something to eat, she suggested. Convincing Sirius to let Cedric stay in Harry's room that night took way too little effort. Harry knew it was because Remus was away on a mission, but that didn't stop her from taking advantage. As soon as dinner was done, she dragged him up to the 4th floor, what they were calling the family floor. Sirius was in the master bedroom, Remus was in what used to be a study, and Harry was in Sirius' old room. As soon as the door closed behind them, Harry's magic went wild. Cedric was thrown a few feet backwards from the sheer force of it, and Harry crumpled to the floor as the dam burst. Her face was soaked with tears before Cedric crawled over. He picked her up carefully and got both of them into bed, offering no words of comfort until she had calmed down. I need you to get the minis, she whispered. They're in my trunk and you're already keyed into the wards. He was gone too fast, and Harry shivered from the lack of his warmth. As soon as they were released, all 4 dragons flew to her side and lined up in front of her. Mother, I need you, she said to them. Each dragon froze in place before shuddering slightly and turning to face her. What has happened, my Ashka? Asha asked. Ashka was their name for Hari, her dragon name. The name she was to tell others if and when she encountered them. Will you understand if I say it in English? Yes. Hari turned to Cedric, who had joined her on the bed again and wrapped his arms around her. You don't have to tell me, he said. I'm here either way. It was a bit of his soul, she choked out. A bit of his soul lived in me for 14 years. Cedric blinked at her while he processed. It's gone now, he asked. It's what came out of my scar, she confirmed. It doesn't change who you are, he whispered and held her tightly. It doesn't change how I feel about you. Hari nodded as more tears streamed down her face. Cedric offered few words of comfort, knowing Hari preferred to be held as she tried to organize her thoughts and emotions. Every so often she'd grip him tighter, and he would respond in turn, whispering something sweet before letting comfortable silence surround them again. What are they saying? Cedric asked. All 4 minis had been hissing. Mostly swears. Hari laughed and wiped away some of her tears while Cedric grabbed a tissue. She blew her nose and vanished it. They came to a silent agreement that the talking portion of the evening was over. Cedric helped Hari out of her muggle clothes and into her pajamas. She'd nonverbally insisted she could do it herself, but her left arm was still numb, and she was exhausted, so Cedric's will won out. The dragons settled in as well, the horntail taking up residence on Hari's pillow, while the others curled up next to her stomach. Hari fell asleep quickly, but Cedric stayed awake for hours. He listened to her breaths and felt for a pulse every once in a while. Just to confirm that she was really there, really alive. Just to be sure. Chapter 16. Hari hid away in her room when the Weasleys arrived. She let Remus and Cedric help them settle in and didn't show her face until dinner. She was working on a special project, one that required all of her concentration. The project was Veritaserum. Truth potion. Great in some circumstances, deadly in others. The problem with the original potion was that it forced you to answer the questions you're asked. Hari needed something that would force you to tell the truth, but only if you decided to answer the question. She thought she figured it out 4 days after the Weasleys came to stay, then handed her findings over to the twins to check. They confirmed that the idea was solid, and that her recipe would at least get her close to the desired product. So, with their approval and notes, she handed the plans off to Snape. He'd come over for an order meeting. They still weren't allowing Hari and the others to sit in, not even Cedric, Fred, or George, who were all of age. But Snape owed her, so they met in secret after each meeting to discuss. He'd promised to train her back in the hospital wing but hadn't said anything about it since. I need your help with something, Hari said, after he'd filled her in on the nothingness that came from the official meeting. What? He drawled. A potion, she smirked, and Snape raised a single eyebrow. It's a modified version of Veritaserum. The twins say it looks decent, but I'm not stupid enough to attempt to brew it myself. I was hoping you'd take over the project for me. What do you need a modified truth serum for? He asked, and though he hid his curiosity well, Hari could still see it. Dumbledore and I are long overdue for a chat, she replied coolly. Don't you think? And when would you like this conversation to take place? Before the end of summer would be ideal. That'd barely enough time to brew the original potion, Snape scoffed. If my math is right, it should only take 8 days to brew. Snape studied her for a brief moment before snatching her notes away. I'll look this over, he promised. Until then, I believe it's time for us to begin our lessons. Really? Hari perked up. She'd been looking forward to those but hadn't mentioned anything in case he had changed his mind. Yes. We'll be starting with potions, he began, and Hari sighed. I refuse to teach someone who is ignorant of the craft. Fine, she relented. But you have to admit that I improved this past year. Yes, he said, somewhat reluctantly. Start with your first-year potions, let me know when you've mastered them, and write if you have questions. He left quite suddenly, offering no goodbye. Hari scowled every time the order members came by for meetings. None of the kids had been allowed to sit in, despite Sirius and Remus' best attempts. But at least they were busy. Snape had begun instructing them in occlumency, and Sirius had put together a schedule for animagus training. Sirius had grumbled a bit about Snape training his pup, but Hari put a stop to that immediately. He can teach me things that you can't, Hari had said. He can help me survive. Sirius had caved. admitting that Harry's survival was more important than his hatred for the man. Though they still glared daggers at each other whenever they were forced to be in the same room. Hermione and Harry had finished their summer homework early, but their personal projects kept them busy. Hermione was researching soul magic, trying to get to the bottom of how far gone Tom was, and Harry was working on integrating Muggle and magical technology. Thinking back to the Weasleys' Fort Angelina, she thought that magic plus science equaled sentience somehow. The trick would be to keep the machinery from absorbing the ambient magic around it. She thought that runes were the answer, so she'd moved all the runes book in the library up into her bedroom, had Owl ordered 4 more, and was gifted 3 from Victor as a birthday present. Harry had also put together a rudimentary potions lab in the attic, for both herself and the twins, who spent most of their days locked away up there. She and Cedric joined them for a lot of late nights. Ginny had surprised everyone. She and Grace, Cedric's mother, had developed quite a bond, and Ginny had proudly pronounced over dinner one night that she would be field medic. Someone on the battlefield to heal people. Molly had thrown a right fit, but Ginny kept her head up high. It was the source of many arguments that summer. She joined their occlumency and animagus training and had been spending all of her free time in the library with Harry, Hermione, and Cedric. Ron was attempting to do no work at all. He'd flat out refused to learn occlumency and had only agreed to animagus training because it sounded cool. Since the first 4 to 6 months would only be meditation, he'd soon drop that as well. Remus had finally agreed to take Harry to Gringotts. Sirius had wanted to go as Padfoot, but Harry had talked him out of it. They'd agreed that she needed to take an inheritance test, since James wasn't there to reveal family secrets. Harry was nervous. Now that she knew the proper way to address the goblins, she felt ashamed for her previous treatment of them. For her ignorance. Upon reaching the alley, Harry and Remus stopped in front of the bank and bowed before walking in. Harry was dressed in professional robes, as was Remus. It had taken a lot of convincing and a little bit of blackmail, but Harry and Sirius had finally gotten Remus to let them buy him a whole new wardrobe. "Good day, Master Goblin," Harry greeted the goblin teller with a slight bow. "I would like to speak with my account manager." "Good day, Herr Potter," the goblin said slowly. "Do you have your key?" "I do not," she responded. "1 drop of blood," he said, handing her a dagger and a parchment. The parchment confirmed her identity, and she was led to an office. "Good day, Master Goblin." Harry bowed deeply and her account manager, Griphook, did the same. "I would like to begin with an apology," she said as she took a seat. "I have only recently learned what it means to be an heir in this world, and it has been brought to my attention that I have not been treating goblinkind with the respect you deserve. I sincerely apologize for my previous actions and promise that my behavior from now on will accurately represent both my station and my respect for the nation." Griphook's mouth had been slowly warping into a smile while she spoke, and by the time she finished, he was baring all his sharp teeth with a predatory grin. "It is true, then," he said. "Yes, sir," she responded. "Well met, Herr Potter," Griphook said, "and congratulations." "Thank you, sir," Harry replied. "What can the nation do for you today?" "I'd like to begin with a summary of my accounts and a full inheritance test." 7 drops of blood on the parchment, Griphook said, handing her a dagger and a blue-tinged parchment, "and I'll get the documents in regard to your accounts." Harry took the dagger and let her blood spill over the page, watching with fascination as her history was mapped out in front of her. Name: Harriet Rose Potter, Black. Father: James Fleeman Potter, deceased. Mother: Lily Elizabeth Potter née Evans, deceased. Godfathers: Sirius Orion Black, blood adopted godfather, Remus John Lupin. Godmothers: Alice Jane Longbottom née Fortescue. Titles: Heir Potter, father; unclaimed heir Peverell, father; unclaimed heir Black, blood adopted godfather; unclaimed heir Slytherin, by conquest. Includes houses Avery, Brown, Carrow, Crabbe, Flint, Gaunt, Goyle, Lestrange, Malfoy, Knott, Parkinson, Prince, Rosier, Rowell, and Yaxley, unclaimed. Heir Blishwick, by will. Line extinct. Unclaimed heir Burke, by will. Line extinct, unclaimed. Heir Folly, by will. Line extinct. Unclaimed heir Gibbon, by will. Line extinct. Unclaimed heir Sayer, by will. Line extinct. Unclaimed heir Selwyn, By will. Line extinct. Unclaimed heir Wilkes. By will. Line extinct. Unclaimed Wizengamot seats. 26 unclaimed. Other titles. Girl who lived, claimed Slayer of the False King, claimed. Vanquisher of the False Lord of Dark, claimed Magical Queen of Wizarding Britain, unclaimed. I think I'm going to be sick, Hari said as she tossed the parchment to Remus. You, Remus sputtered as he read it over. You hold 26 seats? Half of the Wizengamot, Hari muttered, still in shock, more than half. What is this last title? Remus asked Griphook, who took the parchment and almost fainted. He had to steady himself with a hand on the desk. I must alert the king, he said and hurried out of the room. When Griphook returned, he looked a little pale and was followed by 4 armed guards, as well as the largest goblin Hari had ever seen. The guards positioned themselves around the room while the king sat at Griphook's desk. Your Majesty, Hari bowed deeply and stayed there. Rise, child, the goblin laughed jovially. It is an honor to meet you, Harry Potter. The honor is mine, Hari responded. The king smiled and got down to business. I am Ironshield, king of the nation. And we have much to discuss today. The rest of the meeting passed in a blur. Ironshield explained the old magics and laws that permeate wizarding society. And not just Britain, but all magical societies. Laws that were written by magic herself. One law in particular grants the title of king or queen to a person who is deemed worthy. There were a lot of requirements that went into determining whether or not someone was worthy, but the goblins didn't know them. No one alive would. Once the title was claimed, Hari would be a legitimate queen, and Wizarding Britain would transfer from their current government to a monarchy led by Hari. Her power would extend to all magical beings within her borders. That meant that the goblins, elves, and even the centaurs in the Forbidden Forest would be under her rule. She alone owned Diagon Alley, Hogsmeade, Godric's Hollow, and Azkaban, plus a quarter of Hogwarts. And that didn't include land or family homes. A good deal of England, Scotland, and Wales was now in the possession of a terrified and overwhelmed 14-year-old girl. During Ironshield's explanation, Hari had to take several breaks to vomit into a nearby wastebasket. Not what you expected today, is it? The king laughed. Not exactly, Hari muttered, still gripping the wastebasket for dear life. You don't have to claim the title today. You have some time to prepare yourself and your family. Thank you, Your Majesty, Hari said. No, thank you, the king countered. The dragons are not the only species with a prophecy about you, and I must admit, we are quite pleased with how things are playing out. I don't think I have space in my brain to take in another prophecy today, Hari admitted. We wouldn't tell you anyway, the king laughed. Let's move on to your accounts. Ironshield took a few deep breaths as he read over the documents Griphook had handed him. His face fell almost immediately, and his frown continued to deepen as he read on. The nation has failed you, Your Majesty, he said when he was done. What's the damage? She asked, still looking pale and holding off tears as well as she could. We will be conducting a complete review of all of your accounts immediately. The extent of the damage is currently unknown, but it appears the Albus Dumbledore has been stealing from you. Hari laughed and said, Why am I not surprised? He was never legally declared you magical guardian. We'll invalidate your current key and get you a new one. Today's keys are much more modern than keys of old. Your current magical guardian is your godfather, Sirius Black. You can change that, if you'd like, he said, and Hari shook her head. There's also the matter of your parents' wills. I can't do that today, Hari said quickly. Not on top of everything else. I'm sure we'll be spending a lot of time together this summer, she smiled weakly. Very well, Ironshield responded and flipped to the next page. Moving on to your accounts and holdings. You currently own 74 vaults with us, though the only ones you have access to are the Potter Trust Vault, the Peverell Trust Vault, and the Slytherin Trust Vault. The others will become available to you once you claim their titles. What titles would you like to claim today? Hari grabbed her inheritance test and scanned the names. Potter, Peverell, and Black, plus the extinct lines that were willed to me. I'll leave Slytherin alone for now, but can you explain why it has attached lines? It seems that when the lord of an estate took the Dark Mark, they transferred ownership of all titles, vaults, and holdings to the Dark Lord. When you defeated him as a baby, those titles transferred to you. But the current lords are still using their seats, Harry said. Yes, Ironshield said. When you claim the airship, they will be removed. They will also lose access to their accounts. So as soon as I take the Slytherin airship, I'll bankrupt 15 families? Yes, the king confirmed. Shit, Harry whispered, then looked back up to the king with her eyes narrowed in confusion. That didn't change when I removed their dark marks. Excuse me? Remus asked. I removed the dark marks of the Malfoys, Crabs, Goyles, Parkinsons, Browns, and Rosier, she told him. Remus was looking at her like she'd sprouted another head, but she kept her eyes on Ironshield. The king laughed for a few moments before responding, no, that wouldn't change anything. A contract cannot be unsigned. Good to know, she said. When Harry and Remus arrived back at Grimmauld Place, she went straight for the liquor cabinet. What are you doing, pup? Sirius asked awkwardly. Harry bent down to examine all the different kinds of alcohol, then turned to Sirius. What should I drink if I want to forget? Tequila, he responded immediately. Do we have some? She asked, and Sirius stepped forward to pour her a drink. Harry, Hermione scolded as she entered the room. Harry set her now empty glass down and rounded on her best friend. You're gonna let me have this today, she said, and gestured for Sirius to pour her another. The bank not go well? Sirius asked Remus. Remus answered by gesturing for Sirius to pour him his own glass of tequila. Sirius, Hermione, and Cedric, Harry said to herself. What? Hermione asked. Go get Seed, then we're barricading ourselves in this room under the strongest protection wards magic can offer. Hermione raced off, and when they were all together, Remus and Sirius went about warding the room. We're all set, Cub, Remus said. Harry looked at her people and suppressed the urge to vomit, then looked to Remus for help. I can't, she laughed. You've got to tell them, I just can't. She sat down next to the fire and stared into the flames while Remus explained the situation. By the end of the night, all of them were drinking, even Hermione. She and Remus spent the following 8 days at the bank, going over her accounts and hiring various managers. She needed a solicitor, a publicist, a personal healer. She decided on Snape and Pomfrey but was enticed to include goblin and elf healers. And a whole list of other professionals that would be to undo the damage caused by the one and only, Albus. List of pretentious names Dumbledore. Thankfully, the goblins appeared to like her, so they promised to take care of everything, and she trusted them to keep their word. Harry's 15th birthday was the best one she ever had. All the Weasleys except for Charlie were in attendance, and a few of Order members had come by as well. McGonagall, Snape, Tonks, and Kingsley. Hagrid had sent her a letter saying that he wished he could be there, but she knew he was on a mission. She got more gifts than ever before and had a cake, an honest to Merlin cake with candles and her name written in golden icing. Cedric's parents had come as well and had also decided to take up residence at Grimmauld. Amos had warmed up to her significantly, though he still kept his distance. Cedric's mother, Grace, fawned over Harry in the same way that Molly Weasley did, but it was more subtle. Molly was often overbearing, but Grace always seemed to know when to leave something alone. Most of the gifts she received were books or knickknacks, but she also got chocolate, clothes, and 4 different stuffed animals. One was from Grace, a hippogriff. Another was from Bill and Charlie, a dragon. And the last were from Sirius, a stag and doe. Cedric got her a beautiful bouquet of flowers that would never wilt, as well as connected journals for the 2 of them. He'd also written her a 20-inch letter that made her cry every time she thought about it. Chapter 17 Chapter Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Harry was rudely woken up by Remus at 4 in the morning, the day after her birthday. Wah, she said groggily. There's been an attack, Remus whispered, and Harry shot up in bed. What's happened? She asked, suddenly wide awake. Dementors in the countryside. They got your Aunt Marge, and some of the neighbors. Moody and Tonks are out looking for your cousin, he explained. Fuck, she exhaled and clambered out of bed, throwing on one of Cedric's jumpers as she made her way downstairs. Harry was pacing in front of the fireplace with nervous energy. Her magic was pulsing out of her softly and silver scales cascaded up her arms from her fingertips up to her shoulders. Hermione was sitting on the couch and nursing a cup of tea while Cedric watched Harry pace. Remus was trying not to nod off when the door opened, and Harry rushed into the hall. Bloody ridiculous, that was, Moody was saying. Wasn't all bad, called Tonk's familiar voice. Watcher. Harry. Tonks piled in after Dudley and slammed the door shut. Dudley looked thin. There were dark circles under his eyes and his clothes hung off of his body loosely. His hair was longer now too. It fell past his ears in loose curls. His eyes shot open when he saw Harry, and his feet froze in place. Tonks shuffled around him, oblivious to the tension between him and Harry. "I'm sorry," Harry blurted out. Dudley didn't move for a moment, but then began to walk forward slowly. Harry wasn't quite sure what to do at first. This wasn't the way Dudley walked up to someone he was going to punch. His hands weren't balled up into fists, nor were his shoulders taut with tension. He wasn't stomping around, and his eyes weren't narrowed. Instinct told Harry that she should run anyway, or at least take a step back. But when Dudley reached her, he threw his arms around her and pulled her into a tight hug. The twins had appeared on the stairs a second before and were currently gaping at the pair. "Oh my word," Hermione whispered behind her. Harry couldn't see the reactions of the crowd, but it was a mixed bag. Remus, Hermione, and Cedric were all shocked, but Mrs. Weasley, Tonks, and Moody were staring at the others in confusion. They couldn't understand why two cousins hugging was weird. "I'm sorry," Dudley exclaimed. "I'm so sorry, Harry. For everything, every single thing I ever said or did to you." He cried softly and held onto her for dear life. Harry had just been standing there in shock, but after he spoke, she wrapped her arms around him, too, feeling just how thin he'd gotten over the past year. He'd probably lost at least 60 pounds, and the weight that remained felt more like muscle than fat. "It's okay, Dudley," she whispered. "No, it isn't," he pulled back, keeping his hands on her shoulders as he looked deeply into her eyes. "It wasn't okay, it wasn't." He pulled her in for another hug and Harry didn't hesitate this time. "Thank you," she whispered as they parted. She led him into the sitting room where Mrs. Weasley brought him some tea, already fussing over the poor boy. "Do you need a blanket, dear?" she asked sweetly. "No, ma'am," he said with a soft smile as he wiped away his tears. "Just Molly, dear," she replied. "So," Harry began. That's Hermione next to you, and Molly, of course. This is Remus," she gestured to the wolf, "and this is Cedric." "Nice to meet you all," he said. "Wish the circumstances were a little different. I'm sorry about Marge," Harry tried to say again. "Don't be," he said quickly. "She was a nightmare. I tried to tell her, you know? Not the details about magic, but I tried to tell her we should take the protection they offered." He looked down and shook his head. "How'd you escape?" she asked. "I wasn't there. I was at Pierre's place for the weekend." They sat in silence for a few moments before Remus saved the day. "I thought we'd put you in with Ron, Dudley." "What about Ced?" Harry asked. "There's room on the 4th floor," he said. Sirius finally cleared out Reggie's old room. "Ah." Harry couldn't help but smile and turn to her soulmate. "You'll be right across the hall." Cedric smiled back at her and kissed her on the forehead. "Someone should probably wake Ron," he said, pulling back. Harry turned to Hermione but was met with a worried face. "Can you?" Hermione asked. "Yeah, sure," Harry responded, but gave her the "we'll talk about this later" look. "I'll go start on breakfast," Molly said. Ron was always fun to wake up, and this time was no different. He swung his arms about wildly, almost hitting Harry a couple times before the promise of breakfast got him up. Harry explained the events of the night while they made their way to the kitchen. Molly was bustling about in the kitchen with Dobby, getting everything ready when they walked in. Remus and Hermione were sitting together at one end of the table talking about arithmancy, while Tonks and Cedric were chatting across from each other in the middle. Dudley was next to Cedric but wasn't engaged in any conversation. She supposed Moody must have left. Harry sat down across from Dudley, next to Tonks, and Ron took the seat on the other side of Dudley. The twins were suspiciously absent. "This place is cool," Dudley said. "Don't let Sirius hear you say that," Harry laughed. "He hates this place. You'll meet him later, he's my godfather. And this is Ron." "Nice to meet you," Dudley addressed Ron, who nodded back. "Sirius is the convict, right?" "Yeah," Harry smirked, "but he's innocent. And he's a big softie." "I used to steal your newspapers," Dudley blurted out. "They said he got your parents killed." "It was all a big misunderstanding. And then they just threw him in jail during the chaos. He didn't even get a trial. Dudley nodded and moved on to his next question. How did that guy's eye work? Moody's? I have no idea, Harry admitted. No one does, Remus laughed. Molly and Dobby brought out breakfast and everyone dug in, conversations forgotten. Every once in a while, something obviously magical would happen and Dudley would watch curiously. He almost yelped when the juice goblet refilled his glass on its own. So, what exactly happened to Aunt Marge? Dudley asked when most of the food was gone. They didn't really explain. Harry set down her utensils and pushed her plate aside to put her elbows on the table. They're called Dementors, she began. They're magical beings that feed on human emotions, particularly happiness. When you're close to one, you feel cold and kind of empty. You feel like you can't ever be happy again. Like it's something you've never known. What happened to your aunt, and all those other people, is what we call the Dementor's kiss. Her soul was sucked out of her body. Dudley processed the information for a moment before asking, was it painful? No, Remus answered. She wouldn't have felt much of anything. Were they looking for you? He asked Harry. Not exactly, Dudley. They were, well, she paused, unsure of how to get the words out, when Dudley beat her to the punch. They were sending you a message. Harry nodded sadly, yeah. They did it on your birthday, he said absent-mindedly. Yeah, she said again. So, he's back, then? The guy nobody names? His name is Tom Riddle, Harry said, a little unsure of how he'd gotten to that conclusion, and yes, he's got a body again. It's a complicated story, but he performed a ritual in May in which he used my blood to craft a new body for himself. How'd he get your blood? Dudley asked. He sort of kidnapped me for a couple hours, she replied. Why didn't he kill you? He tried. I got lucky, she said with a shrug. Stop that right now, Hermione scolded. You dueled the Dark Lord and you got away. It wasn't luck. She's right, you know, Cedric agreed and grabbed her hand across the table. I wish you wouldn't downplay your power so much. If it wasn't for Dobby, she tried to explain. Harry, Cedric squeezed her hand and leaned forward so that he was the only thing she could see. They were the only two people in the whole world and nothing else mattered. You're bloody brilliant. Don't sell yourself short. All right. Whatever. I'm amazing. She relented and let out a laugh as she realized Cedric wouldn't stop glaring at her until she paid herself a compliment. He was really trying to kill you? Dudley asked, looking a little out of his depth. You fought him? Yes, Harry said. You never fought me, Dudley laughed awkwardly. You never went for the kill, she replied without emotion. Dudley clenched his jaw but didn't look away from his cousin. If you wanted me dead, how much effort would it take? Almost none, she replied honestly. But I don't want you dead, Dudley. The way they treated you was abuse too. Dudley scoffed and put his head in his hands. Could I lay down for a bit? Of course, Harry replied softly. Cede will take you up. He nodded and let himself be dragged away. Well, that was. Harry trailed off and used her good arm to gesture about wildly in the air, something. Why'd you tell him that, Harry? Ron grumbled. Which part? The part where his death would take almost no effort, he said with bitterness in his voice, though Harry wasn't sure why it was there. Because it's true, she snapped. A lot happened last year. A lot. I'm a lot more powerful than I was at the beginning of the school year, and the only person who knows everything is Cedric. And why is that? He asked, standing up and working himself into a rage. How come he gets to know things that we don't? Sit down, Ron, Harry said instead of answering his question. Why does he get to know, Harry? Just because he's fucking you? Ron hadn't sat down. His temper was off the rails. Hermione, on the other hand, had made herself as small as she could and was actively avoiding eye contact. That's enough, Ron, George shouted as he and Fred appeared in the doorway and moved to force Ron to sit down. Ron flailed in an attempt to get them off of him but was unsuccessful. Molly was gaping at her youngest son, too shocked to reprimand him. There is a very good reason why Cedric gets to know things that you don't. And if you were participating in the occlumency lessons, I would tell you. What does that have to do with anything? He shouted back. Because knowledge is power, Ron. Because if Tom gets his hands on you, he'll torture you until you spill the beans. And you can't spill them if they aren't in your possession. So, I'm out of the loop now. He snarled. Until your mind is protected. Yes, Harry told him. Ron scoffed and pushed his seat away from the table aggressively, then went up to his room. I take it you know what that was about? Harry asked Hermione. Yes, she replied quietly. Let's go up. Harry nodded and followed her up to the room she shared with Ginny. So, Harry said awkwardly once the door closed. Hermione sat of her bed and looked around for any distraction to prolong the inevitable. She rejected him, Ginny supplied, barely awake. What? Harry responded, taking a step forward with her eyes wide. He asked me out when they first moved in, she said. And you said no, obviously. Harry sat on the bed and put her arm around Hermione. That sucks. It does. Hermione exhaled deeply and leaned into the hug. I knew he had feelings for me, given his reaction to me and Victor. But it's also not a secret that Victor and I are still together. I may not be visiting Bulgaria this summer, but that's only because we're at war. We still write to each other twice a week. And Ron knows that. Hermione almost growled. She was properly angry now and had scooted away from Harry so she could wave her arms about. The way she does when she'd enraged. He knows that I have a boyfriend, and he still asked me out. Not only that, but he acted like I would immediately dump Victor and get with him. He really thought I would just drop everything and jump into his arms. Hermione was pacing now, and Ginny had given up trying to go back to sleep. He even, Hermione continued, said that I was only with Victor to make him jealous, and that it was wrong of me to lead Victor on now that I could be with the person I really wanted. Holy shit, Harry whispered. I've been hexing him every time he tries to come up here, Ginny said. Fuck, my own, that really sucks. I'm so sorry Ron's being an arsehole. It's not your fault, Harry, Hermione. I know that, but it still sucks and I'm still sorry about it. Merlin, why would he do it as soon as they moved in? Harry asked, mostly rhetorically. He set himself up for failure. Honestly, he doesn't have any reason to be acting this way. Sulking is one thing, but this is. Harry gestured about in air but said no more. Can you let me out? Ginny asked after her third attempt at the door. Unlike you two, I haven't had my coffee yet. Harry let her out and then turned back to Hermione, putting the wards back in place silently. Give me an update on Victor, she said. He and I chatted a bit before we found Crouch, but we never got another chance. He told me about that, she said with a smile. He explained. According to me, she shook her head and sat back down. All the anger had been wrung out. It's a bit complex, but he sent me some books, too. I was going to spend the holidays with him, and, she blushed furiously, I've agreed to a betrothal. My own. Harry laughed and pulled her friend in for a hug. It's basically just like dating, she said with a laugh of her own. It isn't a promise to get married, like I thought it was. And you're happy? Harry asked frantically. He makes you happy and he treats you right? He treats me wonderfully, Hermione gushed. He's really intelligent, Harry. His written English is a lot more advanced than his spoken English. He always responds to my rants with detailed questions and theories. He's even sent me some Bulgarian books about some of the topics I've been interested in. Stuff that isn't illegal here, Hermione reassured her, but also isn't sold here. And he's a poet, Harry. A poet. He sends a new one with the first letter of every fortnight. I'm so happy for you, my own. Harry hugged her again. You deserve to be treated like a princess. Thanks, Harry, Hermione said. They separated and Harry cupped Hermione's face with her hands. If he hurts you, I'll kill him, she said gravely, but Hermione only laughed. I think we both know that I'm much better equipped for murder than you are, she joked. Yeah, but you'll need me to help you bury the body, Harry replied. You don't bury the body, Harry. Hermione scolded. You take what you can for potions, and you dissolve the rest. Of course, Harry replied, looking ashamed of herself. I should have known. They looked into each other's eyes for about 2 seconds before bursting into giggles and falling back into bed. Chapter end notes. Dudley is for sure going to end up with someone magical. Current options are Ginny, Susan Bones, and Luna. Let me know what you think. Chapter 18. Hogwarts letters arrived just after Harry's birthday, containing 2 surprises that weren't exactly surprises. Hermione was made a prefect, and Cedric had been made head boy and the captain of the Hufflepuff Quidditch team. Molly had put together a party for them and Ron had sulked the entire time. George said he'd even complained about not being made a prefect himself, which made Harry spit out her drink. Like he would ever, she laughed, and George agreed. Molly had tried to convince everyone to let her do the school shopping, but Hari had adamantly refused. They needed a day out, and she still had business to take care of at Gringotts. "Hey, Dud," Hari greeted him at the entrance to his room with Ron. "We haven't really had a chance to talk lately." "'S'alright," he said quickly, "I know you're busy." "I may be busy, but," she entered the room and lowered her voice, "Marge obviously did some shit to you." Dudley's eyes flashed with panic, and he looked away. "You don't have to talk about it," she reassured him. "I'll never push you for details. But if anyone would understand, I would. Hell, Sirius would too. His parents were a real piece of work. You've heard the stuff his mum's portrait spits out. We're going into London tomorrow to get our school things, and I'd like you to come." Dudley looked back up, confused. "Why?" he asked. "Because your clothes don't fit you anymore," she said sadly. "Plus, you'll need some wizard's robes if you ever need or want to go out in that world." Dudley took a hesitant step forward. "I don't have any money, Hari." "I do," she said. "I have a lot. My dad's family was loaded. I'm Sirius' heir too, and he is also loaded." "What will I owe you?" he asked. Hari laughed and leaned back against the wall. "Your family, Dudley. You're the only blood I have left. You won't ever owe me anything." He watched her, taking in every little detail before he finally relented. "If you insist," he said. Diagon looked the same as usual, but it was fun for Hari to watch Dudley experience it for the first time. He was wide-eyed the whole time, taking everything in as much as he could. Before they moved on to the next store, he got 3 casual robes, one in black, one gray, and one as a deep purple that he'd smiled at briefly and Hari had secretly bought. After school shopping was done, Hermione and the Weasleys flowed back to Grimmauld while Hari headed into the bank. Remus and Dudley went out into Muggle London to finish up his wardrobe, and they'd agreed to meet back up in the Leaky Cauldron in 3 hours' time. When Remus, Hari, and Dudley got back from the alley, Hari went up to the 4th floor and started clearing out the second office. It was the last room up there, and she thought that Dudley deserved to join them on the family floor. Snape entered Grimmauld Place, and Hari felt the wards shudder in acceptance. Then he did something that he had never not once ever done before. He tripped on the stairs and woke the portrait of Walburga Black. Filthy half-breeds. Sullying the good name of the ancient and noble house of Black. She screamed. "All right," Hari said loudly as she slammed her hand on the dining room table. She was angry now. She'd been angry for days, but for whatever reason, this was the last straw. Everyone was at the dining table enjoying a lovely meal when Walburga began shrieking. Hari stood from the table as Snape entered the room, and everyone was silent. Hari's magic was filling up the room. It was controlled, and there was no way she would hurt anyone, but it was still a shock every time it happened. She picked up her dinner knife and transfigured it into a dagger, then hissed at it under her breath for several minutes, all the while Walburga was shrieking at the top of her lungs. The knife glowed several different colors throughout the hissing, and Hari's pseudo-scales lit up along her fingers, up to her forearm, and the dagger took on the scales too, glowing briefly as they were etched into the dagger. When she was done, she left the dining table and went out into the hall, drawing back the curtains of the portrait. "You filthy half-blood, I'll have you out of my house." "Shut up," Hari yelled back. Then she stabbed the corner of the painting and tore downwards. When she reached the bottom, she tore the blade to the right and didn't finish until the canvas was completely separated from the frame. She rolled the portrait up while listening to its resident protest loudly, then walked back into the dining room and threw it on the table. "Tell me you have something to do about that," Hari told Sirius. He beamed back at her and got up immediately, grabbed the rolled canvas and headed up to the attic. Then Hari sat back down and let out a sigh before turning to Snape and raising her eyebrows. "It is ready," he said. "Good," Hari replied, wiping the edge of her mouth with a napkin and tossing the dagger aside. "How long will it keep?" "It's under stasis," he drawled. "It will last for 24 hours after stasis is broken. Once it's taken, you'll have 8 hours to get the answers you so desire." He tossed her the vial and she caught it in midair, pocketing it while simultaneously pulling out a different vial and tossing it to Snape. He caught the vial and inspected it closely, before finally giving up. "What is this?" "Your payment," Hari smirked. "Dragon tears. Freely given." Snape's eyes widened with shock as he looked between Hari and the vial in his hand. "How?" he asked, sounding breathless. I have my ways, she replied, smirking for all to see. Snape left soon after, fuming over the knowledge that he'd never get the answer out of her. Dumbledore arrived 2 days later. All Harry had told him was that she needed to speak with him at his earliest convenience, and that he should clear his schedule for whatever day he chose. Good morning, everyone, he said happily as he entered the sitting room. Harry, he greeted her, shall we have tea first? We can have tea during, she replied coldly. You've cleared your schedule? Of course. Though I admit I am unsure what kind of conversation requires the clearing of my day. He smiled at her. He was always smiling. Harry did not return the sentiment. You'll see, she replied quietly, and got up from her chair. Harry, Cedric whispered, and she turned to face him. Are you sure? She grabbed his hand and drew it to her lips, kissing his knuckles lightly. I'm sure, she confirmed. Cedric nodded, and Harry led Dumbledore to the dueling room. She locked them inside, and reinforced the wards so that the impending magical explosion wouldn't destroy the house. Are we to duel, Harry? He chuckled, but Harry could detect a bit of nervousness. No, she replied, conjuring up some chairs for the both of them. I think it's about time we spoke honestly to one another. Whatever about? He asked. He still wore that stupid grandfatherly facade and Harry couldn't wait to watch it break. This, she said, pulling a vial out of her cloak, is a modified truth serum. You will be able to choose what questions you answer, but if you do decide to answer them, you'll be compelled to tell the truth. The potion itself was almost clear, with a grayish tint that swirled around, and the headmaster inspected it for a moment before training his eyes back on Harry. I've never heard of such a potion, he replied. I created it, with some help from the twins, and Snape, of course. He had the honor of perfecting the formula and then brewed it for me. The mention of Snape made a beautiful crack in Dumbledore's mask, and Harry had to contain her glee. Well, then, he sighed. If Severus brewed it, it must be safe. After you. He gestured to Harry innocently, and she took a swig before handing it over. She watched him like a hawk while he drank the potion and allowed herself a smile when their eyes met again. I know about the Horcruxes, she began. And there it was. The mask fell. All that remained was an angry man, far past his prime, who was finally realizing that his time on top was coming to an end. Is that why you dumped me with the Muggles? She asked. Yes, he admitted. I believe growing up without magic might contain the piece of Tom's soul within you. I believed it would have more power if you were aware of magic. And it's why you stayed away, she said. Yes. How much of my abuse were you aware of? Excuse me? He asked, a bit taken aback. I know you were aware of some of it, she pushed. The wording of your vow proves it. She leaned forward in her chair and dared him to answer. Her magic had begun to whip around the room, though she was in enough control to avoid any damage. He narrowed his eyes at her for longer than she liked, but eventually he sighed and began. I knew you would be disliked. An outsider in your own home. But I never thought. He removed his glasses and rubbed his eyes, a gesture of regret Harry was sure he did for her benefit. I never meant for you to be unloved. Be more specific, Harry demanded, and her magic pulsed out aggressively. I knew they hit you, he finally admitted. Though I did not know the frequency of those punishments. I did not know about the cupboard. I knew you were responsible for the majority of the chores and that they didn't clothe you properly. I knew you were given less food than your cousin. Harry's magic had been filling the room more and more with each word he spoke. Her hands were clenched to the arms of the chair, and she was doing all she could to control herself. If she didn't, she'd kill him, and as much as she hated to admit it, she needed him. Why? She spat, nose flaring. What was the point of it all? I needed you to be isolated, independent and malleable. I needed you to distrust authority, so that the magical world would be your escape, so you would do anything to protect it, and you would believe that you were the only one who could do it. He sighed again, but Harry just stared until he started up again. Because of the Horcrux, I could not have an overly close relationship with you. To my knowledge, there has never been a soul piece contained in a living host. I had no way of knowing how it would affect you. No way to know if your thoughts and actions would be your own, if your mind would be your own. You do realize that you put them in danger, right? If Tom was calling the shots, the Dursleys would have died a long time ago. Ah, he smiled, but don't you see? The fact that they live is proof that Tom was not in control. Harry scoffed and then fell into angry laughter. "You're unbelievable," she said. "I do believe your potion makes me at least a little believable," he countered with a small smile. "Fuck you." Harry spat and rose from her chair to pace around the room. Being on the move gave her more control over her magic. It had filled the room now and was pulsing aggressively. "Why me?" she asked, turning around to face him again. "Why did Tom go after me?" Dumbledore removed his glasses again, rubbing his eyes and forehead. He was about to answer when Harry beat him to it. "You have a prophecy about me, don't you?" she accused. "Yes," he confirmed. His tone was dark, but Harry ignored it. "Well," she held her hand out to him, "let's hear it." "The prophecy was made to me about a year before your birth, before you had even been conceived. It goes like this. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches, born to those who have thrice defied him. Born as the 7th dies, and the Dark Lord will mark them as his equal. But they will have a power the Dark Lord knows not, and either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord will be born as the 7th dies." "Is that it?" Harry asked, feeling a little confused. "That's not that bad," she sighed in relief. "Not that bad?" Dumbledore demanded, rising from his chair for the first time. "You are prophesied to kill a man." "Technically," Harry corrected him happily, "I'm prophesied to vanquish him, which I believe I've already done." "Either must die at the hand of the other," he repeated. "That could mean anything," she said dismissively. "Death, in prophecy, is usually referenced as more of a metaphor." Dumbledore scoffed, and Harry felt proud to elicit such a reaction from him. "The dragon's prophecy about me is way worse." Dumbledore paled and rushed forward, stopping only when Harry forced him to with a pulse of her magic to keep him from grabbing onto her shoulders. "The dragons have a prophecy about you?" he asked very quickly, darting his eyes between hers. "Yes," she said calmly. "The only part of their prophecy that pertains to Tom Reed's. The false Lord of Dark will hunt her, desperate for her death." "Blinded by his own ignorance, and the rest?" he demanded. Harry clenched, her jaw closed and crossed her arms over her chest. "You're not going to tell me, are you?" he asked, finally regaining some of his composure. "No," she confirmed, "I am not." He turned away from her and looked out the window. "Very well," he said, grasping his hands behind his back. Silence settled between them, and Harry let out. She needed a moment to regroup, and she was sure he did as well. "I paid a visit to the goblins," she said. "You've been stealing from me." "I wouldn't call it stealing," he replied without turning from the window. "What would you call it, then?" she spat. "I took funds that were promised to me by your father for the war effort." "What war, Albus?" Harry shouted. "We've been at peace for over a decade?" "And yet," he shouted back, turning to face her as his own magic pulsed forth, then lowered his voice again, "we are at war once again." "You had no right," Harry hissed. "Perhaps not," he replied, sounding almost sad. "Did you think it wouldn't matter? After all, I was always supposed to die." Harry's magic crackled in the air, sending sparks out randomly. "You don't have to die anymore," he responded softly. "The fact that you were able to expel the Horcrux changes things greatly. How were you able to do it?" Harry clenched her jaw. "So, I have a suspicion, but it doesn't really matter how I did it, does it? What matters is that it's gone." "Not gone," he corrected. "I believe it has returned to the main soul piece." "Details." Harry rolled her eyes and waved her hand at him dismissively. "Just means he might be a fraction saner." "So, Harry, where do we go from here?" Albus asked after giving her a moment to process. "Well, for starters," she began, "we'll be sharing information. Anything that pertains to Tom, that is. And I suggest we agree to keep each other's secrets." "Agreed," he said. "After Tom is taken care of, I want you gone," Harry said. "Excuse me?" "You heard me. I want you to disappear." "Why ever would I do that, Harry?" "Because if you don't, I leak all your secrets." "Now Harry," Dumbledore began. "I don't think." "No," Harry interrupted him. Her magic was getting more aggressive, and it was taking all of her self-control not to throttle the headmaster. "You don't get to stand there and act like I couldn't send you to Azkaban for what you've done to me, like I couldn't have you kissed on sight." The house was shaking now. Downstairs, The rest of the home's inhabitants were spread out between the dining room and the sitting room. Sirius transformed into Padfoot as soon as the walls began to rattle. Decor fell off of shelves, and dishes crashed to the floor in the kitchen. Everyone was tense, especially Cedric. He had wanted to be in there. He'd practically begged her to let him be there for her, but this was something Hari was determined to do alone. A very small part of him was worried that she would kill him. He did deserve to die, Cedric knew that. Almost everyone in the room knew that. But they also needed him. Dumbledore had done a beautiful job of hoarding information, and the war effort would be crippled without him. Mostly, he just didn't want her to have to go through it alone. To learn that the man who was supposed to protect her dumped her with abusive relatives who would beat her into submission so that he could later use her as a weapon and have her sacrifice herself for the cause. No one should have to hear that alone. The windows in the sitting room cracked as another crash came from the kitchen. Upstairs, Hari was still fuming. "I'm sure I'm not the only person you've taken advantage of, Albus. How many other kids have been left in an abusive household because it would make them a better pawn? How many other lives have you ruined?" Dumbledore didn't respond. She knew he wouldn't. She took a few deep breaths and reined in her magic. The house stopped shaking, and Hari's heartbeat was calm. Dumbledore hummed happily. "What?" she spat, eyeing him with suspicion. There was something in his eyes that she didn't like. "Your hand," he said. She looked down to her left arm, still numb and in a sling, and found her hand clenched. She hadn't even felt it, but now that she was looking, she tried moving her fingers experimentally and was rewarded with the slightest twitching of her fingertips. She smiled to herself, happy to finally have some evidence that her arm would one day return to normal. "The goblins have drawn up a contract," she told him, back in I hate you mode. "I've already signed." She took the contract out of her robe and conjured a table to put it on. "What is the nature of the contract?" Albus asked. By now, his grandfatherly facade was long gone. He wasn't a new man, not completely. There was a hardness to his eyes that was new. His face had fallen into a deep frown and his eyebrows twitched with anger. "To ensure you keep your word. You're free to look everything over, in fact I insist that you do. But the premise is simple. The two of us will work together to stop Tom, and you get to live out the rest of your mortal life with your precious legacy intact." "And after my death?" he asked darkly. "That depends on you," she replied evenly. They stared at each other for several moments before Dumbledore conjured a quill and signed the contract. "So, Hari," Dumbledore said after the contract had been validated and accepted by magic, "what now?" Hari sat in a conjured chair and made herself comfortable. "Tell me about Tom." Chapter 19. Hari was significantly calmer after successfully swindling Albus Dumbledore. It helped that Walburga was hidden away too, but getting him to sign that contract gave her a high that lasted for days. The contract specifically stated that they would work together to eliminate the threat posed by Tom. It never said she would have to kill him. She would, if she had to, but that was a last resort. And when it was done, Dumbledore would be gone too. His days were numbered. Hari could hardly contain her glee. There had been a small victory party, which had ended in multiple hangovers. It was a night she would always remember fondly. Hari and Cedric had been spending a lot of time with the twins. She had to work all the way through her first 4 years' worth of potions before Snape would move on to practical training, so she'd set up a lab in the attic after Buckbeak was moved out. They'd changed the color of his coat and sent him back to the forest. She'd tried to get Snape to let her out of it, since she'd created a super cool potion, but all he'd said in reply was that if she had really improved, it shouldn't be a difficult assignment. Once she started, she found that she quite liked the brewing aspect of potions. Without all the distractions and attempts at sabotage, it could be calming. She'd accidentally hyper-fixated on it and went through the 5th-year book before letting Snape know she was ready to move on. After completing all of her potions homework, Hari reached out to Snape again, and they began hand-to-hand combat training. Despite her enhanced speed and strength, Hari was surprisingly bad at hand-to-hand combat. Her strength ended up being her biggest obstacle. She had to regulate her power so she could learn without hurting the potion's master. He always left with bruises and apologies. When the twins had asked to join her in the lab, since a lot of their pranks involved potions, she had set up another workbench. Cedric wasn't a huge fan of the craft, so he made a desk for himself in a corner and worked on his own projects. It was something he was really secretive about, for a reason Hari couldn't identify. She'd gone so far as to ask if Fred and George had, accidentally, seen anything about it, but the mad Hufflepuff had warded the desk. Heavy-duty wards that would alert him if Harry tried to break in. It was supremely annoying. They couldn't explain it, but while Fred and George made everyone else anxious, they made Harry and Cedric feel calm. Maybe it was because their frantic energies cancelled each other out. Hermione had frantic energy as well, but hers was overpowering. The twins were different. When the four of them were together, they could work both independently and in total harmony with each other. Harry was finally allowed to join one Order meeting, the one right before the end of summer. Order members piled into the house throughout the day, most of coming in right before the meeting was set to start. Albus sat at the head of the table, and Harry sat on the other end. She and Sirius had taken their seats early, and had not responded to a single comment about Harry's presence, a great act of self-control on Sirius' part, and a great entertainment to Harry. Tonks had been the only person to congratulate her, and Molly was staring daggers at all three of them. The meeting itself was really lame. Dumbledore went on for a while about some weapon that Tom was after, and everyone just fought about what the object could be. Harry and Albus knew the weapon was actually two things, the prophecy and something called the Elder Wand. Why he didn't just tell the Order that, Harry didn't know. After arguing, which Albus let continue for way too long, Kingsley gave a report on the Ministry. It seemed mostly pointless to Harry. The Ministry wasn't doing anything other than slander her, which her lawyers were already working on. They were calling her attention-seeking and mentally unstable, using her abusive past and her participation in the tournament as proof. They weren't upping Auror numbers or training, they were just avoiding reality and hoping for the best. When it finally let out, Harry almost wished she hadn't insisted on attending. Instead of burning the house down like she so desperately wanted to do, Harry headed up to the attic. Upon her arrival she was alone. She figured the others would come up soon, so she looked through some of Fred and George's notes. The more she looked, the more impressed she got. They were doing really advanced stuff. She knew they were skilled potioneers, and practically geniuses, but a lot of what they were working on was far about Harry's level. And Harry was at least at a 6th year's level. The expected trio came up while Harry was still going over their notes. "How was the meeting?" Cedric asked, coming up behind her to kiss the back of her head and give her shoulders a squeeze. "Absolutely pointless," she replied without looking away from the notes. She then turned to the twins and said, "These are brilliant." "Thanks, Harry." Fred beamed. "No, seriously," Harry insisted. "This is brilliant. I want to invest." Both the twins looked at her with dropped jaws. "What?" George finally asked. "I want to invest," she said again. "If this," she picked up a particularly genius piece on microdosing dreamless sleep, "is what you can do with your current funds, I want to know what you'll do with proper funding." "Oh, Harrikins," Fred began. "You'd make us the happiest boys in the world," George finished. "Let's talk profits," he continued, walking over to place an arm around Harry's shoulders and drag her away from Cedric. Fred mimicked his movement on the other side, and they led her over to a desk. 20% of sales for your first decade, 15% for the next 2 decades, and 10% every year after. 20% for the first 5, 15% for the next decade, and 10% for every year after, George countered. 20% for the first 10, 15% for 5, and 7% for every year after. George studied her carefully, then had a silent conversation with Fred. "Deal," he said. "But we reserve the right to renegotiate upon further investment." "Sounds good to me. Have you talked to Sirius about this?" "I'm sure he'd love to invest as well," Harry said. "We've thought about making him a partner," Fred supplied with glee. "Oh, he would love that," Harry said. George appeared with a very basic contract out of thin air. "How much are you investing?" he asked. 2,000 galleons, she replied evenly. The other 3 members of the room were silent, and Harry couldn't figure out why. Cedric came up beside her and said, "That's a lot of money, Harry." "They have a lot of potential," she replied. "And I'm loaded. Do you already have your own vault in Gringotts?" "No," George said, obviously annoyed at the fact. "That's step 1, Harry replied. "No offense, but I don't want your mother to have any way to stop this." "Agreed," Fred said. "We should sneak out to Gringotts on the first Hogsmeade weekend," Harry said. "We can get everything set up all at once." Saying goodbye to Dudley had been oddly emotional for Harry. He'd accompanied them to the station, giggling after walking through a wall. She hadn't ever seen him giggle before. Remus and Molly accompanied them to the station, and Harry stood by Dudley as the others loaded the trunks and got onto the train. "Time to go, I guess," she said. Remus bent down to give her a tight hug. "Send letters with Dobby," he whispered, and she nodded. Molly was next, telling her all sorts of things that she couldn't hear that well. Then Harry turned to Dudley, and they awkwardly hugged. "Could I, Dudley began, "would it be all right if I sent you letters too?" "Of course," Harry said with a wide smile. "I'll let Dobby know. You'll be okay stuck in the house?" "I'll be all right," he confirmed. With a final glance at the others, Harry boarded the Hogwarts Express. The only noteworthy aspect of the train ride had been befriending a fun girl named Luna that Harry immediately fell in love with, and learning about who was chosen as prefects. Neville got the badge for the Lions, and his gran had thrown him a huge party and had gotten him a new wand. For the Slytherins it was Zabini and Greengrass, the Puffs got Susan Bones and Wayne Hopkins, and last but not least, the Claws were Padma and Terry. Harry was happy with those choices. She'd been a little worried that Princess Pansy would get it and make her life hell. Things with the Snakes last year had been complicated. They hated her so much over the stupid tournament, and then Harry turned around and started removing dark marks. The Parkinsons had come to Harry and afterwards to get their dark marks removed, and Pansy had gone mental. She took her hatred of Harry to the extreme because she had always hated her, but also because she was now in Harry's debt. And to top things off, Draco had gone in the opposite direction, befriending Harry and destroying all the badges he'd made. Apparently, he had asked his father to annul their betrothal, and Pansy hadn't taken it very well. She and Draco didn't have a chance to converse often. Their relationship mostly consisted of acknowledging each other with a short nod, but there were rumors of tensions in Slytherin. She imagined it would only get worse now that Tom was back. Harry knew the year would be bad as soon as the pink monstrosity stood up to address the students. Dumbledore may be literal human garbage, but he isn't a man that you interrupt. Not with witnesses. And the nonsense she spouted didn't add up to a pleasant year. The first classes with her were absolutely pointless. Hermione had antagonized the woman spectacularly. Ron had tried to back her up, though he'd never been very good at that. Harry stayed quiet until Umbridge had the audacity to insinuate that there wasn't any danger. Outside of the castle. "What about inside the castle?" Harry called out. "Miss Potter, you will raise your hand in my class," Umbridge scolded. Harry raised her hand and said, "And you will address me by my title, which is Heir Potter. But back to my point. Personally, it isn't monsters outside the castle that worry me, it's the ones inside." Umbridge clenched her jaw and tried to appear as if she were still in control. "What, exactly, do you think is going to attack you in school?" "Well, you, obviously," she replied evenly. "Every defense teacher we've had has eventually attacked me." She looked around the room and found her peers nodding, which only enraged Umbridge further. "Detention, Miss Potter," Umbridge said. "What for?" Harry asked with a small smile on her face. To anyone else she would appear as the picture of innocence. "For your lies. No one has ever attacked you." "Really? Not ever?" Harry asked, sounding genuine. "So, my parents dropped dead of their own accord? That's news to me." "That's enough, Miss Potter. It's Heir Potter," Harry replied, standing from her desk. Harry really didn't care about the honorific, but it was technically the proper way for her to be addressed, and she wanted to piss Umbridge off. "Take your seat. You will show me some respect. Only when you've earned it," she spat back calmly. Umbridge shook with rage and a few of her perfect curls fell out of her hat. "Get out." "Gladly," Harry replied, grabbing her things and leaving the classroom. For her first detention with Umbridge, Harry arrived at the defense office at 7 p.m. right after dinner, during prime snog time. So, she was already annoyed when she knocked on the door. "Enter," Umbridge replied in her fake cheery tone. Harry didn't have to enter to know what kind of creepy smile the pink toad would be wearing. Harry sat at the desk and put her book bag down. "You will be writing lines for me today, Miss Potter." "What will I be writing, Miss Umbridge?" Harry asked, and the older woman's forehead divided down the middle as a vein popped out, though nothing else about her appearance changed. "You will be writing, 'I must not tell lies,' with this quill," she replied. She opened one of her desk drawers slowly and picked up a quill without breaking eye contact with Harry. She set the quill down and Hari reached for it. Hari could feel the magic coming from it before ever touching it. She hesitated slightly, but picked the will up and began writing. I must not tell lies. Umbridge continued to stare at her. Hari could feel the woman's beady gaze, but she said nothing. She would give her the satisfaction of acknowledging the blood quill. I must not tell lies. After an hour of writing, she could feel blood dripping from the soaked cloth of the sling that held her mostly numb arm. She could move her fingertips now, but that was it. I must not tell lies. The joke was on Umbridge. Hari couldn't feel the pen etching into her skin. It was probably the only good thing that came from the ever-present disadvantage the arm currently provided. I must not tell lies. Another 2 hours and her blood was pooling on the floor. I think that's enough for tonight, Umbridge said. Her tone was still cheery, but her smile didn't reach her eyes. Good evening, then, Hari said, and left quickly after vanishing her blood from the room and grabbing the sheet of paper she'd been writing on. Instead of heading up to the tower, she headed down to the dungeons. Straight for Snape's office. It was after curfew, but that didn't matter. She ran into Zabini and Greengrass doing their rounds. Out late, Potter? Zabini asked while Greengrass eyed her cautiously. I'm heading to Snape's office, she told them. Why? Greengrass demanded. Because Umbridge just broke Goblin law, Hari told them. Both of their eyes went wide with fear. They knew the consequences of breaking Goblin law, being pure-blooded heirs. You're bleeding, Greengrass said as an afterthought. Yes, I am, Hari said. She said no more, but stared at them until they stood aside and let her pass. What, Potter? Snape said harshly when he opened the door. I need to come in, sir, she said. He rolled his eyes and walked back into his quarters, leaving the door open for her to follow. I required medical attention, she said, taking her arm out of the sling. Dear Merlin, he said, taking her hand and spelling away the blood. He led her to his couch, and she sat down, letting him clean and dress her wound. Detention with Umbridge was lines with a blood quill, she told him. Snape eyed her, then started to look a little worried. What are you planning to do about it? He asked, sounding like he wasn't sure if he wanted to know her answer. I've already got ideas, but I'll need some time to make it work. My word isn't exactly good for much these days, she said and looked away, annoyed with the prophets' depictions of her. She didn't mind the things they said about Albus, that was often the best part of her day, but they were saying bad things about Hari too, and it annoyed her. I'll send off a letter this week and I'll keep you updated. He only nodded in response. You'll tell Albus? She asked before leaving. I do wish you wouldn't call him that, Snape drawled. Hari smirked and replied, I've earned it. Night, Professor. Good night, Potter, he called behind her. Chapter 20. The Slytherin common room had always been a place where Draco felt comfortable, mostly because he was the prince. The future king. A legacy. But things had changed when Hari had started removing dark marks. There were many students, like Draco, who were relieved to distance themselves from the madman that called himself Voldemort, many whose childhoods were fraught with fear for a man most thought dead. Some, like 7th-year Cassius Warrington, were jealous. While his parents were marked supporters of the Dark Lord, they had no interest in changing sides, so Cassius was stuck. Now that the Dark Lord had returned, Warrington was expected to be a loyal soldier. Pansy was an interesting case. Her parents had joined the Dark Lord because of her grandparents and, like the Malfoys, always regretted it. But Pansy was a genuine supporter of Tom. She was cruel and vindictive. When she fought for blood. The Bellatrix. Lestrange of her generation. She told the older Slytherins about it first, and the word had spread. The regime shifted quickly, and Draco was dragged off of his high horse. No longer the Slytherin prince, Draco Malfoy found himself to be relieved. He hadn't truly known the weight of his burden until it was removed. Crabbe and Goyle were still bound to him, as their parents were bound to his father, but Draco had finally found real friends. He and Theo not had known each other since they were toddlers, but they had always had a strained relationship. Both boys knew that their parents were using them to keep tabs on each other. Their relationship had always been a game of chess. They only revealed what they didn't mind others knowing. But now, the Malfoys were practically on the side of the light and Theo desperately wanted to join them. His parents were true supporters, but he was lucky enough to be sheltered by the Malfoys after the Dark Lord's return. Now that neither boy had to spy on the other, Draco and Theo found that they quite liked each other's company. Both were smart, hard-working, Quidditch-loving heirs, but they also shared a secret love of Muggle literature. Blaise Zabini had always been a wild card. His family didn't hold a place in Britain's government, but they were extremely influential abroad. Draco had originally been instructed to watch the boy. That hadn't gotten him, or anyone, very far, so he'd taken to ignoring the other boy's existence while watching from the shadows. But when the tides shifted, Zabini had aligned himself with Draco. Publicly, it had been odd, to say the least. The younger Slytherins, ones without older siblings to pressure them into it, were staying on the sidelines of the war that was currently brewing in Slytherin House. Most of the fifth-year class had been labeled as traitors, but the sixth and seventh years were largely on the side of Voldemort. Being against the majority painted a target on Draco's back. The dorm was safe, but the common room had become a battleground. A battleground the Dark Lord was very interested in. Other than Snape, Harry didn't mention the blood quill to anyone. Her arm was always hidden in the sling, and she literally couldn't feel it, so why bother? Hermione and Cedric would be way more upset about it than she was. And she didn't think Ron would care at all, at this point. They'd been back at school for 3 weeks and the youngest male Weasley was just as grumpy as ever. Even more so now, because Hermione had prefect duties on top of OWL review, which, yes, she had already started, and couldn't correct his homework for him anymore. His grades were already falling and somehow it was Hermione's fault. He'd been spending much more of his time with Dean and Seamus, while Neville had been spending more time with Harry and Hermione. Harry had had enough of Ron's brooding after he snapped at everyone in Charms and dragged him into an infrequently used corridor after class. "Dude," she said firmly, "you have got to clean up your act." Ron scoffed and turned away. "You don't get it." "No," she agreed, "I don't. I know it sucks to be rejected, but it's not just that," Ron interrupted. "Then what is it?" Harry asked, stomping her foot in anger. "Hermione and I are meant to be together," he started, keeping his arms crossed over his chest and talking down to Harry like she was too stupid to understand. "Obviously you aren't," she countered. "Yes, we are. And as soon as Crumb gets tired of her, she'll come running to me." "I don't think Victor is going to get tired of her, Ron." Harry rolled her eyes. "He adores her." "Oh, he's Victor now, is he?" Ron mocked. "Yes, Ron. I call him Victor." "We spent a surprising amount of time together last year," Harry said pointedly and copied Ron's posture, crossing her good arm over her bad one. "I don't know what your problem is. Shouldn't you be happy that she's happy? Isn't it more important? She'll never be happy with someone who isn't me." "Oh, get over yourself, Ron," Harry said with raised eyebrows and wide eyes. "You got rejected. It sucks. But it happens to literally thousands of people every single day. And you've got to stop making it everyone else's problem." "No." Ron took a step back and tried to make himself appear larger by straining his spine and puffing out his chest. "You don't get it, Harry. As soon as she stops whoring Aro." Slap. Ron took another step back and put his hand up to the cheek Harry had slapped. They stared at each other for a moment and Harry was about to rip him to shreds when Umbridge appeared. "Miss Potter," she said, and Ron looked smug. "I think another detention is in order, Worth it." Harry spat without breaking eye contact with Ron. "Dear Harry, it's kind of weird for the house to be as empty as it is. I got used to it being filled with people. Sirius spends a lot of time as Padfoot these days, and Remus has been helping me with school whenever he's around for missions. The school I go to is pretty small, and I haven't exactly made any friends. For once, I don't really mind. I've been thinking about Aunt Marge a lot. I miss the person I thought she was, but I don't actually miss her, if that makes sense. I knew she could be cruel when she wanted to be, but she'd never been cruel to me before. Molly and Arthur still spend a lot of time at the house and Arthur asks me a lot of questions about Muggle stuff. Is everyone you go to school with as uninformed as him? Hope your year is more interesting than mine. Dudley. Dudley, I'm sorry you haven't made any friends. I know it must be difficult, since you can't invite them over or talk about your home life at all. One of my special projects has been integrating Muggle and magical technology, and I think I'm getting close. So hopefully we can get you a TV and a PlayStation in the next few months. I know what you mean about Marge. I feel the same way about my parents. I never knew them, but I used to fantasize about them, and that's the version of them I miss, the one I made up. Yes, everyone here is just as uninformed as Arthur. He's actually a lot more informed than some of my classmates. It's something I'm hoping to change in the following years. My year is definitely more interesting than yours, but not in a good way. Our defense teacher this year is horrible. She hasn't tried to kill me yet, don't worry, there's still time, but she isn't letting us practice magic. She says that if we know the theory well enough, we'll be able to perform the spells on the first try. I'm currently plotting her downfall, and it will be glorious, Hari. Hari, Remus and Sirius have been filling me in on the other professors that have tried to kill you. I do not understand your life. I don't understand how you could go through all of that at school and then return to us over the summer like nothing happened. Part of me wants to ask why you never said anything, but I already know the answer. I wish that I had had the courage to defy Dad. I wish that I had listened to the voice in my head that told me that their treatment of you was wrong. I wish a lot of things these days. Sirius was telling me about the Muggle Studies course at Hogwarts and how it was outdated even when he went to school. Do you think they would ever allow a Muggle to teach the class? Dudley, I think having a Muggle teach the class would be wonderful. I'm not sure the current administration would allow it, but I definitely will after I overthrow the government. Don't worry too much about your part in my life on Privet. All is forgiven, and I'm really enjoying getting to know the real you. Sorry for the short letter. Hermione's got us all on a crazy study schedule for OWLs, Hari. Hari sat back against the common room couch with Hermione on one side and Fred on the other. Hermione was working on arithmancy homework and Fred was working on some convoluted potions project that would definitely end in multiple explosions before it was perfected. What did you get detention for this time? George asked, coming out of their dorm with wet hair. I slapped Ron, Hari said without looking up from her book. What? Hermione asked, looking up from her homework. Why'd you slap Ron? He called you a whore, Hari said with venom on her tongue. Oh, Hermione said sadly, then returned to her work. Who would have thought that our baby brother would be our biggest problem this year? Fred asked rhetorically. I don't understand what's gotten into him, Hari said. He's always been odd, George said, plopping down on the floor in front of Fred. He thinks he's entitled to a lot. Hari looked up with resignation in her eyes. I've always ignored that part of him. Bit hard to do that now, Fred asked lightly, eliciting a laugh from Hari. Hermione, we have rounds in 5 minutes, Neville said while coming down the stairs. Oh no, she yelled, then frantically scrambled to get all her books and papers together. She ran to the dorm and came back down quickly, then she and Neville left the common room. Hari smiled to herself as they left the room. It was strange to see Neville in a role of authority, but it really suited him. Dumbledore had agreed to start training Hari this year, but the presence of Umbridge made that difficult. Albus, in his infinite wisdom, decided that his training could be lumped in with Snape's. So now she was spending 3 nights a week down in the dungeons for remedial potions. Everyone except for Umbridge knew how lame of an excuse that was. In the past year, Hari had risen to the top of their potions class. Draco still held the number 1 spot, but Hari was ahead of Hermione. Her papers were marked poorly, but her grades remained at a steady O. On their first night of training, they went through a memory from Dumbledore. The first was Tom's introduction to magic, a memory that deeply disturbed her. He was compulsed, Hari spat. How could he compulse a child like that to give up their secrets, especially when those secrets are the only thing he had? I don't know, Snape agreed, though I'm sure you weren't meant to know about that part. It takes a trained eye to detect Albus Ompulsion charms. And the wardrobe? What the fuck was that? Language, Potter. Snape scolded her with more annoyance than disappointment. Seriously, what was that? The poor kid is an orphan, and obviously doesn't have many friends, so you decide to steal his secrets and burn all of his possessions? They didn't actually burn. Tom didn't know that, Hari defended. Albus' actions disturb me much more than Tom's do. If I had the ability to make people do what I wanted, I would have made the Dursleys feed me. And that, I believe, is one of Albus' greatest weaknesses. Hari's brow furrowed and she studied the potions master's face. What do you mean? Albus has always lived a life of privilege. He has never needed magic that you and Tom have. The way that I have, he admitted. Shit, she whispered. His childhood sucked too. You're not getting any details, he said defensively. I wasn't gonna ask, she said, raising her good hand up in surrender. Albus sees great power in children like you, me, and Tom, and all he can see is a threat. Because people like us usually use magic to protect ourselves before protecting others. Albus has never needed to do that. The Dumbledores are not an ancient and noble house, but they were wealthy. He has never worried about where his next meal is coming from, so he will never understand people like us. He was trying to scare Tom, Harry stated, and he succeeded. Harry looked off towards a potion that was brewing in the corner and the two sat in comfortable silence for a while. Do you think he made Tom? Harry asked eventually. Made him what? Like made him? Snape raised his eyebrows and thought about it for a moment. No, he replied. I don't think Albus ever consciously pushed the boy into becoming the thing he is now, but I do know that he left a child in an obviously abusive household while having the authority to rectify it. Harry hummed. I think that's enough for tonight, he said, and Harry left soon after. The second night of training was spent on occlumency. Those nights only ever lasted an hour, and Snape was confident that she would master the art soon. Since Harry was the only one receiving the occlumency lessons now, she passed on the teachings to the others. After she mastered occlumency, they moved on to legilimency, which was so much worse than she ever thought it would be. Trying to sort out someone else's memories was a lot of work, and it gave her a splitting headache. The third night of the week was dueling. He was still teaching her a bit of hand-to-hand combat, but it was difficult for her to do with only one arm. They met at the Room of Requirement, and Harry was absolutely destroyed every time. Emily had been a great dueler, but Snape was a master. He was fast, and he played dirty. Their rule for now was to stick to spells that could be healed before they parted. Harry was still at a major disadvantage, since she could only use one arm, but Snape didn't make it any easier for her. They spent at least 20 minutes healing her at the end of each night. You all right? Cedric asked as he came up behind her after a particularly brutal duel with Snape. I'm dying, she said dramatically as she leaned into him. He's not being too hard on you, is he? No, Harry sighed. He's still going easy on me, though his definition of easy is much different than mine. How much time do we have before curfew? Only about 20 minutes, Cedric said. I suggest we make our way to the nearest empty classroom, Harry said casually. I agree, Cedric replied. The classroom they found was warded quickly as the pair sank into a long hug. Harry listened to his heartbeat while Cedric buried his nose in her hair. Their breaths synchronized before finally tearing themselves away from each other. This year is already a nightmare, Harry complained. It's not so bad, Cedric chuckled softly. Not a single murder attempt has been made. Not yet, Harry snorted. She looked away and leaned her head on his chest. What's on your mind, love? Cedric asked. It just feels like too much, Harry sighed. I feel so burdened. Like if I mess up even a little bit, I'll doom the entire world. You won't doom the whole world, Harry. At the most you'll doom Britain, he chuckled again. It's not funny, she reprimanded him, though she was also chuckling. You aren't alone, he said with a more serious tone. I'll be here every step of the way. Hermione will too, and Merlin only knows what you'd do without her. Would have died ages ago, Harry agreed. I know things with Ron are weird right now, but you've got the twins and Ginny and a surprising amount of Slytherins that are all on your side. He kissed her forehead gently and pulled back to look her in the eyes while he cupped her jaw. You're brilliant, Harry. And you won't ever be alone again. Harry's expression softened and she leaned forward to catch Cedric's lips with hers. Thank you, she whispered as they parted. Cedric smirked slightly and leaned in for another kiss. Harry shifted against him as she deepened the kiss, running her finger through his hair, and he gripped her waist. MMH, she moaned and opened her mouth as he swiped his tongue along her bottom lip. Cedric moaned as well as he explored her mouth with his tongue and his hands wandered up and down her back. Gonna, miss curfew, Harry muttered against his lips without fully breaking contact. Don't care, Cedric replied, gripping her butt with one hand. He moved his lips away from hers, then kissed down her jaw and neck. Ooh, Harry moaned as he bit down on her neck. Cedric hummed smugly as he moved back up to her lips. They chanced another few minutes of bliss before admitting that they needed to go to sleep. Chapter 21. At the beginning of October, Hermione approached Harry in the library with Parvati and Padma in tow. "Hello," Harry greeted, suspiciously eyeing the scene in front of her. "Harry," Hermione said, taking the seat across from Harry, "we've got to do something." "About what?" Harry asked, and the twin girls sat down on either side of Hermione. It was a strange sight. She didn't think she'd ever seen Hermione and Parvati interact outside of the dorm. "Defense. It's a joke, Harry," Hermione said. "We'll never pass our OWLs like this," Padma said. "And that book is useless," Parvati added, which was not something Harry ever expected to hear from the girl she'd shared a dorm room with for 4 years. "So, what? You want to do an inter-house study group or something?" "Actually," Hermione paused and got a little more serious, "I was thinking more like a club, to practice." "We're not allowed to practice," Harry countered. She, personally, didn't give a shit about that rule, but Hermione usually did care about rules. To an extent, at least. "Exactly," she said with her smile reaching all the way up to her eyes. She leaned in and whispered, "A secret club. Think about it, Harry. Tom is out there gaining power and we're in here losing it. We need someone to teach us." "Who are we going to get to teach us, Hermione?" Harry asked, setting down her quill and pushing her transfiguration essay to the side. Hermione smiled wider and said, "You." Harry was going to protest, but then she thought about it, "That's fucking brilliant. I've got every lesson from the Ilvermorny crowd in my head, plus my lessons with Snape." "You're taking lessons with Snape?" Padma asked. "Oh right, I heard about remedial potions." "It's not as horrible as I thought it would be," Harry admitted. "Okay, so, just us? Or are there others?" "A majority of Ravens in our year would be up for it. A lot of them think you're batty, but I'm sure they'll overlook that," Padma said. "I don't think you batty," she said quickly, "but..." Don't worry about it, Padma." "Can I call you Padma? Sorry, I should have asked first." "Padma is fine," she smiled warmly at Harry. "Well then, call me Harry. Who else? I'm sure there are others." "Do I have the okay to spread the word?" Hermione asked greedily. "You'd really do it? As long as it's open to all houses and grades, yes. It's not just the 5th years who will fall behind. And I'll need help," she admitted. "I'm not entirely convinced that I'll be a great teacher, even though I have a lot of practical experience." "Done," Hermione said, and she ran off without a goodbye. "You're working on transfiguration?" Padma asked. "Yeah, I've only got 4 inches so far," Harry replied. "Mind if I stay, too?" Parvati asked, looking hopeful and overwhelmed at the idea of McGonagall's 14-inch paper. "Be my guest," Harry replied. "Theory isn't my strong suit, just to warn you." "It isn't mine either," Parvati laughed, and her twin put an arm around her sister's shoulder with loving pity. On the first Hogsmeade weekend, Harry, Fred, and George planned to go to Gringotts on Sunday, as Hermione had already planned the Defense Club meeting for Saturday. "The Hog's Head, my own?" "Really?" Harry asked. "It's always empty," she said. "That's the problem." Harry laughed as they made their way into the village. "We'll be overheard." "Oh," Hermione said, putting one hand over her mouth and looking apologetic. "I didn't think about that." "It's okay. We can tell everyone we pass to meet at the 3 Broomsticks and word will get around," Cedric said. "Honeydukes, first?" "Yes. I'm low on chocolate," Harry said, adding a spring to her step. "I thought you might be," he smiled. At 2 p.m. Harry, Hermione and Cedric got the big booth in the corner and waited for people to show up. Luna was one of the first, followed by Cedric's friends from Hufflepuff. Parvati and Padma came in together with an odd assortment of ravens and lions behind them. Harry was glad to see all the boys in her year, even Ron and Lavender had come too. The entire Ravenclaw Quidditch team showed up together, even though most of them were 6th and 7th years. Harry knew that Cedric was friends with Cho, but she didn't like the way Cho looked at him. And she knew the girl had asked him to the ball. It was the Slytherins that were the biggest surprise. Zabini and Draco came in with Crabbe, Goyle, Knott, and both Greengrass sisters. "Should we start, then?" Hermione said nervously, sitting up a little straighter. "Well, we're all here because we want to learn, right? Since we can't do that, we thought we should do it anyway, in secret of course." Harry put a hand on Hermione's arm. The poor girl was not good at speaking to her peers. Some of you are here because you want to learn, and some of you are here because you have questions. Hari looked over the crowd slowly and crossed her arms over her chest. I will not be answering questions today, she said definitively. But I can teach you defense. Last year, while I was training for the death tournament, the Ilvermorny students got me through the 4th, 5th, and 6th year curriculums for defense and charms. I also received dueling lessons from them. We all saw, the younger Greengrass girl said. She had long blonde hair, just like her sister, but her face was less pointy. You did some of it on the yard and it was impressive. Hari basked in the glory of the young girl's praise. She wasn't sure why she loved it so much. She had always hated compliments. But the girl's eyes were wide with wonder. Well, thank you. Astoria, the girl said. Thank you, Astoria. That means a lot to me, Hari said honestly. How would we keep it a secret? Someone in the back asked. Today is just to make sure there's enough interest, Hermione said. We'll figure out the details later. I know of 2 possible locations if that eases everyone's fears, Hari said. What about your arm? Zacharias Smith asked with a sneer. How can you teach us with a handicap? I fought Tom with this handicap, Hari replied, and Cedric moved his hand so it rested on her leg. Being physically connected to him was grounding for her, both emotionally and magically. Who's Tom? Smith asked, wearing a why should I care face. Tom Marvolo Riddle, Hari said slowly. He was a student here, in the 40s. Then he disappeared. And when he returned, he called himself by a new name. Can anyone guess what it is? She looked out over the crowd again. The purebloods knew immediately, but a lot of people were confused. Voldemort, Zabini said quietly, and everyone flinched. Exactly, Hari said. But I like to call him Tom. It pisses him off, she said with a shrug and a smirk. Now, Smith, if you'd like a demonstration, I'm happy to duel you. She was wearing a face that Cedric had taught her. The face that looks innocent, but whispers threats. The innocence was in the smile, and the threats were in the eyes. Smith paled and shrunk back into the crowd. Regardless of your feelings about Hari's mental state, Hermione said, looking apologetically towards Hari, we're all going to fall behind in defense this year. Hopefully the curse eliminates Umbridge for us, and next year we're back to business as usual. We've got a sign-up parchment for anyone who wants to join. But be warned, signing your name means you agree to the consequences of breaking your word. None of the adults can know about this, Hari said. What are the consequences? Hopkins, the Hufflepuff 5th-year prefect, asked. It depends on how much you spill, Hari said. Hopefully whatever gets you first will convince you to shut up. There were a few grim looks amongst the crowd, but people started stepping forward to sign their names. The Creevy brothers were first, followed by Draco and the rest of the Slytherins. Even Smith signed, in the end. Hari counted the days successful as they went back to the castle. Umbridge's anti-club decree went up on Monday, which shouldn't have surprised anyone. If someone talked, we would know, Hermione said nervously. There were a lot of other people there, Hari said, trying to reassure her friend. I still can't believe we got 42 people to sign. You're popular, Hermione said. No, Hari corrected her, I'm just not as bad as Umbridge. I don't ever want to hear you compare yourself to her again, Cedric said, coming up behind her. Hey, Ced, she said with a goofy grin. I was hoping I could steal you away? He asked. Yes, please, she replied and bid farewell to Hermione. Cedric led her to an empty classroom and warded them in before kissing her deeply. Hari's bag fell from her hand as she reached up to cup his cheek. His arms were around her back and he walked the two of them over to the teacher's desk. He picked her up and sat her down on the desk without ever parting their lips. Her arm was around his neck, and he pulled her closer to him and he teased her bottom lip with his tongue. She opened her mouth slightly, and did the same to him, earning a low moan from the older boy. Hari smirked against his lips and he moved one hand to her hip as punishment. Glorious revenge that made her whole body warm. She wrapped her legs around him, pulling them even closer as he began trailing kisses down her jaw and neck. Her one good hand had found its way under both his cloak and shirt, the skin-on-skin contact sending shivers down both their spines. Cedric pulled away briefly and brought his forehead to hers. I miss you, he whispered. I miss you too, she whispered with closed eyes. They stayed there, wrapped around each other while their heartbeats slowed and the bulge in Cedric's pants deflated. We should do that more, Cedric said. I agree, Harry laughed. That was nice. I miss sleeping in the same bed, he admitted. By the last weeks of summer, he had spent almost every night in her room. Both kids were plagued by nightmares, and the best comfort was each other. Harry dreamt of Cedric's death, and Cedric dreamt of Harry's death. Both of them dreamt of Tom. I feel like I haven't gotten a good night's rest all term, Harry said. Me too, Cedric sighed and sat next to her. I have a new one, he whispered. What is it? She asked softly. He looked away from her and out the windows. Eye contact often made Cedric uncomfortable, especially if he was going to be vulnerable. Harry was the same way. It's still your death, but Dumbledore is the one to do it, he said. And it isn't just him killing you. It's him killing you while you're beating Tom in battle. That wouldn't be a good time to die, Harry commented. No, Cedric laughed, finally turning to face her again. It wouldn't. He leaned in and kissed her temple. I have a new one too, she said quietly. It's the graveyard, but you stand in for me and I stand in for Tom, and I kill you. It would be an honor to die by your hand, Cedric said, trying to lighten the mood, but Harry smacked him lightly on the shoulder. It's not funny, she said, laughing a little through her downturned face. It's a little funny, Cedric said. You're not going to dark, love. She looked back at him with confusion. That's not. Yes, it is, he insisted, and she frowned even though she knew he was right. You could never turn into him. You'd never do what he's done. We're so alike, Ced, Harry whispered, feeling the beginnings of tears form in her eyes. What do you mean? He asked, cupping her face with one hand. The memories Snape's been showing me are all about his childhood. He was abused, too, she said. She had a hard time saying that word, and she wasn't sure why. He grew up in a Muggle orphanage during World War II. Hogwarts was his first home, just like it was mine. Your actions were different from his though. You'd never split your soul apart. I think the biggest difference between us is that he fears death and I. Harry looked away and let a few tears fall while she took a deep breath. I longed for it, she whispered. I prayed for it. Cedric was quiet for a moment, but he didn't withdraw. I wanted it so bad, Ced, she said, turning to him. He brushed a thumb over her cheek and brought her forward for a short kiss. You know it's okay to still feel like that sometimes, right? Harry pulled back in surprise. It's normal, is what I mean, he said. Your body hasn't processed the fact that you aren't in danger anymore. I'm always in danger, she said with her brows furrowed, but not from them, he said. You've been reading my own self-help books, haven't you? She accused lightly. Yes, he admitted with a laugh, but they're actually really helpful, and I may not understand how it feels to want to die, but I know what it's like to want your pain to end, and I won't ever judge you for thinking death would be your only release. Harry pulled him in for a hug. It feels so wrong, she said before they parted. I'm so happy now, it feels like I'm betraying you when I feel that way. It's the only option I've ever seen, so it's like my default emotion. Things get bad and I wish for death, she let out a self-deprecating laugh. Cedric wasn't sure how to respond, so he leaned forward and kissed her forehead. He trailed kisses down her face and jaw, finally landing on her neck. I can think of several ways to make you feel better, he said, keeping his voice low. She felt his warm breath on her neck and shivered. Can you? She asked rhetorically. He bit down on her neck lightly. Ooh, she said and leaned into his touch. Like that? He asked, his voice still low and suggestive. She replied lazily. He pulled away and she whined. I have to leave you wanting more, right? He smirked. You're so mean, she pouted. Cedric laughed and kissed her forehead again, then walked her back to Gryffindor. Chapter 22. The first defense meeting took place in the Room of Requirement at the end of October. It had been labeled the Hogwarts Alliance, or HA for short. The room had configured itself into a large rectangle with curved ends. Each end had an area to rest and get water, or a snack. The center area had dueling dummies, but Harry didn't think she would use them in the first meeting. All right, she called out. Time to get started. Everyone turned to face her and quieted immediately. It made her feel funny. She conjured an assortment of pillows and instructed everyone to take a seat. What we'll be doing in this room is practical defense. In order for us to train together, we have to trust each other. So, she took a breath. Here are the rules. Obviously, you can't talk about the group outside of these walls. In this room, Hari said slowly as she let her magic fill the room, everyone will be treated equally. I don't care about your house, your blood, or any rivalries that go on outside of these walls. You never, she let sparks fly from her fingertips, attack someone in anger. Slurs are prohibited and punishable by an assortment of creative curses I learned last year. She sucked her magic in and gave them a warm smile. Let's begin. They started with shields. Most of the younger kids struggled, as was expected, but Hari and Cedric wandered around, helping those in need. Protega is your best friend, Hari told them. Learn to cast it on instinct. Protega. Neville called out, deflecting a spell from a 7th year. Shit Nev, that new wand really suits you, Hari complimented him. He smiled widely at the praise and got right back down to business. Being a prefect had done wonders for him. Hari found that she and Neville were quite similar. They were both willing to suffer in silence if they were the only one being harmed, but as soon as someone under their protection was threatened, they could be fierce and unafraid. All the first-year girls loved Neville. He was almost constantly surrounded by them in the common room. The Slytherins were all grouped together, so Hari went over to break them up a little bit. Hey, Astoria, she called. Hi, Hari, the girl blushed. Your pronunciation is perfect, and your wand movement is good, but your stance is a little off. You want your feet shoulder-length apart, just like that, that's perfect, she praised the small Slytherin. Now move your dominant foot back behind you, good, and bend your knees a little bit. You want to be a little loose, she smiled as Astoria wriggled around. All right. This stance is going to help channel your magic through your body, but it's also helpful when you get hit by something. Hari moved over to the girl and gave her a slight nudge. See, your body reacts to stabilize you before your brain does. That's cool, Astoria said. It is, Hari agreed. Now let's try the shield, all right? I'll send something soft at you, don't worry, she said with a wink. Ready? Astoria nodded, looking fierce and ready. Flipendo. Protega. Astoria still got pushed back a little bit, but less than she was expecting. Good. Hari told the girl after she successfully deflected the spell. Let's go again, but I'm going to increase the amount of magic I put into my spell. Ready? She nodded again, and Hari recognized something in her eyes that she couldn't place. Flipendo. Protega, she called again. The shield broke, but Astoria hadn't been pushed back at all. Hari smiled. That was brilliant. You're doing a great job, Astoria. Hari turned around and found the head of brown hair she was looking for. Colin. He ran over right away, practically beaming. You've got a lot of power behind your spells, Col, but I noticed that your stance is a little off. I just taught Astoria, and she's going to teach you. She'd used the term of endearment on purpose, sweetening him up to the idea of working with Astoria, knowing Gryffindor prejudices might bleed through. As she left the pair, her doubts faded away. The elder Greengrass had been watching the exchange and gave Hari a slight nod as their eyes met. Hari nodded back and moved on to bother Draco. Fancy a duel, Potter? He asked with a laugh, and heads turned. All spells ceased as people from all houses turned to gauge Hari's response. I'd be delighted, she said, smiling sweetly. 4th year and below? Agreed. What do we fight to? He asked as they made their way to the center of the room. The crowd parted as kids scrambled to get a good place along the walls. First blood? She asked, removing her outer cloak and tossing it to the side. Draco had done the same and was rolling up his sleeves. Sounds fair, he replied with a smirk. Cedric had come over to assist Hari in rolling up her own sleeve, and they faced each other when he was done. Scared, Potter? He asked with a lightness in his voice she hadn't heard before. You wish, she smirked. They bowed to each other, and Draco got the first spell off. Expelliarmus. Hari dodged and sent a hose of water at him. He, and others, were drenched, but he'd taken no damage. That would come next. Glacius. Hari called, and the clothes on him froze, and his feet were trapped in place. Flip. Protega. Hari got the spell off first, and deflected to knock back Jinx, sending one back at him. Flipendo. Draco fell on his back with feet that were still stuck to the ice. She ended the spell on the ice and held a hand out to help him up. He took it with no hesitation and Hari returned to her place at the end of the room. He sent a wordless spell at her, and she blocked it. He sent 2 more, but she dodged, taking one step closer each time. Carpe retractum, Harry yelled. Draco was seized and pulled close to her. As soon as he was close enough to touch, Harry elongated her nails, dropped her wand, and sliced Draco's shoulder. Draco regained his composure and walked forward to shake Harry's hand. "Don't feel bad, Harry," he joked, "we all know I'm better than you." "Very funny," she laughed as she took his hand. Yeah, you win," he replied as he walked away, still smiling. "I'll get you next time, though." "Go get patched up, Draco." Harry laughed and checked her watch. She found that they only had 15 minutes left in their allotted time, so she called everyone back to the floor with cushions. "All right, I'll take 4 questions," Harry began, and hands went up immediately, but she stopped them from shouting them out. "But you have to decide as a group which questions. Slytherins will work with Hufflepuffs, and Ravenclaw with the Lions, 2 questions each, and you have 3 minutes." The move happened immediately as they separated themselves and began whispering to each other furiously. "That was hot," Cedric whispered in her ear as he came up behind her. "What was?" she asked, trying not to blush. "You in professor mode," he replied. "And the intimidation as well." "Yeah?" she asked, eyebrows raised. "I should do it more then." "I agree." They flirted for a bit more until Harry's watch beeped. "All right, let's start with green and yellow. What's your first question?" Harry asked like she was a game show announcer. Zabini stood. "What happened to your arm?" "It was the price for Cedric's life," Harry said evenly. "I deflected a spell from hitting him and my arm has been numb ever since. But I can move my fingers a little bit," she wriggled them to demonstrate. "You're up, Ravens." "Where did you disappear to at the end of the maze?" Cho Change asked without standing. "A graveyard," she responded. "I don't know, geographically, where we were, but it's where Tom's father, Tom Riddle Sr., is buried." Draco rose again as she turned to them. "Is there really a Chamber of Secrets?" Harry smiled. "Yes," she confirmed, and the snakes began happily whispering to each other. "I'm even willing to take your selected participant down for a little show and tell." "Lions," she turned to the other group. "Last question, make it a good one," she said with a wink. To her surprise, it was Ron who stood up. "Why are you so chummy with Malfoy?" he asked, barely containing his anger. Harry turned back to Malfoy and asked for his permission by raising her eyebrows. He nodded shortly in response and Harry turned back to Ron. "Draco and I have put our petty, childhood rivalry aside. Turns out we have a lot more in common than we thought." Ron didn't look convinced, but Harry didn't really care. "That's all for tonight. The twins are at the door, and they'll let you go in small groups." Harry walked over to the Slytherins, who were whispering amongst themselves. "Will you really take someone down?" Zabini asked. "I wouldn't have offered otherwise," she replied. "And we've got an hour until curfew. It's too late to go down, but I can show you the entrance, so you know I'm not full of shit." Their eyes widened and they shared another hushed conversation. Draco was arguing in favor of something, but she didn't know what. "When you go down, will you take Blaise and Astoria?" he asked when he finally looked up. "Why those two?" Harry asked. "Both are universally seen as being neutral. The older crowd still favors Blaise, despite the fact that he's openly friendly with me, and the youngers favor Astoria." "That's a part of why Daff brought me," Astoria said. "The younger years want to come but are scared. If I say it's all right, they'll come." "I knew I liked you," Harry grinned. "All right, let's go." When the coast was clear, she led the Slytherins and Cedric down to Myrtle's bathroom and motioned for them to enter. "No boys allowed," Myrtle yelled. "It's Cedric," Harry called in a sing-song voice, knowing it would entice the girl. She came out of her stall immediately and chatted with Cedric while Harry opened the Chamber of Secrets for Draco, Blaise, Daphne, and Astoria. "Holy fuck," Daphne said under her breath as the sinks disconnected from each other to reveal a giant hole. "Last time we jumped," Harry said, thinking back on how stupid that was. "Stairs." And stairs appeared. "Of course," she laughed. "We were dumb at 12. You were 12? Astoria asked. "Yup," Harry replied with little feeling. "Wait till you see the corpse." "There's a corpse?" Blaise asked. Harry scoffed and looked around the room feeling super annoyed. What do people think happened to the basilisk? "It was a basilisk?" Daphne almost screamed. "Merlin," Harry sighed and shook her head. That's a story for another day. They nodded, all looking pale, and left the bathroom. Myrtle made her promise to bring Cedric next time, and he walked her back up to the tower. I can't believe you used me like a piece of meat, he laughed. It worked, didn't it? She laughed back. Myrtle is pretty easy to please. You were brilliant tonight, he said once they reached the portrait. So were you, she said, giving him a quick kiss. I'm exhausted, but I'll see you at breakfast, right? Course, he responded and kissed her again once more before they said goodnight. Hari had been so stressed recently and Cedric hated to see her like that. She carried the weight of the world on her shoulders, but at the end of the day she was only 15. She needed to relax, and he knew exactly how she could. He broached the subject at the end of an HA meeting. I've thought of another way for you to relax, he said when they were mostly alone. Oh? She asked with a coy smile while wiggling her eyebrows. Cedric couldn't help but chuckle. Not that, he said. Do you know what Hufflepuff parties are known for? Weed, she responded immediately. Then it clicked and she raised her eyebrows at him. Are you offering? I am, Cedric confirmed. Have you ever done it before? No, she replied. Does Sprout grow? Please tell me she grows. She does, Cedric laughed. Yes, Hari said. She balled up her good hand into a fist and drew her arm down. Ron owes me 5 sickles. Cedric chuckled again. There are rules for outsiders though. You'll have to stay the night in Hufflepuff. That sounds amazing, Hari replied. You won't be able to stay with me, he informed her, and she pouted a bit. Susan and Hannah are great, though. They'll take care of you. Cedric was a bit nervous to have Hari spend the night in the Hufflepuff dorms. He felt it was a cruel twist of fate for her to be so close to him without being able to spend the night together. He was also a bit nervous to see how she would react to weed. It could be fine, she might be able to relax and forget about her worries for a bit, but it could also go very wrong. A bad high for Hari would be unpredictable. He'd heard stories of people's magic not agreeing with the drug as well. Hari was incredibly powerful if her magic reacted poorly. There was no telling what would happen. For Cedric, it was worth the risk. Hari needed to relax, she needed a night to just be a teenager and he wanted to give that to her. It wasn't a surprise that she showed up with one of the Weasley twins, in fact, he should have expected it. Hey, I brought George with me, Hari said as Cedric opened up the door to the Hufflepuff common room. The more the merrier, he smiled. Thanks, George said. Fred doesn't like smoking, so I don't get many opportunities. Whoa, Hari said as she took in the room. This place is awesome. It was very yellow, but it wasn't as aggressive a yellow as their robes. It was more pastel. The room was littered with dark furniture and plants. So many plants. It felt like the room was breathing. She almost wanted to stay forever. Thanks, Hari, Susan said, smiling sweetly. Cedric says this'll be your first time. Yeah, she said nervously. No need to be nervous. Cedric reassured her as he walked over to put an arm around her shoulder and kiss the side of their head. Smoke room's this way, he said. They settled into a small, circular room that was completely made out of pillows, on top of. The pillows that made up the walls and floor were even more pillows of all shapes, sizes, and shades of yellow. There were also blankets piled in each corner. More blankets than you could ever need. Cedric sat in his favorite spot and held his arm up so Hari could snuggle into his side. George settled himself on Hari's other side, while Susan, Hannah, and Ernie sat across from them. Hannah had rolled the joint and was lighting it with the tip of her wand while Hari was trying to settle her nervous energy. So, what am I in for? Hari asked the room. Fun, Ernie said with a smirk while Hannah giggled. You get really aware of your body, George said. And time feels weird. Sometimes it feels really fast and sometimes it feels really slow. It's nice, Susan added, it'll get you out of your head. That does sound nice, Hari said. Ernie took a few puffs and passed it to Susan, who then passed it over to George. And if you don't like the way it feels, there's always a sobering potion, George told her. Hari coughed horribly after taking a small hit, and the rest of the room laughed. She passed it to Cedric after catching her breath. Everyone coughs the first few times, Ernie said. Nothing to be embarrassed about, Susan said with a smile. The joint went around a few more times before Susan put it out. Ernie and Hannah left soon after, but Susan stuck around to chaperone. You're so pretty, Ced, Hari laughed. I don't tell you enough how pretty you are. You're feeling it, aren't you? He laughed. Yes, she laughed again, and it's wonderful. But seriously, Ced. Your hair is like golden. Especially in the sun, it's such a vision. I agree, George said. He'd slumped over and was laying on his back with his legs over both Hari and Cedric. It's pretty in the sun. See, Hari said. So pretty. She leaned her head against his shoulder and listened to him giggle while she petted his hair. Cedric let out a breath he'd been holding for days. She deserved this. One night to be happy and carefree before they went back to the trenches. Susan pulled out a deck of Muggle cards and the four of them spent the night playing different games, both Muggle and magical. None of the games were played correctly, rules were ignored, and cards were thrown, but they had fun. Hari was smiling and laughing, and Cedric wanted the moment to last forever. He wanted to bottle her laughter and save it for a rainy day. I only need to get into Ravenclaw now, Hari said, mostly to herself. What was that, love? Cedric asked. The cards had mostly been abandoned as the four of them relaxed against fluffy pillows and under soft blankets. Ravenclaw is the only common room I haven't seen now, she replied. When were you in Slytherin's common room? Susan asked without opening her eyes. Second year, Hari replied. We thought Malfoy knew something about the heir of Slytherin so she giggled. We brewed polyjuice and snuck in. She giggled more. He didn't know shit. The rest of the night was a blur of laughter, giggles, and card tricks. Just before he fell asleep, Cedric leaned his head on Hari's and inhaled deeply, getting a different kind of high from the scent of the woman he loved. Chapter 23. It took 3 weeks of secret planning and constant rescheduling for Hari to plan out the trip down into the Chamber of Secrets. They met in Myrtle's bathroom 3 hours before curfew on a Tuesday night. Ready? Hari asked with a smile she hoped they couldn't tell was fake. Yes. Astoria replied happily. Her hair was tied up in pigtails, which made her look younger than she really was, and Hari couldn't help but smile down at the girl. Blaise nodded grimly and Hari turned to the sink. Open up, Buttercup, she said. It's a long way down, so I'll slide down first and add a cushioning charm, then we'll use the stairs on the way up. Sound good? They nodded, and Hari jumped down. It was actually kind of fun, now that she was relatively certain that there wasn't anything dangerous waiting for her. She made it down, laughing as she hit the rough floor. It wouldn't even bruise, but Blaise and Astoria were a little more breakable than Hari was. It's safe, she called up. Okay. Blaise called back. He came down first, landed with a small thud, and called up for Astoria to come down. What's the rubble from? Blaise asked as he and Hari worked on repairing that part of the tunnel. Lockhart tried to attack me and Ron after the three of us got down here, but do you remember Ron's wand in second year? She asked. Wasn't it held together by spell-o-tape? He asked as they finished. Exactly, Hari laughed. They started walking further into the tunnel, putting up orbs of light as they went. It rebounded violently, she continued. He was trying to obliviate us but ended up erasing all of his own memories. He's a permanent resident at St. Mungo's now. Astoria gasped and grabbed onto Hari's hand as the shed skin came into view. I forgot about that, she grimaced, and squeezed the girl's hand, and the bones, too. After her initial discomfort, Astoria approached the skin and examined it while she kept her hands firmly behind her back. This is disgusting, Astoria said happily. You'd think she would have looked revolted, but instead, she seemed excited. Like the chamber was turning out to be everything she thought it'd be. The party kept moving forward, stopping only when they came to the circular door. Hari opened it quickly and lit the torches along the walls. She could make out the corpse in the distance, but it mostly just looked like a dark mass. Astoria came up next to Hari and held her hand again. Hari looked down at the smaller girl and found her scared again. Hari squeezed her hand and quietly assured the girl that they were safe. Further into the chamber they went, and the basilisk was finally within view. Its head was the first thing to appear in the dim light of the Lumos orbs and the torches. It was smaller than she remembered, though still terrifying. She supposed that at 12 the beast had been wider than she was tall, but she could almost see over it now. It was still hard to believe that she'd killed it when she was only 12. With a sword, a hat, and a phoenix. It was too insane to be real. Hari stopped just after the entryway and looked down at the small pool of blood. It was hers. She knew it was, but it was still wet, After 3 years, it shouldn't still be wet. Astoria squeezed her hand and Harry flinched, but Astoria was staring up at her with confidence, silently telling her that it was going to be okay. Harry smiled softly while Blaze approached. The corpse. It's well preserved, he muttered. I think there's some sort of stasis charm over the chamber, she replied. Did you really kill it with a sword? Astoria asked. The sword of Gryffindor, she confirmed. Dumbledore keeps it in his office now. Isn't it goblin-made? Astoria asked. Yes. I know what you're thinking, and I completely agree that it belongs to the nation, Harry said. I have a feeling they'll be paying a visit to Hogwarts before the year is done. Have you thought of harvesting it? Blaze asked. He'd pulled a little notepad out of his cloak and was jotting down notes. Not really, Harry admitted. I was a bit preoccupied. Blaze nodded and continued writing down notes. You know, he said without looking away from the beast, you could get upwards of 50, maybe 80,000 galleons for this. Wait, seriously? Harry asked. Yes, Blaze confirmed. Of course, it depends on the harvest fee. I'll contact the goblins, Harry said. She never would have thought of harvesting the basilisk, and she was learning just how useful it could be to keep a few Slytherins around. The year continued to be just as horrible as Harry had thought it would be. She shouldn't have been surprised when Umbridge started sitting in on classes. McGonagall and Snape had handled the woman beautifully. Those were truly good days. She'd heard that divination had been bad though, and care was downright cringy. Hermione and Harry had tried to warn Hagrid about her. Hermione went so far as to practically write his lesson plans for him, but Hagrid was always going to be Hagrid, and Umbridge was always going to hate him. The decrees, on the other hand, were getting out of hand. No spell-check quills. No boys and girls within 6 inches of each other. No toys or games that weren't educational. No talking about the tournament. No pets outside the common room. No casting recreational spells. Forced consent to mail checks for illegal contraband. No literature for muggles or half-breeds. It was ridiculous, and the entirety of the student body was on edge. Fred and George were making the best of Harry's investment. They'd started testing out new products on willing volunteers. The first years were the easiest bait, and Hermione yelled at them constantly for taking advantage of the kids, but Harry just sat back and watched. She was incredibly grateful that she hadn't been given the prefect's job. In truth, she didn't think the twins were doing anything wrong. They even paid the kids. Harry thought it was a win-win. After they'd perfected a few inventions, they started selling them to the general population. Harry had even allowed them 10 minutes at the start of HA meetings to push their product, as long as they helped out by teaching. She kept a few fever fudges on hand for emergencies, and honestly, the products cheered people up. Hermione, now that she represented the rules, was being super annoying about the whole thing. She couldn't look past the apparent injustice to see how happy it was making people. And they needed something to distract them from Umbridge. Everything Harry had seen from them was brilliant, and she was glad she'd invested early. The Hogwarts Alliance was the only thing keeping Harry sane. It was the one place where everyone could just be themselves. One room where house and blood were ignored, by threat of punishment, but still, plus, she and Cedric blocked out time afterward to snog. Hermione had performed a brilliant piece of magic on fake galleons so they could communicate with each other. The students who attended the meeting were progressing at an almost alarming rate. She ended up separating all the students by skill level. She had settled on 5 levels of skills instead of 7, to make sure the age groups were mixed up a little. The lowest level had the most people in it. All but one first year, most of the second years, and half of the third years. The rest of the third years, bar Astoria Greengrass, were in the second level with some 4th years and Seamus Finnegan. The third level was 4th, 5th, and 6th years, plus Astoria, and the 4th level was the rest of the 6th and 7th years. The 5th level was just Harry, Cedric, and Hermione. After shields were mastered, they moved on to stunners. After they could all successfully stun someone, they moved on to jinxes and hexes. Battle charms Harry had learned from Odo made an appearance as well. Harry found that with consistent practice and an encouraging environment, the students improved quickly. Teaching multiple age groups at once had been a bit confusing at first, but it had paid off. Kids were asking the older years for help regardless of house or status, and the older kids were helping them without complaint. Dennis Creevy, a second-year Gryffindor, was often found with Draco Malfoy. Draco would bend down to explain something at Dennis' eye level and encourage the boy proudly when he accomplished the spell. Astoria Greengrass had brought in the entirety of the Slytherin second and first years and had encouraged them to make friends outside of their house. She and Colin Creevy were rarely seen apart within the walls of the Room of Requirement. Daphne Greengrass and Susan Bones had taken a liking to each other, and to everyone's surprise, Luna Lovegood was adopted by a first-year Hufflepuff named Rose, who followed Luna around whenever she could. Things got a lot worse for Draco as Umbridge continued gaining power. His parents were safe from retaliation behind the ancient wards of Malfoy Manor, but Draco wasn't. The Dark Lord was laying low, but that didn't mean that he wasn't recruiting. Graham Montague, Fergus Cowley, and Adrian Pusey had been marked over the summer and had been given the honor of recruiting inside Hogwarts. From their blatant bragging, Draco knew that their main targets were those in Slytherin House, but they were also instructed to test the waters with the older Ravenclaws. All the fifth-year students, except Pansy and Tracy Davis, were firmly against the Dark Lord, and the older students made their lives hell. Out of the three marked students, Montague was the only one being subtle. Draco knew the older boy was watching his every movement. Whenever he left the common room, he had to shake the boy off by using secret passageways and taking roundabout paths to wherever he was going. Pusey and Cowley were just hexing him whenever they could. It wasn't anything too damaging yet, and he had always made sure to have a personal supply of healing potions so he wouldn't have to go to Pomfrey or Snape for everything, but his consistent refusal would come back to bite him in the ass eventually. On top of regular schoolwork, HA meetings, and Hermione's OWL review schedule, there was Animagus training. Cedric, Harry, Fred, George, Hermione, and Ginny were finally ready to insert their mandrake leaves, which Snape had provided for them. The first few days weren't horrible. Harry had found a charm to stick the leaves under their tongues. But as the second week came around, there was a problem. The taste that permeated from the leaves was overwhelming. Harry, having a rather weak stomach, vomited at least twice a day. She was determined to push through the pain, but Cedric found a solution. It wasn't a great solution, but it did the trick. The six of them decided to spend the remaining 3 weeks without taste at all. After writing to Sirius about it, he'd responded in all caps, cursing his past self for not thinking of something so brilliant. He said that Peter had lost 10 pounds because of it, James had had to sit out of a Quidditch match because he felt so awful, and Remus had played nurse in the evenings. After keeping the mandrake leaves in their mouths for a month, they spit the leaves into a vial in the light of the moon's pure rays. They added one of their hairs to their vials, then a teaspoon of dew that Fred and George had acquired and kept in the dark for 7 days. The final ingredient was a chrysalis of a death's head hawk moth. George took all of their vials. They were carefully labeled, and kept them in a quiet, dark place until the next electrical storm. While they waited for the storm, they had to recite the incantation, Amato Animo Animato Animagus, every day at sunrise and sunset. Luckily, they only had to wait a few weeks. The first electrical storm of the year occurred a few weeks before Yule break. The 6 friends met up on the astronomy tower to discover their forms. George gave them their vials, and they recited the spell for the last time. Amato Animo Animato Animagus, they said together. Each then fell into a trance-like state, where they met with their inner animal. George was the first to come out of his trance. Ginny was next, then Hermione and Fred. Cedric took a few extra minutes, and Harry came out of her trance soon after him. Everyone wore secret smiles as they stared at each other, waiting for the first person to announce their form. Didn't Sirius say that it was really rare for an animagus form to be a magical creature? Ginny asked, somewhat nervously. You're a magical creature too? Harry asked, glad that she wasn't the only one. Ginny nodded and relaxed. I'm a runespore, she said with a wide smile. That's a 3-headed snake, right? Fred asked, and Ginny nodded again. Wicked, the twins answered together. I'm a red fox, Fred told them. I'm an Arctic fox, George added. You guys are gonna be so adorable, Harry gushed. What are you, my own? A brown bear, she smiled. What are you? A thunderbird, Harry said as she laughed at the ridiculousness of her life. I guess it's fitting, considering my lightning-like scar. What about you, Seed? She finally turned to her soulmate, who had been uncharacteristically quiet. "Don't laugh," he warned them. He looked apprehensive, but he was also struggling not to laugh. "Why would we laugh?" Harry took a step forward and put a hand on his arm. "I'm a golden snidget," he said. Harry's lips curled inward, and she bit down on them with her teeth to stop herself from smiling. Hermione was covering her mouth with both of her hands, but her smile was evident in her eyes. Ginny had just turned around and jerked occasionally as she fought her laughter. The twins, though, they were looking at each other and communicating telepathically. "That's amazing," Harry finally said. Cedric glared at her softly. "No, really, Ced, you're going to be so tiny and fast, you'd make a great scout." "A Thunderbird and a Snidget," Ginny snorted, still facing away from them, and Hermione slapped her arm. "It's kinda funny," Cedric admitted. "Will you let me chase you on my broom?" Harry asked eagerly, and she grabbed his bicep. Snidgets were the original snitch. "Maybe," he grumbled. "That means yes," George grinned. "Come on, we're going to miss curfew," Hermione said. Lessons with Snape were getting more and more disturbing. Tom was an interesting person, and Harry found herself fascinated with his life. His story. He was the perfect student, the perfect prefect, the perfect head boy. He was whoever he needed to be in any situation. He never lost his cool, at least not where anyone would see, and he was utterly brilliant. His OWLs and NEWTs had been nearly perfect, and he was spoken highly of by everyone who knew him. Everyone except Albus Dumbledore. She supposed these memories were supposed to show her that Albus had known the truth about the boy for all his life. That he'd seen evil in Lil Tom and had done his best to warn others of the dangers that came with associating with him. But what Harry saw was a grown man bullying a child, and a child that could have done anything he put his mind to. A brilliant child, who had ambition and passion and power. She saw a grown man, an already famous and powerful wizard, that was intimidated by an 11-year-old boy, and she felt sick. Cedric's magic had been feeling weird for several weeks. He'd been ignoring it, since he wasn't struggling to cast, but it was getting harder. He thought it might have something to do with his and Harry's bond, but they hadn't completed the bond yet, and there wasn't any literature that he could find that suggested changes in between each stage of bonding. He hadn't brought it up to Harry because she had so many other things on her plate. She had the future of all of Wizarding Britain to think about, and he couldn't justify bothering her with something so small. He was in the library studying for NEWTs when he felt a pull on his magic. Once again, he tried ignoring it, but the third time it tugged on him, it hurt. So, he angrily gathered up his study supplies and headed out of the library. He didn't put any conscious effort into where he was going. He let his feet and magic do all the work for him. He ended up in the dungeons. It was odd, but he didn't think the castle would lead him towards anything dangerous, so he kept going. On the very bottom level of the dungeons were about a dozen empty classrooms. Cedric was pulled to one in particular and entered to find Neville Longbottom. "Hey," Cedric said awkwardly. "Hi," Neville replied, equally as awkward. "You weren't waiting for someone, were you?" "No, Neville laughed. "It's going to sound barmy, but I just felt pulled here." "I was too," Cedric said. He was thrilled not to be the only one, and he and Neville started talking about how jittery and eager their magic had been feeling. While they were talking, Hermione and Harry entered. "Hey," Harry smiled when she saw Cedric. "What are you guys doing here?" "What are you doing here?" Neville countered. "We felt pulled here," Hermione said. "Like the castle was leading us here, as too," Cedric told them. "Has your magic been feeling off?" "Yeah," Harry confirmed. "You didn't say anything," Cedric said. "Neither did you," she countered. They stood in an awkward circle, just looking at each other while they waited for something to happen. But nothing did. There were several more hours until curfew, so they transfigured a few small desks into one large table and worked on homework. After the castle brought them all together, they started spending more time together as a group. Harry, Hermione, and Neville already hung out a lot, but Cedric started going out of his way to seek out the other two almost as much as he sought out Harry. They were convinced that something would happen eventually, so they put it out of their minds. Now that Harry was always flanked by Hermione and Neville, she didn't have to worry so much about being attacked, verbally or physically, in the halls. Neville had seemingly made it his personal mission to put others in their place and would simply not allow people to talk badly about her. It was odd, but Harry loved it. Being made a prefect had given Neville the confidence and the push he had needed to finally come out of his shell. Tensions were coming to a head in the snake pit. The Dark Lord had lost some of his most powerful followers and had begun recruiting from the lesser families, or families with children that were close to graduating. The 3 seventh-year boys that had been marked over the summer had amassed a small following that included Pansy, Tracy Davis, Curtis Evercreech, Holden Ledbury, and Timothy Morcott. The common denominator in the group was that none of them were that powerful. Pansy was the most powerful of them and had been appointed their leader, despite the fact that she wasn't marked. But Pansy's power had still never come close to Draco's. The problem was that they attacked as a group after getting their chosen prey alone. Even Draco would have struggled against a group of 8. Theodore Knott had been their primary target all year. When the return of the Dark Lord had been announced, he had jumped into action right away. He knew what his father would expect of him and had begged Draco for sanctuary. He'd accepted, and Theo had spent the summer at Malfoy Manor, behind their ancient wards, while his parents played host to the madman. The first time they had ganged up on him, they'd only threatened him. In their own words, they just wanted to explain the displeasure that Lord and Lady Knott felt with their son and reminded him of everything he had to lose if he continued his childish rebellion. When Theo had held firm, they roughed him up a bit. It hadn't been bad enough to go to Snape or Pomfrey, but Draco had seen the writing on the wall and had started stocking up on healing potions. The third time they targeted Theo, Draco had seriously considered going to their head of house, who was also his own godfather. But Theo had been adamantly against it, and Draco had respected the boy's wishes. Most of Slytherin House was trying to remain neutral, but the Dark Lord's supporters were loud. Pansy had made it her personal mission to hex all the other 5th years whenever they had to pass through the common room, and she was flanked by 2 6th-year boys who really just wanted to fuck her. In Draco's opinion, the House of Snakes was going to shit. They'd forsaken subtlety and cunning for brute force and intimidation. It was overwhelmingly Gryffindor, and it was shameful. He could only be expected to stay quiet for so long. Chapter 24. Since the castle had brought them all together, Harry, Cedric, Hermione, and Neville had been spending a lot of time together. Their magic was still feeling jittery and excited, but they didn't know why, so they were trying to ignore it. After the last HA meeting for the semester, which took place 2 weeks before break, the 4 friends found themselves alone in the room of requirement. Their magic had been growing more eager over the past couple days, and when they were alone in the room of requirement, a door appeared on the back wall. They stared at the door without moving, and the castle pulsed at them. "Guess that means we should go?" Harry asked with a nervous laugh. Ced was the first to move, and the 3 5th years followed behind. Behind the door was a large, circular room. It was separated into quarters, each decorated with the colors of one Hogwarts house. Every quarter was decorated in the same way. Along the wall there was a door and a fireplace. Each fireplace had a couch in front of it. There was also a bookcase, lamps, plants, etc. They were all identical except for their color scheme. Harry moved to the Slytherin space on instinct, while Cedric moved to Hufflepuff, Neville moved to Gryffindor, and Hermione moved to Ravenclaw. In the center of the room, where all the houses touched, there were 4 armchairs. They took their seats, facing each other with smiles. Neville was the last to sit, and when he did, they all began to glow. It was silvery white in color, and it was warm. The glow's intensity continued to grow until they were blinded and had to close their eyes. And then it was gone. Harry was the first to open her eyes and found that her friends were adorned with crowns. She put a hand up to her head and found a crown of her own. That's when she noticed the portraits. They were above each fireplace, one for each founder of Hogwarts. The founder's return, Harry whispered and rose to address Salazar. She bowed deeply while the others watched. "It is an honor to meet you, Salazar Slytherin," she said. "My name is Harry Potter, and I am your heir." "A pleasure to finally meet you, child," Salazar replied with a bow of his own. Harry turned around to find the others conversing with their own founders' portraits and smiled. "I have to admit that I don't carry your blood, sir," Harry told him. "I won the heirship by conquest." "Then it is rightfully yours." He laughed. "Of the 4 of you, only the young lion carries our blood. The others were chosen by character." "That makes sense," Harry responded. "Gather round, everyone." Ravenclaw clapped her hands. "We have much to discuss. You have been chosen as our heirs. 1 by blood," she motioned to Neville, 2 by character. She motioned to Hermione and Cedric before training her eyes on Harry and won by conquest. Why now? Neville asked. The castle needs us. All of us, she responded gravely. Evil is at work. Umbridge, Hermione spat. Not just her, Helga pitched in. Dumbledore, Harry said. Hermione and Cedric nodded sadly, but Neville looked towards her in confusion. How's your occlumency, Nev? Not great, he admitted. The crowns will help with that, Godric stated. His voice was low and gruff, like he smoked a pack a day. We can't wear them out there, though, Hermione said nervously. Of course you can. Rowena laughed. No one else will be able to see them unless you want them to. I suggest you three update young Neville on the dangers of Albus Dumbledore. Before we move on. It might take a while, Harry warned them. We have time, Rowena said. It took about 2 hours to bring Neville up to speed on everything. Once Harry started, she found that she couldn't stop. So, she told him everything, pausing every once in a while, so Cedric or Hermione could add in details she couldn't recall. She told him about Dumbledore's manipulations, his theft, the Horcruxes, and her deal with him. Dobby had popped in at some point with tea and snacks, which the foursome ate greedily. She told him about the dragons and their gifts, about the elves and her bond to them. Then she had an idea. We can use the elves to make Umbridge's life harder, she said excitedly. Dobby, Sparrow. What can's we bees doing for the great master? Dobby asked, and Harry chuckled. Dobby had found a loophole to continue referring to her as master, and she let him have it. Will the elves listen to us over professors? Harry asked. Oh yes. Sparrow said. Westby being's yours, Miss Harry. All the elves, not just the Hogwarts ones. Brilliant, she smiled with greed. From now on, you don't answer Umbridge's call. No cleaning for her, either, Harry instructed. Dobby and Sparrow nodded along happily as Hermione's smile slowly morphed into a smirk. What can you do about her food? Hermione asked slowly. We can't not be poisoning her, Dobby said sadly. Merlin, Dobby. Harry laughed. I'd like to think you wouldn't poison anyone. I would be doing it if you asking, Miss Harry, Dobby said while nodding. Just not be doing it in the castle. Can you change the foods that he has access to? Hermione asked. Yes, Dobby responded. Hermione smiled wickedly and got down on Dobby's level. From now on, she can only have the blandest foods. Obviously, she needs to be able to survive off of it, but no flavor or spices. And only water for her drinks. Wes be doing that, Dobby said happily, and then both house elves popped away. Harry turned back to her friends nervously. There's one more thing, but, she looked towards Cedric, and he put a hand on her shoulder. I'm just not ready to talk about it yet. I haven't processed it. I'm not sure I could take anything else in, Neville laughed. We still have business to discuss, Godric scoffed, and Helga scolded him. Now that the four of you have your crowns, Salazar began, you're more connected to the castle. Other than the rooms that Helga and I left behind, the room of requirement and the chamber, Godric and Rowena left rooms behind as well. Mine is a library, Rowan smiled softly as Hermione's eyes widened. Mine is a training room, Godric said. That'll be helpful for the Cedric said. What is the Helga asked her heir. A secret defense club we've been running, he explained. It started as a way not to fail our exams under Umbridge, but it's more than that now. We're breaking down the house barriers, Harry told them. Even the snakes and lions are working together happily. Speaking of that, Neville chimed in, what really happened between you two? Godric turned away from Salazar and scoffed. I think we deserve to know, Harry added. Godric didn't approve of my dislike for muggles. I never had a problem with muggleborns, but I thought we should be more proactive about them. Telling their families early and removing children from parents who wouldn't accept their magical children. We cannot steal children, Godric seethed. I never wanted to steal them, he spat back. I wanted to save them. Still a point of contention, I see, Harry said, feeling a little angry herself. What do you have against taking kids out of abusive homes? Not all muggles abuse their magical children, Godric said. But a lot of them do. Harry spat back, causing the founders to stare at her. How different would my life be if someone had fucking checked on me? One house visit would have made a world of difference. Godric was looking a bit ashamed of himself, which Harry loved. Cedric's hand had fallen off of her shoulder when she stood, and he joined her on his feet and put his hands on her shoulders gently. The biggest issue between them was what to do about the Muggle family members of Muggle-born children, Rowena supplied. Godric believed that to accept a magical child meant that their family had the right to enter our society. Sal disagreed. What about the two of you? Neville asked Rowena and Helga. I agreed with certain points on both sides of the argument, Rowena supplied. I tried to stay out of it, Helga admitted. The children in question were more important than what happened to their families. You both have good points, Harry said. Muggleborns and their families should be notified much earlier. Accidental magic can happen as early as infancy. Sirius told me I was levitating shit before I could walk. And steps should be taken to ensure that Muggle family members treat their magical kids right. Even taking the children away though? Hermione asked. That's what Muggle social services do, Harry countered. If they'd ever been given the option, you know the Dursleys would have happily handed me over without ever looking back. I'm with Harry, Neville said. It's not pleasant to think about, but if it's in the best interest of the child. Do we even have our own version of social services? Hermione asked. Yes, Harry said, though she wasn't smiling. It's understaffed and underfunded. Remus has been looking into it. Why Remus? Cedric asked. His parents were, Harry struggled to find the right words, neglectful. They never hit him or starved him, but they only ever did the bare minimum for him after he was bitten. A mournful silence filled the room until Hermione gracefully changed the subject. We should go over the dragon's prophecy again, she suggested. That's a good idea, Cedric added. Most of the first verse is pretty obvious, Harry said. Born as the seventh month dies, marked for death before her birth. Forgotten by love and cursed with power. Death calls her friend. The middle line refers to Albus' prophecy. It's only the last bit that I don't know about. The next verse is also pretty obvious, Cedric added. Vanquisher of false lords and kings. References Tom and the basilisk. Then, she will be marked first as their equal, as also a reference to Tom. But what about the last half? And then as their better, for she has a power they know not. I think the power they know not is a reference to my political power, Harry said. The third verse is just about Albus, and the fourth is about Tom. It's the last verse that references the founders. The outcome she seeks is far easier than she believes but cannot be accomplished alone. Await the founders' return, or all will be lost. What are you waiting for? Cedric asked. Maybe my plans for Umbridge, she asked. What are your plans for Umbridge? Hermione asked, suddenly concerned. Oh, Harry stuttered and looked away. There's something I haven't told you. What? Cedric asked softly, grabbing her good hand in one of his and enticing her to look in his eyes. Detentions with Umbridge, Harry said. You said it's just lines, Hermione accused. It is, but it's lines with a blood quill, she finally admitted. Hermione was the loudest. Neville stood up to pace laps around the room. Cedric pulled her into a hug and wouldn't let go. Most people didn't think that Hufflepuff's pretty boy could get angry, but they were wrong. Cedric just wasn't loud about his anger. Harry could feel it in his magic while he held her. I can't feel it, Harry said. That's why I didn't tell you, it cuts into my numb arm. You still should have told us, Harry, Hermione scolded her. What if she's doing it to other kids? I'm pretty sure she isn't, Harry said. I've been checking everyone that's had detention with her. What are you doing about it? Cedric asked softly, still refusing to let her go. Snape and Albus know, plus the goblins. When I give the say-so, they come arrest her. Goblin law, Neville said, nodding his head. He was passing in front of them now but was still walking around the room. Yeah, Harry confirmed. Why haven't you done it yet? Hermione asked. We need to know what the Ministry is playing at, Harry said. I know Albus is learning things, but he hasn't told all of them to me. The memories he passes on through Snape are all about Tom. Letting her stay has more advantages than getting rid of her. What about her teaching skills, Harry? Hermione reprimanded the girl by hitting her shoulder gently. Look, I know that sucks, Harry conceded, but she represents the Ministry here. The decrees are horrible, but they tell us what direction the Ministry wants to go. They want to cripple us, Hermione. Think of all the work I'll have to undo when I take the throne. Hari mentally hit herself. She wasn't supposed to be thinking about that. Neville had paused in his pacing but had started right back up again swiftly. She's the only source of information we have, and she's right in our backyard. It's too good an opportunity to pass up, she finished. Hermione didn't look happy about it, but eventually she sat back in her seat. Hari hadn't noticed, but her chair and Cedric's chair had erged into a love seat, and he was still holding her. We have to at least warn people, Neville said, finally joining the circle again. Maybe during the HA. I'll agree to that, Hari said, first one of second term. The following days were glorious. Umbridge arrived at breakfast looking a bit rumpled. Her hair wasn't as perfectly sculpted as usual and the pink monstrosity she called clothing was wrinkled. Hari and company watched as she attempted to get her usual breakfast, an omelette, sausage, and toast, but only got a bowl of room-temperature oatmeal. She complained about it loudly to the rest of the staff, but no one made any move to assist her. In the last week before break, the four founders' heirs had a wonderful time watching the woman they despised fall apart. Her classroom was a mess, as was her appearance, and all of her chalk had mysteriously vanished. It was great fun, and the entire student body was getting a much-needed laugh at her expense. It wasn't until the Weasleys disappeared, 2 days before break, that they remembered the war brewing outside the castle walls. Please drop by the archive and comment to let the creator know if you enjoyed their work.